My head was splitting. I forced my eyes open, and the first thing I saw was a pair of legs in high heels, practically touching the tip of my nose. My gaze traveled up. It was my landlady, Lu Yao. She was sprawled by the side of the road, her blouse in disarray. Lu Yao was one of Jiangqing's famous ice queens. Her family owned property, and she was an alumna of my college. After I graduated and came to Jiangqing to work, I ended up renting a place from her. But what the hell was she doing lying in the middle of the road? I bolted upright. This wasn't my apartment complex at all. A road stretched straight ahead and vanished into thick gray fog. Visibility couldn't have been more than 30 feet. A yellow rental e-scooter lay tipped over by the roadside. Not another soul in sight. Kidnapping? Some kind of prank? Yao Jie? Wake up. I shook her shoulder. Nothing. I checked under her nose, still breathing. I was about to pinch her philtrum when her eyelashes fluttered and her eyes snapped open. Pervert. She swung at me. I jerked backward, dodging. She clutched her blouse tight and glared at me like I was some kind of creep. What did you do to me? Where are we? Before she could finish, a mechanical voice detonated inside our heads. Welcome to the wasteland. The all-player highway survival game begins now. Rule 1. Each player will be randomly matched with a teammate. One of you will be bound to a vehicle. Each player may bind only one vehicle. Without the owner's permission, no one else may board the vehicle. Rule 2. A black fog will spread from behind you at a current speed of 10 kilometers per hour. Rule 3. Those swallowed by the black fog will die. No exceptions. Rule 4. A 3-day newbie protection period is in effect. Monsters on either side of the highway cannot step onto the road. Please draw your talent and begin your flight for survival. Transmigrated? I'd actually been dropped into a survival game. As a veteran web novel junkie who devoured countless of these stories, I knew this kind of opening cold. Instead of panicking, I felt a rush of excitement. Survival game beat the hell out of going to work, didn't it? Lu Yao's face had gone bone white. I silently called up stats, and a blue holographic panel unfolded before me. Name, Lin Yi. Talent, not drawn. Vehicle, Tier 1 shared e-scooter, bound. Level, Tier 0. HP, 130 Constitution, 13 Spirit, 10. Skills, none. Equipment, none. When I saw the vehicle line, my face fell. A rental e-scooter? Speed capped at 25, topping out at maybe 40 clicks tops. Instead of drawing a talent, I switched to the chat channel to get a lay of the land first. 100,000 people on the channel, messages scrolling by nonstop. How did my Maybach turn into a rattletrap Wuling Hongwang? My teammate and I got assigned a pedal tricycle. How are we supposed to outrun a black fog? I rolled B rank muscle enhancement. Feels like I could. Killed a cow. I got A rank speed demon. Vehicle speed plus 30%. Scrolling through, most people's rides were beat-up scooters or bicycles. Talents were mostly C and D rank. A single B rank drew a chorus of worship, and A ranks were rarer than hen's teeth. Everyone was capped at 10 messages per day. The trade section was empty for now. The system was simple, list items directly, 10 per person max. Time was running out. I tapped to draw a talent. A 7-colored wheel began to spin, the pointer blurring into a streak of afterimage. Suddenly, the light panel flashed red. Ding. System overload. Draw failed. Unknown error detected. Backup protocol collapsed. Unknown force intruding. My heart leapt into my throat. Was my talent about to get jammed out of existence? Boom. Golden light swallowed the entire panel. Congratulations. You have obtained the SSS rank unique talent. God of Wealth. Skill 1 universe in the sleeve. Infinite storage space. No living creatures. Can hold and move objects freely. Skill 2 fortune drawing constitution. When gathering resources, randomly trigger 2x, 5x, 10x, or even 100x critical hits. Crit loot is automatically added to your pack. Skill 3 power of the God of Wealth. For every 10,000 highway coins stored in your pack, constitution plus 1. No upper limit. I sucked in a sharp breath. Infinite inventory, 100x crits. Passively stacking constitution with no ceiling. Save up enough cash, and I'd be flat out invincible. The catch was, this talent had 0 combat power early on. I'd have to lay low and grind out my growth. Lin Yi. Lu Yao clutched a fistful of my shirt, her eyes brimming with terror. She pointed behind us. The black mist churning down the highway rolled toward us like a savage beast, less than 500 meters away. A bone-deep chill crawled over my skin. No time, get on. I yanked the electric scooter upright and swung a leg over, gripping the handlebars. Hurry, get on. Lu Yao took one look at the palm-sized rear seat, gritted her teeth, and squeezed on anyway. There was barely any space, so she had to press flush against my back, both hands fisted tight in my shirt. I cranked the throttle all the way. 5, 10, 20 kilometers per hour. The scooter shot forward. In the rearview mirror, the black tide was slowly falling behind. Crisis averted for now. I held a steady 25 kilometers per hour, the scooter's top speed. What talent did you pull? I called over my shoulder. The wind was too loud. She leaned close to my ear. A rank, mirror shadow step. I can short teleport to dodge in combat, and split off a clone to distract enemies. My starting stats are Constitution 11, Spirit 10. Right now I can only teleport twice within a short window. Should scale up as I level. Constitution 11. Higher than a normal grown man's. Made sense. Back in college, she'd been vice captain of the Sonda Club and competed in the National Inter-University Tournament. Pair that with a teleport talent, and it was like giving a tiger wings. Leave a clone behind to bait the enemy, then blink to. A knife in the back. You wouldn't even know how you died. Before I figured out the rules, having a teammate who could actually fight would double my survival odds. What about you? She shot back. S-rank talent. Super storage. I made up a name on the spot. In a survival world, showing all your cards is suicide. Even with someone I knew, I kept my real SSS rank hidden, along with the core stuff, critical hit, and the Constitution boost. Those two letters, S rank, sent a flash of shock through her eyes. She'd figured A rank was already rare. She drew in a deep breath. So what now? Keep driving. Find supplies. 10 minutes in, a beat-up wooden crate, about half a meter square, appeared in the middle of the road. I slammed the brakes, and Lu Yao thudded into my back. Why the sudden stop? Crate up ahead. I walked over and flipped the lid. Inside, 2 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, a small plastic jug. Obtained. Purified water 500 milliliters times 2, rye bread times 2, universal fuel times 1. I reached out and touched it. Fortune Constitution triggered. 5x critical hit. Obtained. Purified water times 10, rye bread times 10, universal fuel times 5. My pulse jumped. 1 crate for me equaled 5 for anyone else, and that was just 5x. If it ever hit 100x, I'd be flying. Well, Lu Yao leaned in. Off to a good start. 10 waters, 10 loaves, 5 units of fuel. She froze. On the channel, most people were pulling 1 or 2 bottles of water out of a crate, tops. Split half with me, and I'll fight for you, she said, cutting straight to it. Store it with me for now. I've got the space. I turned her down. Right now, pooling supplies under one hand was the most efficient play. She didn't push it. She could read the situation. Without my bike, she wouldn't have made it through the black fog in the first place. Trouble's coming. I glanced at the dashboard. 68% battery left. Full charge only gets me 30, 40 clicks. Maybe another hour of riding, tops. After that, we're on foot. Outrun the black fog on 2 legs? Short term, sure. But for a dozen plus hours? You'd drop dead from exhaustion. I had to find a way to break this fast. Can it be upgraded? She leaned in to look at the dash. I pulled up the vehicle panel. Tier 1 shared e-bike upgrade. Steel 0/20ths. Road coins 0/100ths. 20 units of steel, 100 road coins. No idea how to get road coins, and I haven't seen any steel either. Let's move. The fog's catching up. The bike hit the road again. Before long, the pavement started cracking, loose gravel scattered everywhere. The front wheel hit a rock, and the whole frame kicked hard. Lu Yao yelped and instinctively wrapped her arms around my waist. Road's rough. Hold on tight. I didn't look back. Just as I was about to gun it, a snarl ripped out of the thick fog off to the front left, coming straight at us. The thick fog was ripped open as a monster, rotting from head to toe, black drool oozing from its mouth, lunged out, claws slashing straight at my face. The instant it stepped onto the highway, though, an invisible barrier flung it back, leaving it to shriek in fury from within the mist. The novice protection period had just saved our lives. I cranked the throttle hard, and the e-bike shot forward with a whine. The creature couldn't keep up. Lu Yao, trying not to fall off, had no choice but to lock her arms tight around my waist. To break the awkward silence, she spoke up. Hand me some supplies. I'll handle collecting steel. With one hand, she summoned her panel and tapped into the chat channel. The online count had already dropped to 99,812. In less than half an hour, over 100 people were dead. The chat was drowning in despair. Help! My car's dead and the black fog is right on my heels. Anyone got food? I'll trade a gold watch for one sip of water. She typed directly. Lu Yao, buying steel, e-bike batteries, highway coins. Paying in purified water and rye bread. Name your price via DM. The moment the message went out, the channel exploded. Trading food for steel? This has to be a whale. Probably a scammer. Where the hell would anyone get water out here? Her DMs hit 99 plus in an instant. Most were beggars or people trying to schmooze. She filtered them all out. Zhao Chong, I've got 2 units of steel. Can I trade it for a bite to eat? Lu Yao, too little. Scrape together 5 units for a piece of bread. Zhao Chong, that's highway robbery. Expressionless, she blocked him. She understood the market perfectly. Food and water were the hard currency of the early stage. They kept you alive. Upgrade materials like steel? When your stomach's empty, they're just scrap. If you don't want to trade, plenty of others will. Sun Jiangwo. Miss, I've got 5 units of steel. Forget the water, just 1 bite to eat. I've got hypoglycemia. I really can't pedal this trike another metered. Lin Yi, someone wants to trade 5 units of steel for a bite of food. Deal or no deal? She asked, her lips close to my ear. I transferred some food to her through the trade system. Even though she didn't have an inventory, traded goods could be temporarily held in system storage. As long as she didn't withdraw them, they wouldn't disappear. I glanced at the trade market. 1 loaf of bread for 5 units of steel was a fair rate. Yet very few were willing to trade. Food was, after all, a necessity. Take it, give him a loaf, and tell him, from now on, if he's got materials, sell to us first. We'll make it worth his while. She did as I said. Keep at it, I said. Push the prices down. Right now, we set the market. She didn't argue. On this highway where human lives were worth less than weeds, survival was the only law that mattered. Half an hour later, through relentless haggling and careful filtering, she'd traded 4 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water for 31 units of steel and 2 60-centimeter lengths of rebar. The steel count in my backpack shot up to 36 units, more than enough to cover the upgrade requirement. Now, just short of highway coins. How do we get highway coins? She asked, flipping through the channels. But out of 100,000 people, anyone with tradable materials had basically been bled dry. The rest were either running for their lives or waiting to die. No idea. We'll figure it out as we go. The words had barely left my mouth when a 2-story abandoned building emerged from the thick fog on the right side of the highway, hunched there like a lonely grave. The courtyard gate was long gone. Only the shattered concrete frame remained, gaping like the maw of a beast. I stopped the car. The battery bar had already turned red. Remaining power, 12%. Lu Yao climbed out and glanced at the dashboard. This car won't make it another 5 kilometers. I scanned the courtyard. Too quiet. Uncannily quiet. But we had no other choice. Stay close. I handed her a length of rebar and gripped another myself, then stepped through the gate. She followed right behind me, her A-rank mirror shadow step ready to trigger at a moment's notice. The first-floor lobby was buried under thick dust, the floor scattered with shattered dishes. A faded menu was still stuck to the wall. This used to be one of those family-run restaurants. Click. A faint sound came from the stairwell landing on the 2nd floor. I froze mid-step. Click. Again. Lu Yao pressed close to my ear and whispered rapidly. I can split off a clone. No attack power, but it shares my vision. Want me to send it up to scout? I nodded. This woman was a solid teammate. Not scared, and taking initiative on top of it. You don't worry about a teammate being weak. You worry about them being stupid. She activated mirror shadow step, and a translucent phantom peeled off from her body, drifting soundlessly up the stairs. By the time the phantom reached the 2nd floor landing, a fine sheen of sweat had broken out on her forehead. Controlling a clone burned through mental energy fast. There's a monster at the end of the hallway, she said, snapping her eyes open. Skins rotted through, holding a rusty cleaver. It spotted me. Heavy footsteps and a guttural roar erupted from upstairs. Draw it down here, I said, hoisting the rebar. You take the left, I'll take the right. When it lunges at the clone, we both strike. The phantom came flying back down the stairs, a towering dark shape charging in right behind it. An infected nearly 6 feet tall, a fat one, dressed in tattered chef's whites crusted with dried blood so dark it looked black. It swung the cleaver down at the phantom. The blade sliced through the translucent body and struck the floor, throwing up sparks as the phantom dissolved. The infected froze for a beat. Lu Yao blurred into motion. Her heel kicked off the ground, and she skimmed around to its flank on the momentum of the sprint, catching it in that split second when its old force was spent and the new hadn't yet built. She drove a vicious kick into the back of its knee. A dull crunch. The infected's massive body pitched off balance, and one knee slammed into the floor. I seized the opening, hauled the rebar overhead, and brought it down straight onto the back of its skull. Crack! It dropped. I didn't trust it to stay down. I kept swinging, hammering away until the system chime rang out. Common infected slain. Experience gain. Yins times 10 da. Lu Yao gained experience times 5. The corpse slowly dissolved, dropping a ball of light. I reached out and touched it. Lucky fortune physique triggered. 2x critical hit. Obtained. Highway coin times 2. This was my first head-on encounter with a monster from this world, and my heart was pounding. Its strength far surpassed a normal human's. Without Lu Yao drawing its attention and landing the first strike, a straight-up fight would have cost me dearly. Her combat awareness was sharp, and she coordinated well. I checked my panel. Experience 10 out of 100. Lu Yao was rubbing her aching ankle. That kick earlier had a nasty rebound, and she was still wearing high heels, purely out of necessity. She glanced at me, a hint of surprise in her eyes. This fresh-out-of-school junior hadn't so much as flinched when he caved in the monster's skull. How was his nerve this steady? She'd figured that with her A-rank talent and Sonda background, she'd take the lead in this partnership. But now it seemed this kid had something to him. No sound from upstairs, she said, looking away. I'll head up. You check the backyard. The second floor had 3 rooms. 2 were private dining rooms with plaques hanging on the doors, auspicious hall, and fortune chamber, both empty. The third was a small office. In the corner sat a metal cabinet, and in the bottom drawer I dug out a wooden box about the size of an adult's palm. The surface was carved with intricate patterns, considerably more refined than the one I'd found on the road. I flipped the lid open. A small pile of metal coins lay at the bottom. Obtained. Highway coin times 50. A dark gold light suddenly flared. Lucky fortune physique triggered. This trigger, 100x critical hit. Obtained. Highway coin times 5,000. I froze. Even my breath caught for a second. A full 5,000 highway coins. My heart hammered. This was a jackpot. Back in my gaming days, cracking open 1,000 loot boxes wouldn't have given me luck like this. Never thought I'd hit a lucky streak in a hellhole like this. Enough to upgrade my vehicle in one shot. Keeping a straight face, I swept all the coins into my inventory space and headed downstairs to the backyard. The backyard was an abandoned vegetable patch overgrown with weeds. Lu Yao was bent over, digging at something in the dirt with a length of rebar. Ground's too hard, she said, straightening up. What did you find? A few potatoes, buried pretty deep. She drove the rebar back in and pried up a clod of earth. After a few minutes of struggling, she dug out 8 potatoes total, all on the small side. Nearby I found a dozen or so chili peppers and some garlic. In the apocalypse, stuff like this was top tier. I stashed it all in my pack, and every single item triggered a double critical. I was starting to figure out the pattern of my talent. Only supplies I harvested with my own hands would crit. Anything traded to me by someone else, or dropped on the ground and picked up, didn't count, like Lu Yao's potatoes. Still, that was plenty brutal. I wasn't greedy for more. After collecting everything in the yard, the 2 of us headed back out. The beat-up shared e-scooter still sat there alone by the roadside. I pulled up the panel. Upgrade requirements. Steel 36/20ths. Road coins 5,002/100 met. I hit upgrade without hesitation. A beam of white light poured down from the sky, wrapping the whole thing up for about 10 seconds. When the light faded, a brand new black electric motorcycle stood in front of me. Streamlined body, fat tires, leather seat, with the word Yurdi stamped on the front. I stared. I'd figured 20 units of steel would maybe patch it up and swap the battery. I hadn't expected it to jump a whole class. Tier 2 vehicle, Yurti electric motorcycle. Durability, 50 top speed, 50 kilometers per hour full charge range, 120 kilometers battery, 100%. Upgrade to Tier 3, steel 16/50ths, plastic 0/20ths, road coins 4902/500. Range of 120, fully charged, top speed 50. With that kind of speed, the black fog wasn't catching me. Lu Yao stared at the new ride, dumbstruck too, her face saying she couldn't figure out where I'd scraped together the materials in so little time. Asterisk growl. Asterisk, my stomach spoke up. That last brutal fight had drained me. Checking the system, the black fog was still 15 kilometers out, at its current pace, 3+ hours before it caught up. Plenty of time. I flicked my wrist, and 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water appeared in my palm. I tossed one set to Lu Yao. She caught it clean, tore the wrapper open, but didn't dig in right away. She watched me take a bite first, watched me swallow, and only then started nibbling. Guarding against poison, I didn't bother reacting. A few bites and the bread was down my throat, chased by half a bottle of water. With something in my stomach, the ache in my limbs began to fade. I swung one leg over the bike and pulled up the chat channel, hoping to fish out something useful. Channel 18007 99 014/100 000. Just over 2 hours, and the number in the top right corner had dropped by nearly 1,000. Almost 1,000 lives, gone just like that. The chat window scrolled like crazy. Anyone got a rabies shot? A stray dog bit me, the wounds turning black. Trading 3 loaves of bread. Help! My teammates stole my water, took the car, and left me stranded on the road alone. Others were selling their dignity for supplies, posting revealing photos to fish for attention. I swiped past them fast, filtering out the noise. Panic was spreading, and teammates were nothing more than tools to be used. I turned my focus to the party up and missing person posts. Li Chong, where are you? It's me, Zhang Wei. Annie Wang. It's Sister Lu from downstairs. Did you get dumped out here too? My finger froze. The system said the placements were random, but these messages suggested otherwise. Plenty of people from the same city, even the same apartment complex, knew each other. We'd been dumped into the same channel and paired up 2 by 2. The channel showed everyone's real names and profile photos. I even caught a glimpse of a face I recognized. Lin Fei, that cocky rich kid from college, was in this channel too. Lin Fei, not bad luck. Starter vehicle's a beat-up Santana. Crappy, sure, but still beats you losers on 2 wheels. Popped open a crate and scored some bread and bottled water. Afternoon tea, boysda. A flood of envious, ass-kissing replies exploded underneath. My mind was already racing. If survivors were going to run into each other in the later stages, cliques of familiar faces would inevitably form. Early on, that mutual trust would keep them alive longer. But once supplies started drying up, those little cliques would turn into xenophobic scavenger packs, and any lone player or well-stocked duo they came across would get jumped without a second thought. On this road, people were scarier than monsters. I closed the player finder and kept scrolling. A boastful post caught my eye. Zhanghu, haha. This game's a joke. I racked up 5 highway coins and 1 unit of scrap cloth. You losers getting chased around by the black fog, take notes. A string of eager questions followed. How'd you pull off the kills, boss? Zhanghu, easy. There's an invisible safety barrier along the edge of the fog on both sides of the highway. Lure a tier, 1 infected up to the barrier, it can't cross, and you just poke it to death through the barrier with a spear. Free kills, get it? I stared at the screen, fingers tapping lightly on the handlebar. Camp the edge of the safe zone, exploit the monster's aggro and the barrier, kill without taking a scratch. I thought back to that infected on the highway earlier, the one that got knocked flying by the invisible barrier. At the time, I'd been too busy running for my life and trading blows to put it together. With a long-handled weapon, I could stand on the road and pick off the monsters in the fog like sitting ducks. Each tier, 1 infected dropped 5 highway coins, 5 times what a regular infected gave. A full day of cheesing spawns, plus my crit rate, and highway coins would be the least of my worries. Lu Yao had seen Zhanghu's post too. She glanced at the rebar in my hand, still slick with black blood. Back at the diner, I'd caved in monster skulls without so much as a blink, and now, hearing about this cheap shot method, something hungry flickered in her eyes. Her red on me shifted again. Next one we run into, We try it, I said flatly. We'll need a longer weapon, she said, cutting straight to the point. The rebar's too short, hard to control the range, easy to get clawed. Materials first. I pulled up the tier. 3 requirements. Still 34 units of steel and 20 units of plastic short. Highway coins I had almost 5,000 of, no shortage there. Besides, as everyone leveled up, the currency was bound to depreciate. I opened the trading marketplace. Prices were set by individual sellers, and food was already through the roof and still climbing. A loaf of bread was 80 coins, a bottle of water 100, every listing more absurd than the last. Steel and plastic, on the other hand, were dirt cheap. Actual trade prices ran around 10 coins per unit of steel. Most of it was barter, and I didn't have much food to spare. No way I was trading it away. I bought up every material listed under 10 coins, and even then only scraped together 15 units of steel and 5 units of plastic. So I just posted a buy order. Linyi, buying steel and plastic, 10 road coins per unit, DM me. The channel instantly went nuts. Wild Boss spotted. People can't even afford to eat, and this guy's publicly buying up supplies. He upgrading his vehicle? Is he insane? 10 coins a unit of steel. I hacked 2 infected to death just to get 2 coins. You guys are already out there grinding mobs? My old man's still pedaling a rickshaw back home. Hasn't even seen what a road coin looks like. DM notifications started blowing up. Chinfei, bro, I've got 5 units of steel. Trade for a mouthful of water? Forget the coins. I'm dying of thirst here. Linyi, road coins only. No water. Water and food were the real hard currency. Every drop I could hold on to, I would. The other guy went quiet for a few seconds. Fine. 5 units of steel, 50 coins. Acquired, steel times 5. Lu Chong, I've got 10 units of plastic. Flat 200 coins, not a coin less. This one was fishing for my ceiling. I typed back, 100 coins. Take it or leave it. Black fog's about to catch up to you. You planning to take the plastic to the grave? Lu Chong, deal. Acquired, plastic times 10. 5 minutes, 350 coins spent. 51 units of steel, 20 units of plastic. Exactly enough for tier 3. Lu Yao watched me work through the whole thing with practiced ease, and it was obvious she'd figured out what I was up to, which only made her more stunned. Just upgraded to tier 2 and now going straight for tier 3? That was well over 1,000 coins combined. And he was already done? She'd been tagging along the whole time helping me gather supplies, and the more she watched, the less she could read me. I pulled up the panel. Consume steel times 50, plastic times 20, road coins times 500 to upgrade to tier 3. I hit confirm. White light poured down from the sky again, the pressure crushing, swallowing the electric scooter whole. This time the light was way brighter than before. The shockwave kicked up gravel that pinged and cracked against the courtyard wall. Lu Yao threw an arm up to shield her forehead, her hair whipping wildly. 10 seconds later, the light snapped inward and vanished. A blocky, boxy pink Wuling Hongguang Mini sat quietly on the gravel path. The paint job had that cheap, glossy shine. A cartoon cat face printed on the side panel, and 2 pink cat ears perched on the roof, wildly out of place on an apocalyptic highway. I stared at the thing, utterly speechless. System, are you kidding me? This is a rolling bullseye. Tier 3 vehicle. Wuling Hongguang Mini, Cutie Pet Edition. Durability, 150 top speed. 100 kilometers per hour full charge range. 200 kilometers battery, 100%. Upgrade to Tier 4. Steel 0 100ths, plastic 0 20ths, leather 0 tenths, fine grade refined iron 0 20ths, road coins. Speed doubled, range doubled, and most importantly, sheet metal on all 4 sides with a roof overhead. It had gone from meat wrapped around iron to iron wrapped around meat. Even if it rained knives outside, we wouldn't be eating dust or getting blasted by wind anymore. Lu Yao stood frozen 2 steps away. Was this guy using some kind of cheat? Her mind raced. Less than 3 hours since they'd met, and the materials she'd personally helped scavenge barely covered a Tier 2 upgrade. But Tier 3 needed 50 units of steel, 20 units of plastic, and 500 coins. People in the channel were killing each other over a few coins. Where the hell did he get hundreds? Was that rundown restaurant hiding a vault? The rules clearly stated supplies were pure luck, and no luck in the world could crank out drops like this all at once. She stared at my back. Asterisk, this underclassman is definitely sitting on some big secret. something that lets him bypass the rules and stack resources fast. On a road where life is cheap as grass, sticking with someone like this multiplies your odds of surviving. Asterisk. I didn't bother with whatever she was thinking. My attention was locked on the Tier 4 requirements. Steel and plastic were easy enough, and leather would drop from killing a few beasts. But what the hell was fine-grade refined iron? I searched the trade channel for fine-grade refined iron. After spinning for half a minute, red text popped up. No matching trade listings currently available. Out of 100,000 people in the channel, not a single drop. Either the rate was brutally low, or you had to venture way further out to find it. Looked like Tier 4 was off the table for now. I was about to close out when a freshly refreshed listing jumped up. Sneakers, 100 highway coins grade. Fine trait. Auto-adjusts to any foot size. I glanced at Lu Yao's feet. Those high heels had their heels chewed up in the earlier fight, and when she'd kicked that fat infected, her ankle had clearly taken a hit. She was standing at a slight tilt right now. This woman was solid firepower, an A-rank talent, mirror shadow step, plus a Sonda fighting foundation. She could take some of the pressure off me. But fighting in heels was a disaster waiting to happen. She couldn't run fast either, and she'd drag me down. I needed to get her a pair of shoes. Plenty of sellers on the market pushing shoes. Cheap, sure, but sizing was obviously off. The seller's name was Wang Dachui. I hit him up directly. Lin Yi, 50 coins. Deal or no deal? Wang Dachui, big bro. 50 my ass. A bottle of water's going for 100 right now. This is fine grade. I leaned against the car door. Lin Yi, the trait's useless. Aside from adjusting to foot size, it's no different from regular shoes. 50, take it or leave it. I'll buy elsewhere. Sent it and closed the chat window. 3 seconds later, notification chimes exploded. Wang Dachui, wait. Bro, my bad. 50 it is. Trading right now. Highway coins deducted times 50. Acquired. Fine grade sneakers times 1 pair. Thwop. I dropped the shoes in front of Lu Yao. Put them on. You're driving. I turned, pulled open the passenger door, and slid in. Reaching over to the console, I added her to the teammate slot, an option that only unlocked at Tier 3. Outsiders couldn't get in without the owner's permission. Not unless the owner was dead. Lu Yao was still staring blankly at the shoes. She'd seen them listed on the channel, a full 100 coins. At this stage, killing regular infected, you'd need to drop 100 of them just to scrape that together. In this apocalypse, people were slaughtering each other over half a bottle of water, and yet this man had handed her something that could save her life without a second thought. She didn't do the whole modest routine. No wasted words. She kicked off the heels that were slowing her down and slipped on the running shoes. They auto-adjusted to her size, and the moment her feet hit the gravel, a solid, grounded feeling ran through her whole body. The ache in her ankles eased by more than half. With these shoes on, her mobility and combat power would jump at least 30%. This man was betting on her fighting ability. A long-term investment. The corner of her mouth twitched up. She'd repay this favor in the battles ahead. She strode over to the driver's seat and turned the key. The Tier 3 cabin was noticeably roomier now, no longer cramped. The motor hummed low, and the car tore off down the gravel road. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the man beside her. Since the moment he'd gotten in, he'd been studying the system. Every ounce of his attention focused on gathering intel and reading the situation. No complaints, no confusion. That absolute rationality and focus put her at ease a little. The road was rough, so she pulled her attention back and drove with care. The highway was riddled with potholes, not like an earthquake had done it, more like some enormous creature had trampled across it. I propped my chin on one hand, brow slightly furrowed. On the map, the red representing the black mist was still creeping forward. Even with the vehicle upgraded to Tier 3, already miles ahead of most survivors, the sense of danger in my chest hadn't eased at all. The system had spelled it out. 3 days from now, the newbie protection period would end. The moment the barrier dropped, the monsters on both sides would come pouring onto the highway. These scattered infected right now were just the appetizer. Once I ran into a high-tier monster horde, this tin can on wheels wouldn't hold up to more than a few good bites. If I wanted to live, I needed to power up like a madman. Grinding monsters for XP was way too slow. But maybe there was another way, money power. I opened my inventory. 3,852 highway coins still on hand. Right now, in a channel of 100,000 people, Anyone who could drop a few hundred coins at once counted as top-tier elite. Nearly 4,000 coins was enough to make me a god in this game. What couldn't I buy with that? I flipped back to the trade channel. Prices were warping in a sick, twisted way. It had been 4 hours since everyone got dropped into this world. Sun blazing overhead, temperatures spiking to 95 degrees, hunger and thirst, and sunburn wringing every last drop out of them. For a single mouthful of water or bite of food, people were putting up everything they had. Luxury watches, limited edition handbags, designer jewelry. Things once worth a fortune were being dumped like trash. A watch that used to cost tens of thousands was now listed for less than a loaf of bread. Even steel and plastic were. Prices were in free fall. The lowest had dropped to 9 coins a bottle. Stock up now, and I'd make a killing later. I let out a sigh. First things first, I needed something that would actually boost my combat power. I searched gear, and a flood of weapon icons poured onto the screen, dizzying. I filtered by quality. At the top sat a fine-grade weapon. Refined steel spear grade. Fine attack. 35 durability. 100/100. Trait. Armor piercing. Ignores 20% of armor and constitution bonuses. Inflicts bleeding laceration damage over time. Price. 800 highway coins. I scanned the whole market. Common weapons only gave a bonus of 5 to 10 attack, and the piece of rebar in my hands didn't even have stats. This trait was flat out broken, an absolute top-tier item. Any survivor with half a brain would bankrupt themselves to get it. This kind of price only showed up during the early days, when coin value was at its peak. Once everyone leveled up, 10 or 100 times that offer wouldn't be enough to buy it back. Whoever was selling had to be desperate for a quick sale. What was there to think about? Even a second of hesitation was an insult to the weapon. I didn't bother haggling, afraid the seller might back out, and hit buy right away. Transaction successful. 800 highway coins deducted, and a refined steel spear appeared in my bag. I breathed out. Right after that came a fine-grade shotgun, 50 attack, 650 highway coins, loaded with 3 shells. Not much ammo, but enough to save your life when it counted. I didn't hesitate. Bought it on the spot. At this stage, weapons that translated straight into combat power were the only real guarantee of survival. There were plenty of polearms in the trade zone, but even the common ones were priced through the roof. The cheapest, a rusty iron spear, was going for 120. Ever since the camp the safe zone and farm mobs tricks spread through the channels, polearms had become hot commodities, wildly overpriced. With a refined steel spear and a shotgun already in hand, I backed out without a second thought. I opened the daily supplies tab. The whole screen was flooded with fire sale deals. Lighters for 10 coins. Stainless steel pots for 10 coins. High-end down jackets for 10 coins. A mink coat in near-perfect condition went for just 15. Back in the old world, that alone would have cost tens of thousands. I swept it all up. Over a dozen premium garments and household items went into my bag, and the total came to less than 200 coins. It was pushing 100 degrees outside the car, but this wasteland followed no rules. Who was to say tomorrow wouldn't bring a blizzard sealing off the mountains? If a hard freeze hit, these clothes nobody wanted would be lifesavers. I checked my balance. Weapons and odds and ends had cost me 1,650. I still had over 2,000 left, more than I could burn through. Batteries and fuel were at sky-high prices. No need to stockpile now. If I ran low on power, I could just trade for it using all-purpose fuel oil. I switched back to the main screen. A 500 milliliters bottle of purified water had already been driven up to 140 coins, snapped up the second it hit the market. The channels were full of whales. Who the hell jacked water up to 140? Somebody go grab it already. I'm literally about to die of dehydration. Someone give me a sip of water, please. I'll trade my wife's gold necklace for one mouthful of water. I'm begging you. I still had 6 bottles of water in my pack. Not a single drop was going anywhere. In a hellhole like this, survival was the only truth that mattered. A few desperate pleas weren't going to soften me up. The rest of my money would just sit there doing nothing. Might as well scoop up some bargains. Steel and plastic had already dropped below 9 credits per unit. I swept up every listing priced at 8, then posted in the channel. Buying steel and plastic. 8 credits per unit. First come, first served. The channel went dead silent. Everyone knew upgrade materials were important, but at this point, just staying alive was a stretch. Who had the luxury of thinking about vehicle upgrades? A second later, private message notifications started exploding. I turned on keyword filters. Anything below 8 credits popped up automatically. Within 5 minutes, my inventory was going wild. Acquired, steel times 220. Acquired, plastic times 60. An eye-catching message jumped up in my trade log. Wang Meng. Bro, leave some room to breathe. You're sweeping up all the cheap materials, trying to corner the market? I've got 10 units of steel, market price, 15 credits apiece. Let's be friends. I didn't even bother reading it twice. Straight to the block list. The one thing this world was never short of was self-important idiots. Another one. Lee C. 2 units of leather. Boss, can you trade half a loaf of bread for them? I'm starving to death. Leather. A must-have for Tier 4 vehicle upgrades. I replied, no bread. 20 credits for 2 units. Sell or not? Boss, we had to kill a Tier 1 wild dog to get these. 30 credits for 2 pieces, please. Non-negotiable. 20 da. No reply. I didn't push. 20 credits could still get him half a loaf of bread if he ran to another vendor, but he couldn't afford to wait. 10 seconds later. Deal. Acquired, leather times 2. I burned through most of my highway credits and settled back into my seat, satisfied. In the early game, converting credits into strategic supplies was the smart play. Once everyone started grinding monsters and credit production ramped up, the currency was bound to plummet. That's when it'd be time to use supplies to harvest credits. I closed my eyes to rest. Little did I know, my little shopping spree had already blown up the entire channel. Beside a beat-up pickup truck, Zhang Hu slammed a bare palm down on the hood. He'd just finished sweet-talking and strong-arming a deal, 700 credits for a refined steel spear. To scrape together the money, he'd fire-sold his regular spear, all his upgrade materials, even a mink coat worth tens of thousands, dumped at 15 credits apiece. Then he went to contact the seller, only to be told the spear had already been snatched up by someone else. He shelled out 50 credits to pry the buyer's name out of the middleman, Lin Yi. And what really made him lose it, when he checked the transaction records, the mink coat and steel he'd sold off at rock-bottom prices had all been bought up by this same Lin Yi. He roared into the channel. Zhang, Tiger, Lin Yi, you better pray I don't run into you on the highway. No one paid him any attention. Everyone was fixated on those 2 massive transactions. Is this dude insane? An 800 credit spear and a 650 credit shotgun, gone in a blink. Who the hell is this whale? I can't even scrape together 140 for drinking water, and someone's dropping thousands on weapons like it's nothing. The pink car jolted forward over the scorching gravel road, the black mist on either side growing more agitated by the second. Suddenly, a savage roar tore through the air. Stop the car, I ordered. Lu Yao slammed on the brakes, the tires dragging out 2 long streaks. About 10 meters ahead, right at the edge of the mist, a dark figure was prowling. A Tier 1 infected, a full size larger than that fat one from before. Its skin was ashen gray, muscles bulging, fingernails as long as its fingers and glinting with a cold sheen. It spotted our car and came charging, roaring, each step landing with a heavy, muffled tremor. I stepped out. A flash of white light, and the refined steel spear materialized in my hand. The thing had to weigh over 30 pounds. Even with my above-average physique, it felt heavy, but that heft was reassuring. Lu Yao froze the moment she got out. She'd been glancing at the channel while driving and had seen the buzz about the sky-high price spear. Never in a million years did she think I was the one who bought it. When my left hand produced the shotgun that had made headlines just the same, she was completely dumbfounded. Weren't we just teammates trying to survive together? When did he turn into some big spending whale? The instant the infected barreled into the safe zone, I gripped the spear with both hands, drove power from my hips, and the spear became a streak of silver lightning that punched clean through its chest. A flick of the wrist yanked it free, spraying black blood, and I reversed the motion to drive a diagonal thrust through its throat. In under 5 seconds, the towering thing crashed to the ground. Let's go. I stowed the spear and got back in. The car moved in stops and starts, and we killed another one. Black blood dripped from the spear tip onto the gravel. I gave my arm a shake, breathing lightly. Tier 1 infected slain. Experience plus 20. Fortune Constitution triggered. 10x critical this drop. Obtained. Highway coin times 50, plastic times 10, cloth scrap times 20. That made for already. My experience was up to 90, and something inside my body was faintly beginning to shift. The longer Lu Yao watched, the more shaken she became. On the first kill, I'd still looked a little rough around the edges. By the fourth, I was reading the monster's rhythm perfectly, angling every thrust with pinpoint precision, every strike lethal, not a wasted motion. As a Sanda expert herself, her standards were sky-high, but even she had to admit it. This man was a born combat prodigy. I slid back into the passenger seat and put the spear away. Keep driving. The car rolled on. The gray mist gradually took on a dull, rust-red tint, and the reek of blood grew thicker. Slow down. Lu Yao eased off the throttle, letting the car coast. A fork in the road appeared up ahead. A road came in from the right and merged with ours. At the junction, a squat factory building rose up abruptly out of the wasteland. Its outer walls were mottled, crawling with dark red vines, and rust bled down from the sheet metal roof. The whole place looked sinister as hell. The front gate stood half open, pitch black inside, like a gaping maw. My eyes didn't linger on the gate. Instead, they locked onto the open patch of ground to its right, where a dust-caked, scratched-up old Santana was parked. The tire tracks were still crisp, not yet coated with dust. Whoever it was had clearly pulled in not long ago. Someone got here before us. Lu Yao stopped the car and stared at the Santana. Still going in? This was the first time since we'd arrived in this world that we'd run into another survivor's vehicle. The channel had zero intel on this factory. Unknown meant extremely dangerous. I leaned back against the seat, tapping the car door with my fingers as I thought. Go in and we'd definitely bump into whoever was ahead of us. Anyone with the guts to poke around a building like this right now was no saint. Friendly? They'd still turn on us in a heartbeat over supplies. Hostile? Getting ambushed in a dim, complicated interior like that, the odds were stacked against me. But walking away, this factory was clearly a lot bigger than that rundown building from before, and there was a good chance it was hiding high-tier loot crates. Sure, backing off was safer, but in a world that ate people alive, safe just meant waiting to die. If someone else grabbed the resources, they'd only get stronger than us, and we were sharing the same damn road. Fall behind once, and you fall behind forever. I stopped tapping. Drive on in. Slowly, the car glided silently toward the gate. The gravel underfoot gave way to chunks of construction debris and rusted scrap iron. The Santana was wedged between two piles of discarded rebar, leaving only a gap barely wide enough to squeeze through sideways. No wonder the owner had left it outside. The entrance was choked with waist-high industrial trash. A car couldn't get in there if it tried. I stopped 10 meters from the Santana, pushed open the door, and got out. Lu Yao slid out after me, hefting that heavy length of threaded rebar. We didn't touch the Santana. Per the system's rules, you couldn't open a car door without the owner's consent unless you smashed your way in, and the second you did, the owner would get an alert. Tipping off your target was a cardinal sin. But leaving our car here wasn't an option either. If something went sideways and we had to bolt, we'd waste precious time weaving through the debris, and a pink car was basically a walking bullseye. I stepped around to the front of my car and pressed my palm against the hood. Talent Pocket Dimension activated. Whoosh. The entire car vanished into thin air, didn't even stir up a breath of wind. All that was left were a few flattened tire imprints on the ground. Lu Yao froze. We'd already talked about our talents, but watching him actually pack a whole car into a pocket space was still a shock. A spatial talent like this in the apocalypse, finding, storing, hauling supplies, was basically god tier. She gripped the rebar tighter, and it hit her. Stick with a guy like this, and as long as she didn't get thrown away. Her survival odds were 100 times higher than anyone else's. She had to prove her worth. The two of us skirted around the rebar and stopped in front of the half-open gate. Outside it was pushing 100 degrees, but a cold draft was sliding down our collars right there at the door. Beneath the smell of rust drifted something else, a faint, indescribable rotten stench. The factory was unnaturally quiet. If the people who'd gotten here before us were scavenging for supplies, they should have been making some kind of noise. Instead, I could hear every breath Lu Yao took. Before stepping in, I handed her the shotgun. 3 shells. Might save your life when it counts. She took it and tucked the length of rebar behind her belt. I flipped my wrist, and the 2-meter refined steel spear leveled in front of me, point aimed into the dark. With this weapon, taking on 2 Stage 1 infected head-on wouldn't be a problem. Combined with Lu Yao's mirror shadow step, which could send out a decoy to scout ahead, and the shotgun's ranged firepower, we had both offense and defense covered. I gave her a slight lift of the chin. She caught it immediately, gripped the shotgun one-handed, and her body swayed faintly. A-rank talent mirror shadow step activated. A translucent silhouette peeled away from her body, its outline identical to hers in every detail. She closed her eyes and split her perception into the decoy. The phantom stepped soundlessly over the threshold and melted into the gloom. I leaned against the sheet metal wall by the door, spear held one-handed on guard. In the early game, this non-corporeal scouting technique was practically god-tier. No need to gamble with your life to test the waters. The only catch was her level was too low, and her mental reserves couldn't stretch it very far. 5 meters. 8. 10. Lu Yao's eyes snapped open. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and a few loose strands of hair clung to her cheek. That's my limit. She wiped the sweat away, panting. Whole place is full of scrapped machine casings and junk. You can tell somebody walked in that way, but there's no sign of a fight. I glanced at her. Her mental drain had been too heavy. Even standing, she looked unsteady. If I sent her deeper and we ran into real trouble, she wouldn't have the strength left to run. Pull it back. Stay close to me. I stepped over the threshold and into the darkness. Abandoning the scouting to preserve our combat strength was the rational call. Lu Yao cut the technique. The phantom dissolved, and she pressed in tight behind my shoulder. There were several large holes torn in the roof panels overhead, but sunlight was choked off by drifting dust and floating tufts of fiber. Visibility was under 6 meters. The floor was a mess of broken gears, shattered glass, and plastic drums that had once held chemical reagents. I moved slowly, using the spear tip to probe ahead, flicking aside torn rags and pushing wires out of the way. The rank smell grew stronger. It wasn't the sour, decaying reek of the infected. It was something more primitive, more feral, an earthy musk like the den of some large reptile. Threaded through it was the fresh copper tang of blood. Very fresh, only just spilled. I stopped and pressed my left hand back behind me. Lu Yao froze instantly, even softening her breathing. Ahead of us was an open patch of floor. The dust had been swept aside by something massive being dragged across it, leaving a clear trail almost a meter wide. Marks. Beside the drag marks lay a men's leather shoe caked in blood, the blood still wet. A grown man, dragged off like he weighed nothing. No scuff marks, no signs of struggle around him. Whatever was in this factory, it sure as hell wasn't one of those slow-moving stage, one infected outside. We stayed close and kept pushing deeper. The blood trail thickened. A few scattered drops became wide arcs of spatter. A pale strip of viscera dangled from a rusted lathe, bloody water dripping steadily from it. A warm droplet splashed onto the gravel just ahead of me, blooming into a dark red flower. Drip, another drop. My head snapped up. 15 feet up, clinging to a load-bearing steel girder, was a massive black shape. Gray-brown scales gleamed with a cold sheen. Thick limbs locked onto the beam, claws gouging deep furrows into the rusted steel. A huge triangular head, a forked crimson tongue flicking out from a mouth bristling with fangs, licking blood from around its lips. Clamped in its jaws was half a human body still wearing a jacket, entrails and blood spilling down. Drip. Those slit pupils were locked dead on us. Back, I barked, driving my legs and hurling myself backward. Lu Yao sprang back almost at the same instant. Thud. The mangled half-corpse hit the ground exactly where I'd been standing. Then a rush of wind. The black shape plunged from above. Boom! The floor shook, gravel exploding in every direction. A giant lizard, more than 13 feet long, now blocked our retreat, its bulk nearly filling the aisle between the two rows of machinery. One sweep of its thick tail slammed into a nearby lathe and crumpled the outer casing like tin. Our way out was sealed off. I steadied myself, spear gripped in both hands, eyes fixed on it. The giant lizard flattened its body low, a nerve-grating hiss rising from its throat, the crimson tongue darting in and out. Lu Yao pressed her back to a lathe, both hands on the pistol, knuckles bone-white. 3 bullets left, she couldn't afford to waste one. 13 feet of animal, wrapped in heavy keratin scales. That tail had just caved in a steel lathe. Hit a person with it, and there'd be nothing left but pulp. The lizard's slit pupils flicked back and forth between us, picking a target. The tongue slid back into its mouth. It moved. For thick legs slammed against the floor, and its whole body came at me at a speed that had no business belonging to something that size, gravel bouncing under the impact. I'd been ready. I threw myself to the right, sliding along the edge of a scrapped milling machine. The lizard's head grazed my shoulder and rammed into the machine, shoving the entire thing back half a meter with a screeching wail of tortured metal. Fast. Way too fast. This thing and the leg-dragging stage ones out on the highway weren't even the same species. Its strength and mass steamrolled anything I could bring. Its physical stats had to be nearly double mine. My mind raced. Going toe-to-toe was out of the question. Even if the spearhead was sharp enough, I didn't have the raw power to punch it through that. The scales layered 2 fingers thick, no different from natural plate armor. But when it rolled over, a small patch of pale, soft flesh had shown on its belly. That was probably the way in. I scanned the terrain. The aisle between the 2 rows of machine tools was less than 3 meters wide, and the giant lizard nearly filled the entire passage. But the gaps between individual machines were wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. Its size was actually a weakness. Sisiao. I backed away to open up distance, dropping my voice. Split up. I'll bait it. You circle around the side and hit the belly. Lu Yao didn't waste breath. She dropped low and slipped through a gap between 2 machines on the left. The lizard's vertical pupils tracked her for a second, but I didn't give it a chance. The butt of my spear slammed down hard onto the iron plating on the floor with a thunderous clang. Over here. The lizard's attention snapped back instantly. Its triangular head whipped toward me, its hissing spiking sharply, and its 4 limbs coiled to launch again. I spun and ran, not fleeing, but leading. I hugged the edges of the machines at full speed, every step placed with precision. Left foot pushing off, body cutting right, threading through a narrow gap between a drill press and a grinder. Behind me came a massive crash. The lizard's shoulders had wedged between 2 machines, its limbs clawing frantically at the floor, talons striking sparks off the concrete. But it was too strong. With a sharp crack, the base of one machine buckled sideways, and it forced its way through the gap by brute force. I cursed under my breath. I'd expected that gap to hold it for at least 3 seconds. In reality, it hadn't even lasted a second and a half. This thing's raw strength was far beyond what I'd imagined. The lizard's tail swept in horizontally. No time to dodge. I could only bring my steel spear across my chest and kick off the ground, leaping backward to bleed off some of the force. Bam! The savage impact hammered into the shaft. The refined steel bent into a visible arc on the spot. I flew back like a kite with a snapped string, my back slamming hard into a lathe. A hot, coppery taste flooded my mouth. I turned my head and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, staggering before I managed to catch my balance. A tearing, dull pain ripped through my chest. Even if my ribs weren't broken, they were definitely cracked. The lizard closed in, jaws splitting open in a mass of fangs, a thick rotten stench blasting into my face. Venomous saliva. The system's notification had warned about that trait. A gob of it dripped to the floor, and the concrete surface immediately began smoking, hissing white. I twisted aside from the bite, driving my spear tip up from below, aiming for the seam where its neck met the front limb. It sank in, but less than 3 centimeters before the tip struck a harder keratin layer beneath the scales and refused to go any further. I yanked the spear back and retreated at once. Roaring in furious pain, the lizard whipped its head, nearly tearing the spear from my hands. A head-on kill was impossible, but head-on had never been the plan. I only had to do one thing: nail its attention to me and keep it there. Lu Yao had already circled around to its rear left, crouched in the shadow of a grinding machine with the shotgun braced against her shoulder. But from that angle, all she could see was the thick armor on its back. She held her fire. 3 shells, and not one could be wasted. She was waiting for a clean shot at the belly. Another tail sweep caught me. This time I didn't try to block it. I hit the ground and rolled, sliding right under its belly. In that split second of tumbling, I saw it, the white underside, half a meter above my head. I drove the steel spear up sideways. The tip bit into soft flesh, but the thing reacted with terrifying speed. It sucked in its belly and twisted, and I only tore open a gash less than 10 centimeters long. Scalding blood splattered across my face. The wound was too shallow. That spear thrust drove it into a rage. Its four limbs coiled and launched its entire body onto the biggest machine tool beside us, a violent roar tearing out of its throat. Roar! The heavy machine buckled under its weight, the iron frame groaning. From above, its vertical slit pupils locked every ounce of killing intent onto me. But it had made a mistake. The moment it leapt onto the machine, its belly was left completely exposed from another direction. That was the instant Lu Yao had been waiting for. Her talent activated. Her figure vanished on the spot, and the next second she reappeared directly beneath the giant lizard, muzzle almost pressed against that patch of white flesh. Boom. First shot. At point-blank range, the buckshot poured straight into the belly, tearing open a bloody hole the size of a rice bowl. Chunks of flesh and blood spewed out. The giant lizard shrieked and thrashed wildly. Lu Yao didn't fall back. In the split second it was writhing, her figure flickered, an afterimage appeared on the right, but her real body had already shifted to the left. The lizard fixed on the afterimage for a fraction of a second. That was enough. Boom. Second shot, landing right next to the first. The two holes merged into one, a whole slab of belly flesh peeling away, dark red viscera faintly visible beneath. The giant lizard tumbled off the machine tool. For meters of body slammed to the ground, kicking up dust. Its limbs clawed frantically at the floor, trying to right itself, but the gutted belly made every movement slow and clumsy. I was already charging in. The searing pain in my ribs was crushed down to the very bottom of my awareness. I raised the steel spear high and aimed at its upturned lower jaw. No scales there, just a thin layer of skin and flesh. Thrust. The spear tip punched up through the jaw, ran through the mouth, and burst out the top of the head. Its body seized rigid. I didn't stop. I yanked the spear free, drove the second thrust into the torn wound in its belly, twisted, pulled out, thrust again. Every strike was precise and merciless. The giant lizard's limbs twitched a few times. Its thick tail slapped weakly against the ground twice, and then it went still. A white orb of light dropped out of the corpse, noticeably larger than any of the tier one infected I'd killed before. The system's notification tone rang in my mind. Kill the tier 1 mutated giant lizard. EXP plus 30. Level up, tier 0, tier 1. Constitution plus 5, spirit plus 2. I braced myself on the spear and slowly rose to my feet. A warm current spread out from my heart into my limbs. The exhaustion of battle drained away in seconds, and even the searing pain in my ribs dulled sharply. The energy was actively mending my body. Even the scrapes on my arms had already scabbed over. So leveling up came with perks like this. I pulled up my status panel right away. Name, Lin Yi. Talent, SSS rank, God of Wealth. Level, Tier 1, 2200ths. HP, 180 Constitution, 18 Spirit, 12. Status, lightly wounded. Power Surge 120s, all attributes plus 2. Vehicle, Tier 3 Wuling Mini, bound. My Constitution had shot up by a huge margin, on top of the temporary buff from leveling. I rolled my shoulders and stretched my arms. The sense of strength was on a whole different level than before. If I ran into that giant lizard again now, I was confident I could take it down solo. Advancing a tier really was a qualitative leap. I reached out and touched the massive orb of light. The orb burst apart. Critical hit triggered. 10x rewards. Obtained. Highway coins times 200. Obtained. Good grade giant lizard meat times 50. Obtained. Good grade beast hide times 10. 200 highway coins, a solid jump in savings. On top of that, 50 units of giant lizard meat, 1 kilogram per unit. That pretty much settled the food problem. The lizard's corpse began dissolving from the tip of its tail, breaking down into flecks of light that dispersed into the air. Once it was gone, all that remained was the sharp stench of blood and the heavy smell of damp earth. Lu Yao slumped against the base of a scrap machine tool, chest heaving, drenched in sweat. Her rolling dodges earlier had shredded the cuffs of her pants in several spots and coated her in dust, yet she still stood ramrod straight, radiating a sharp, unyielding edge. The woman had guts, and that decisiveness in combat was even rarer. You leveled up? She panted, catching the shift in the pressure I gave off. Even my wounds looked like they'd healed. Yeah, Tier 1. I flicked the leftover blood off the spear tip. Lu Yao's grip tightened on the wooden stock of her hunting rifle. Only a few hours into their arrival on the highway, and while everyone else was risking their lives over a mouthful of clean water, too scared to even face a Tier 1 infected head-on, I'd already killed a mutated giant lizard and completed my tier advancement. Her eyes said it all. I'm sticking to this guy no matter what. After a brief moment to catch our breath, the two of us started sweeping the factory floor. Rounding a few massive machine tools, I spotted a soft white glow in the corner, a bronze resource crate tinged with green. I strode over and flipped the lid open. Prosperity Constitution triggered. 2x critical this time. Obtained. Good grade vehicle enhancement blueprint times 2. Obtained. Table salt times 2. Obtained. Fragmentation grenade times 2. Jackpot. I pulled up the blueprint. Vehicle enhancement blueprint. Fine grade. Single-use blueprint. Requires no additional materials. Can be applied directly to any vehicle below level 5. Enhancement without material cost. This was hands down the kind of item that would let me pull ahead of everyone else in the early game. I stashed the supplies and turned my attention to the abandoned machine tools around me. The equipment was bolted to the ground with anchor bolts, locked down tight. No way to pry them loose by hand, and no way to fit a whole unit into my inventory. All I could do was use my spear to lever off a few loose sheets of black iron plating and sweep up whatever usable scrap lumber I found lying around the workshop. Once inside my space, this junk automatically broke down into base materials, one unit at a time, then sorted itself and displayed the counts. A critical proc landed me 12 units of steel and a full 200 units of wood. I had no clue what the wood was good for, but the space was infinite. Might as well not leave empty-handed. Let's move. Outside the workshop, the heat slammed back into my face. The old Santana was still wedged between two piles of scrap rebar. I laid my hand on the rusted door handle. Unclaimed vehicle detected. Rebind ownership? I pulled up its stats. Battered Santana Tier 1 durability 35 to 100 fuel 0.2 units top speed 80 km per hour. Repair cost, steel times 20, road coins times 200. Upgrade to Tier 2, steel times 100, plastic times 20, road coins times 2000. I did the math. I already had a brand new Tier 3 Wuling Mini. Sinking resources into fixing a busted Tier 1 was a pure waste. Still, it wouldn't be bad as a backup, and I did have 5 units of universal fuel to spare. Sleeve dimension, activate the whoosh. The entire Santana vanished into thin air. I picked my way back through the scrap heaps to the road, willed the thought, and the pink Wuling Mini dropped neatly onto the asphalt. I motioned for Liu Yao to wait a second, opened the panel, and selected vehicle enhancement. The screen listed each component: glass, tires, engine, battery, chassis. Each could be enhanced individually, or the whole vehicle could be upgraded as a set. Refined iron was still a mystery. No idea where to farm it, so burning a blueprint straight up was the best play. But I only had 2 blueprints, and every single part was screaming for an upgrade. It was killing me. Save the good steel for the blade's edge. The road was crawling with monsters. There were even nightmare mutants like that giant lizard out there, and that flimsy pink shell would fall apart the second anything laid a claw on it. Chassis armor was non-negotiable. I selected the chassis, then added the glass into the bundle. A protective mesh layered onto the glass meant that even if it shattered, I wouldn't get shredded by whatever reached through. The trade-off was a 10% cut to range and top speed. Acceptable. Confirm enhancement. Consuming enhancement blueprint times 1 focus. Impact resistance. White light wrapped around the entire car, and the frame let out the groan of stretching metal. The flimsy. A thick layer of dark gray iron plating rapidly coated the paint job, reinforced with anti-collision steel bars around the sides, while sturdy wire mesh was fitted over the windows and windshield. Shell strength plus 100%, durability plus 100%, weight plus 200 kilograms, speed and range minus 10%. The little old folks buggy had instantly transformed into an industrial, rough-styled armored vehicle, the kind that made you feel genuinely safe. 1 blueprint left. I scanned through the modules and finally stopped on the battery. Range is the lifeblood of an EV. Without power, even the toughest armor is just an iron coffin. I tapped into the battery branch, and several options popped up: capacity expansion, energy-saving optimization, solar panels. In this hellish weather, It was already over 100 degrees Fahrenheit outside at just past 2 in the afternoon, the sun scorching enough to melt a person alive. Sunlight was free energy, right there for the taking. I selected solar panels alone. Could recover 20 to 40 kilometers of range per hour. I hit the simulation preview. 2 massive black slabs snapped out from either side of the roof. Absurd wind resistance aside, they'd get wedged on any narrow road. And against monsters, those panels would be sitting ducks. One flick of a giant lizard's tail, and they'd be shredded. Scrap that. I switched to the composite upgrade, sacrificed some conversion efficiency in exchange for greater battery capacity, and reshaped the solar panels while I was at it. Under strong sunlight, I'd recover 15 kilometers per hour, plenty, and the form factor would be far less conspicuous. Confirm. Consumed enhancement blueprint times one direction, battery expansion plus solar charging. The white light enveloped the car again, and the iron plating on the roof subtly reorganized. A 1.5 square meter blast-resistant solar panel in deep, dark tones lay flush across the roof, meshing seamlessly with the anti-collision framework, no protrusions at all. Its surface shimmered with a faint blue sheen, greedily drinking in the blazing sun. Added 1.5 square meters solar panel, recovers 10 to 20 km/h. Battery capacity increased to 300 kilometers. I pulled up the vehicle panel. Tier 3 vehicle, Wuling Hongguang Mini, Pet Cute Edition. Durability, 300 top speed, 90 kilometers per hour. Full charge range, 300 kilometers, current, 200 kilometers. Weight, 1,020 kilograms, shell reinforcement F grade, battery reinforcement F grade. Upgrade to Tier 4, steel 0/100ths, plastic 0/20ths, leather 0/10ths, fine iron, good grade, 0/20ths, road coins 3902/2000. 300 kilometers of range, with the ability to recharge anywhere, anytime. Against a black fog advancing at 10 kilometers per hour, as long as I didn't run into days of overcast rain, I could basically kiss range anxiety goodbye. Defense had doubled, too. I let out a long, heavy breath. Lu Yao stood a few steps away, staring dumbstruck at the drastically altered car. It had gone from a toy commuter to a rolling little fortress. Her hand drifted to the shotgun at her hip. She understood her situation perfectly well, if it weren't for the. Without a gun, she couldn't even make it out of the factory door. Sticking with me would more than double her odds of survival. Stop spacing out. Get in. I pulled the door open. She snapped out of it, hurried around to the driver's side, and slid in. I dropped into the passenger seat. The doors thumped shut, sealing out the scorching heat wave. I hit the center console button, and the AC kicked on, cold air flooding the cabin. A Tier 3 vehicle's cooling system was top-notch. In under a minute, the temperature had dropped. Lu Yao shivered, let out a long sigh, and sank back against the seat. This feels amazing, but is running the AC really okay with the battery like this? She still sounded worried. In the apocalypse, energy meant life. Draining your charge just to stay cool was as good as suicide. Run it all you want. I shifted in my seat. There's a solar panel on the roof. The stronger the sun, the faster it charges. Right now we're getting cooked out there. It's pulling in about 20 kilometers worth of range per hour. The AC doesn't even burn through what it's putting in. That was the real trump card of this little car. Try that in a gas-guzzling off-roader. Who'd dare crank the AC in weather like this? Every press of the pedal was burning through your lifeline. And driving through the wasteland without AC in this heat? Heat stroke was the best-case scenario. Lu Yao didn't push it further. She gripped the wheel. Keep heading straight. I dropped my seat all the way back and stretched out flat. The cool air stripped away the sweat and the stink of blood clinging to me. Yeah, take it slow. Watch the road. I'm gonna rest for a bit. Back-to-back fights and a surge of stat gains. My body needed time to process it all. The Wuling Mini hummed to life without a sound and rolled back onto the highway. I lay there without sleeping, tapping open the regional channel. It was a horror show. Help! There are rats the size of calves in the abandoned rest stop. My buddy just got torn apart. Stay away from the wasteland village. Mutant wolf pack. 3 of us went in, and I'm the only one who made it out. Car's out of gas too. That beat-up blue pickup up ahead is full of psychos. They stole my water and broke my leg. So hot. Anyone got water? I'll trade blueprints for it. The black fog's catching up. I can't run anymore, Som. The last message cut off mid-word. The user's avatar went gray in an instant. I twisted the cap off a half-full bottle of water and chugged it. Inside the car, the AC held steady at 20 degrees. Outside, the survivors were baking in 40-plus degree heat, too scared to even floor the gas, stabbing each other in the back over a single mouthful of water. I swiped away the wall of SOS messages and opened the system menu in the upper right. A little over 4 hours until nightfall. Dark should hit around 7. The highway got a lot nastier at night. I had to put as much distance as possible between us and the black fog behind us before the sun went down. Speed up. I adjusted the backrest. Keep it around 40, 50. Watch the road. Lu Yao nodded. Her right foot pressed gently on the accelerator and the car steadily. Speed up. Past the factory, the road was surprisingly clear. No potholes, no debris. I was Tier 1 now, kit with fine-grade gear. Steamrolling Tier 1 infected wasn't a problem. But Lu Yao was still Tier 0. In a two-person squad, both members had to pull their weight. I wasn't carrying dead weight. I opened the trading hall and searched for weapons. Fine-grade iron sword, 1,500 highway coins. Only 25 attack, way worse than my steel spear, and no bonus stats. Not worth it. Wooden spear, 260 highway coins, over 2 meters long. For open ground skirmishing, it beat that rebar she'd been swinging by a mile. That'd do. Purchase. 260 coins deducted. The spear materialized in my inventory. Pull over. 30 meters ahead, 2 Tier 1 infected were dragging themselves toward the shoulder. We stepped out. A wave of heat hit us. I tossed the wooden spear to Lu Yao. Take it. I'll take point. You look for openings and pin them down. Don't get greedy. If your first strike misses, back off immediately. As long as I got the finishing blow, I'd trigger the fortune crit drop. As long as she was in the fight, the system would split the XP. Lu Yao caught the spear, knotted the hem of her shirt to cinch her waist, and dropped into a crouch. Knees bent, weight low. One look told me she knew what she was doing. The two infected shambled closer, their ashen bodies swaying. I moved to meet them, sweeping the steel spear in a wide arc that slammed into the left one's knee. A sharp crack of bone. It lost balance and pitched forward. Left. Lu Yao burst into motion. Her wooden spear punched cleanly through the downed creature's shoulder, pinning it to the dirt. I spun to handle the one on the right, twisting past a swipe of its claws and driving my steel spear straight through its throat. Lu Yao yanked her spear free and cracked it backhanded across the infected skull. It went limp. I stepped in and put 2 more spear thrusts into it. Fuck, fuck. Both went silent. 2 puffs of white light burst out, loot. I swept it into my pack. We were back in the car in under 2 minutes. Keep driving. From there we moved in fits and starts. Any stray or small cluster of 2 or 3, we got out and cleaned up. Lu Yao got sharper by the minute, and her nerve was something else. More than once, claws grazed her cheek, and instead of pulling back, she stepped in, riding the opening to plant her spear in a joint. Real combat, blade licking blood, was waking up the fighter in her fast. 3 hours in, an abandoned gas station appeared on the roadside. Before we could even get close, 2 dark shapes shot out, Tier 1 mutated feral dogs, each the size of a calf. Their bodies were riddled with pus-swollen boils, and they moved fast. They locked onto the car, growling low, coiled to spring. Lu Yao slammed on the brakes. I shoved the door open. We fanned out left and right to meet them. The one on the left launched itself, going straight for Lu Yao's throat. Ropes of saliva flung to the ground. The pavement hissed and smoked. Highly corrosive. Lu Yao activated her talent, Mirror Step. Her body flickered on the spot, leaving an afterimage where she'd been standing, while her reel. She slid half a meter sideways. The wild dog crunched down on empty afterimage and slammed into the ground. Lu Yao gripped her spear with both hands and, twisting from the waist, drove it savagely into the dog's soft belly. Blood sprayed. The beast howled and thrashed. I parried the attack from the dog on the right, catching the scene from the corner of my eye. The real-world effect of an A-rank talent really was something. Pulling my attention back, I punched my steel spear straight through my dog's skull, yanked it free, spun around, and finished off the one still writhing on the ground with a jab to the gut. Done. Balls of light burst open. Critical hit. 10x reward. Obtained. Highway coins times 100. Obtained. Leather times 10. The other one triggered a 5x crit. The gas station was small. I finished sweeping it in 5 minutes, pocketing 10 units of universal fuel and cracking open a bronze resource crate on top of that. 5x crit, netting me 25 units of universal battery and 50 bottles of water. 1 unit of battery got a vehicle 100 kilometers. 25 units meant 2,500 kilometers. Short term, energy was the last of my worries. I couldn't help grinning. On the other side, the white light on Lu Yao sank into her body. She'd successfully advanced to Tier 1. She stared down at her hands, clenched a fist experimentally, and her knuckles cracked. Constitution 15, Spirit 12. That kind of strength was already miles beyond anything Lu Yao had ever known. Quit spacing out. It'll be dark soon. Get in. I dropped straight into the passenger seat. Lu Yao started the car, and the highway blurred away behind us. The sky was dimming fast, less than half an hour until nightfall. The black mist on either side of the road grew more sinister by the minute, and behind us, the fog surged forward like some enormous beast in pursuit. I glanced at the system, 90 kilometers to the black mist. Sounded far, but driving an abandoned highway at night was a straight-up death wish. Along the way, I'd noticed that aside from the resource crate we'd found on the road at the start, everything else was tucked away in buildings off the highway, and every single one of those places crawled with monsters. At night, with visibility shot, going in was suicide. The countdown hit 0. Night fell. The Wuling Mini sat parked in the middle of the highway like a lone island. Endless darkness surged in from all directions. Teeth-grinding shrieks came from the black mist on either side, but eerily enough, not a single thing dared set foot on the asphalt. Newbie protection, so it really did work. I confirmed we were safe for the moment. Driving at night was basically a death sentence anyway, and besides, I was hungry. The giant lizard meat in my pack was still raw and dripping blood. No way I was eating that uncooked, not in a place like this. Out. Let's get some food going. I pushed the door open and a wave of cold air hit me. The 40-degree daytime heat was long gone. The night wind actually carried a chill. I pulled some wood from my inventory, stacked it into a cone, then splashed a bit of universal fuel at the base. One flick of the lighter, and orange flames leapt up, casting a warm pool of light beside the car. Lu Yao climbed out of the car too, dragging over 2 flat rocks to use as stools. The firelight softened her face. Gone was the sharp edge she'd had during the day, replaced by something gentler. I pulled out a big chunk of monitor lizard meat. 1 unit weighed a full 2 pounds. Firm, no gamey smell. Exactly the same as when I'd first stored it. So the space kept things fresh too. A nice surprise. I sliced it up with my fruit knife, propped the pieces over the top of the fire, and set 2 bottles of mineral water beside the flames to warm. The meat started sizzling almost immediately, grease popping, the rich aroma spreading through the night air. Lu Yao swallowed. Clumsily copying me, she buried 2 potatoes in the coals. I didn't say anything, just whittled 2 pairs of makeshift chopsticks and handed her one. Her cool fingertips brushed mine as she took them. The meat came off crisp outside, tender inside. I sprinkled on a pinch of salt, picked up a piece, and popped it into my mouth. Flavor exploded across my tongue, warm juices sliding down my throat. My fullness and stamina both bounced back fast. Damn, that hit the spot. Just 200 grams in, and I was already more than half full. Good grade meat really did pack different energy. I casually opened the system channel. The regional channel, which had started with 100,000 people, was down to just over 80,000. Day 1, and it was already a chorus of wailing. Help! I'm trapped in a service area bathroom by 3 infected. Car flipped into a ditch, my legs broken. Somebody please save us. Isn't there supposed to be a newbie protection period? Why are there monsters on the highway? Read the announcement, dumbass. Monsters can't cross onto the road from the sides, but abandoned buildings count as being on the road, and they'll still eat you alive. The rules only kept out the monsters flanking the highway. Way too many people had already died inside the abandoned buildings. Lu Yao saw it too. She bit into her potato, face pale. If she hadn't been with me, she'd almost certainly be part of that wailing crowd right now. I took a sip of warm water. Didn't post anything, didn't gloat. Watching her nibble away in these dainty little bites caught me off guard. Normally, she came off like such a tough career woman. Finish up and go crash. I'll take first watch and wake you for the second half. She murmured an acknowledgement, finished eating, and climbed back into the car. She'd been driving and fighting all day, She was wiped. I turned back to the trading market. Day 1, and food, fuel, and weapons were the hottest items. A 250-gram loaf of bread, 80 coins. 100 grams of regular grilled meat, 100 coins. Good grade grilled meat, 200 coins. Basic weapons had shot up to 300, and universal fuel and batteries were going for 500 coins per unit. Materials, meanwhile, had crashed. People were dumping them for 7 or 8 coins a unit. Everyone knew the roadside buildings held supplies and resource crates, but hardly anyone dared go in. Monsters lived there. Among those who did dare, some guy named Zhang who had teamed up with 2 thugs to kill a mutant sheep, scoring 2 units of regular meat. He'd posted a photo of the grilled meat. He posted it in the channel to show off, and it sparked a wave of envy and flattery. Seizing the moment, he started recruiting people into the Brother Who Survivors Alliance. Before crossing over, he'd been nothing more than a small-time thug running protection at some joint, but now he had former big shots begging on their knees for a bite of food. His vanity was hitting the roof. None of that interested me. Zhang who could work the crowd with a measly 2 units of meat rations. If they saw the 49 units of good-grade giant lizard meat in my space, the chat lobby would flat out explode. Team up? Take on underlings? In the apocalypse, one idiot could drag a whole team into the fire pit. Once my strength dominated this whole area, the smart ones would come to me on their own. Showing my hand now would only draw a pack of starving wolves. I closed the channel and took inventory. Highway coins, 1,280. Materials, steel 250, wood 200, plastic 80, leather 17, good grade beast hide 10. Energy, universal fuel 15, universal battery 25. Cloth scraps, 150. These dropped every time I killed an infected. No clue what they were good for, but since my space had no limit, I'd hang on to them. Food, water 56 bottles, good grade giant lizard meat 49 units, bread 2 loaves. Weapons, fragmentation grenade times 2, good grade refined steel spear times 1. In the apocalypse, strength was everything. Only by getting stronger could I secure supplies faster and build a virtuous cycle. I tossed a few more pieces of wood onto the fire, pulled out 5 basin-sized slabs of lizard meat, and used my spear to slice them along the grain into 100-gram portions, setting them by the flames to roast slow. As the fat started to sizzle and the aroma spread, I fished out the top-tier prize from the silver chest, edible salt, pinched a small bit, and sprinkled it over the meat. The salt melted into the grease, making the scent even more irresistible. I still had 2 packs of salt left. Couldn't waste a single grain. Just a hint of saltiness was enough. Plenty of people were selling meat on the market, but not a single one could offer salt roasted. That was my killer selling point. I pulled up the trade channel and posted my listing. Selling salt roasted good grade giant lizard meat, 200 highway coins per 100 grams. Get 'em while they last. I put up 50 portions in one go. The moment the message dropped, the channel went dead silent for a full second. Then red text started scrolling like crazy. Holy crap. Good grade, and with salt. Boss Linyi, you are my god. Pricey, sure, but I haven't eaten in a whole day, snagged one. Stamina recovery after eating this is insane. I'm rolling with you from now on. The hype was 10 times what Zhang who had pulled off earlier. The private message alerts wouldn't stop pinging. People begging to be taken in, sob stories, some cursing me out for being a greedy bastard. I muted every last one and kept turning the meat over on the fire. All that flattery and trash talk didn't mean half as much as the highway coins piling up in my account. Meanwhile, Zhang who stared at his own charred hunk of mutton, then at the channel where everyone was singing Lin Ye's praises, and was so furious he kicked the tire. Fucking Lin Ye again. Stole my weapons, stole my mink coat, and now he's stealing my thunder. When I get my hands on that bastard, I'll skin him alive. In the Alliance chat he'd just put together, all the ass-kissers had gone silent. They were off snatching up my barbecue. On a beat-up tricycle, a young man in cracked glasses stared desperately at the trading panel, a half-piece of moldy biscuit clenched in his hand that he couldn't force down. He'd been running all day, stamina drained to the bone, and the black fog behind him was closing in. Salted grilled meat cost 200 coins. He had 50. Gritting his teeth, he threw all 10 units of plastic and 20 units of steel he'd risked his life to scavenge onto the exchange, slashing the price again and again, just to move it fast. He'd meant to save them for upgrading the tricycle, but that was a luxury now. Surviving the night came first. People like him were everywhere on the highway tonight. For one bite of salted grilled meat that could restore stamina, everyone was frantically dumping basic materials. Supply and demand flipped in an instant. The materials market went into full collapse. I sat by the fire, mind racing. Materials pouring in, prices crashing. Now was the moment to sweep the market at rock bottom. For the next 2+ hours, I barely stopped. I burned through 40 units of meat, sold 400 servings of grilled meat, and single-handedly drove down the price on the market's already scarce good-tier grilled meat. Everyone else's meat was flavorless, while mine carried that killer touch of salt. Anyone who's done manual labor gets it. Salt is a necessity for keeping your body going. I pulled up the panel. Highway coins. 81,280. Over 80,000. Raised in an orphanage. Dirt poor my whole life. My heart skipped a beat. Instant fortune. I flipped straight to the marketplace. To scrape together enough for a single bite of my grilled meat, countless people were selling the shirts off their backs. Plastic 6 coins. Steel 7 coins. Leather 8 coins. Screen after screen of dirt sheet materials. I set the filter. Max unit price 10 coins. Confirm. Low price listings flooded the screen. 10 pages, 20 pages, 50 pages. Fingers tapping nonstop. Purchase, successful purchase, successful purchase, successful. The notification pop-ups blurred into one continuous streak. The 8-coin listings vanished. Then the 9-coin ones disappeared, sweeping all the way up to 10 coins. Deducted 41,020 highway coins. Acquired. Leather times 850, steel times 2, 620, plastic times 1, 580. Total basic supplies broke 5,000 units. Balance 40,060. Someone tried to cancel their listing, only to get an item already sold pop up in their face. The channel exploded again. Who the hell is sweeping the market? I already dropped my pants ready to upgrade, and you pull this shit? Materials shot up to 14. I'm rolling in it. Zhang, who glared at the empty low-price section, cursing up a storm. He'd just cashed in a bit hoping to grab cheap materials to upgrade his junker pickup. All gone. Material prices climbed to 15, then 16, and were still going up. Momentum's on my side. My average buy-in was only 8 coins. Selling now doubles my money, and I've got over 100,000 sitting in my account. My grin's practically crooked. Still, I have to watch out for the speculators hitting back. There are more than 80,000 people in the channel, and someone's always in a rush to level up. My plan is to bleed the stock out slowly. It's not like I've got anything better to do tonight. Who would have thought? Back on Blue Star, I never had the cash to play the stock market, and here I am in another world, cornering road coins instead. I follow the market price, listing 100 units at a time. They sell out fast. There are speculators out there too, watching for cheap stock to hoard. So I dump another 1,000 units on the market in one go. A huge order by any survivor's standards, enough to hold the price down for a while. My move is simple. Sweep up everything under 16 coins and force the people who have to level up, who don't have time to wait, to buy from me. The logic's straightforward. With enough capital, you control prices, and everyone else works for you. Day 1 in the survival world, and thanks to a talent-boosted critical hit and a nose for the market, I've briefly cornered the entire materials market. It isn't until 11:30 p.m., when trading thins out, that I finally pull back and put away whatever I haven't sold. 4+ hours of buying low and selling high. Only 1 or 2 coins of profit per unit. But the materials in my space haven't shrunk, they've doubled. My account went from just over 40,000 to road coins, 80,100. I let out a long breath. Man, hard-earned money, every coin of it. I exit the trading interface. With a thought, I activate my talent, Power of the God of Wealth, wrapping every last road coin into it, and dump 8 points into Constitution in one shot. A wave of heat pumps out from my heart, washing through every limb and organ. My muscles don't visibly swell, but the explosive power inside them multiplies, and my bones crackle faintly. Name, Lin Yi. Talent, SSS rank God of Wealth. Vehicle, Wuling MINI. Level, Tier 1, 172 hundredths. HP, 260 Constitution, 26 Spirit, 12. Status, Spirit Exhilarated, Spirit +2. An ordinary person starts at Constitution 10. I'm at more than double that now. I bend down and grab the 2-meter, 30-plus gene, refined steel spear with one hand. The weight of 30 gene vanishes on contact. Hefting, it feels no different from picking up a hollow plastic pipe. I close the panel and open my private messages. The red 99 plus badge stings. All of it is garbage. People cursing me out for being a heartless bloodsucker, others sending photos begging to be my sugar baby. I swipe them all away. I glance over at Lu Yao in the car. That profile is a work of art. The stuff in my inbox is an eyesore. At the very bottom, one message with an image attached catches my eye. Sender, Wang Lei. Big bro Linyi, you buying this? I open the picture. Weapon equipment enhancer. Fine grade can enhance fine grade and lower weapons and equipment. Good stuff. An item that could raise a weapon's cap. Absolute scarcity. I typed, how much? Wang Lei fired back instantly. Boss, this thing's a lifesaver. 5,000 highway coins. Highway robbery. He really thought I was some fat sheep waiting to be sheared. I closed the chat window without another word and tossed a log onto the fire. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. At the abandoned service area, Wang Lei stared at the dead-silent chat, sweating bullets. Beside him, a few of his teammates, eyes green with hunger, urged him to just keep the thing for himself. Shut up. Right now, besides Lin Yi, who else can cough up that kind of coin? Wang Lei couldn't hold out. He started spamming messages like a madman. Boss, you still there? The price is negotiable. 3,000. Can't go any lower. I've got a whole crew waiting on their next meal. I replied, unhurried. How much does a good tier weapon even cost? This is just an enhancer, and it only works on stuff below good tier. 2 barrels of universal fuel. Take it or let it rot in your hands. Universal fuel was the hard currency for vehicle upgrades and daily consumption. Brutally hard to come by at this stage. Without fuel, a vehicle was just scrap metal. I had extras I couldn't use anyway, so this was a fair trade. 2 barrels is way too little. For at least. One of my brothers got hurt getting this thing. 3 barrels. Come on, boss, cut me some slack. Haggling and playing the sob card. I shut the chat window again. The more you engage with people like this, the pushier they got. Let him sweat. 3 minutes later, Wang Lei cracked. A trade request came through, practically trembling. Wang Lei requests trade. Weapon enhancer, good tier, for universal fuel ×2. Tap accept. The 2 barrels vanished, and in my hand appeared a palm-sized silver metal cube, its surface etched with intricate patterns. I pulled up the system. An enhance button had appeared on the weapon interface. I tapped it. The silver block dissolved into white light, threading along the grain of the spear. The dull steel took on a cold, silvery gleam, and the tip stretched an inch longer, sharper than before. Enhancement successful. Fine steel spear, good tier +1. Attack, 39, plus 10%. Further enhancement possible. Next success rate, 90%. I gripped the shaft one-handed. My arm snapped taut, and the spear shot forward, cutting the air with a keen whistle before punching cleanly into a basketball-sized rock beside me. Crack. The rock split into pieces, shards flying everywhere. A flick of my wrist, and the spear traced an arc through the air before settling at my side. Not a single nick on the blade. Sharp as ever. I waved my hand, and the fine steel spear vanished into thin air, tucked away into my infinite space. I settled back into the driver's seat of the Wuling Mini, door half open. Outside, the bonfire still burned, wood crackling and popping. With my constitution boosted, my senses had grown razor-sharp. The rustle of insects crawling through the grass 50 meters away, the thick, viscous sound of monsters swallowing deep within the black mist. All of it came through crystal clear. 2 days left on the newbie protection. For these 2 days, monsters couldn't step onto the highway, but the moment that rule expired, whatever lurked in the black fog would tear apart everything on the road. Before that happened, I had to upgrade my car to an absolutely safe tier. I pulled up the stats panel. Level, Tier 1, 162 hundredths. 40 more experience points, and I'd hit Tier 2. I clenched my fist. Just one step away. At the stroke of midnight, I turned my head. The passenger seat was reclined flat, and Lu Yao was curled up on it. Her white blouse soaked through with cold sweat. Her brow was knotted tight, her legs kicking restlessly. No. She jerked upright, hands clawing at the air. I raised 2 fingers and caught her wrist. Her pulse was racing, her skin ice cold. Only after she registered my eyes did the terror slowly drain out of hers. She slumped back into the seat, gasping for breath. I let go, my tone flat. It's 12. Your shift's over. She'd adapted pretty well, all things considered. She'd come from an era of peace, after all. Facing down blood-drenched monsters without breaking was already saying something. Okay. Her voice was dry. We switched places. The one on watch took the driver's seat. That way if something showed up we couldn't beat, we could floor it and go. Anything happens, wake me. Don't try to tough it out. I adjusted the backrest and closed my eyes. My breathing evened out fast. 5 a.m. The sky at the horizon had turned grayish-white. My eyes opened right on cue. In the old days, sleeping in this position for 5 hours would have left me stiff as a board. Now, 5 hours of light sleep, and I was fully rested. Lu Yao was still on watch, her face drawn. She managed a forced smile. Morning. With those bags under your eyes, you could walk into a zoo for free. She blinked, caught off guard that I'd cracked a joke. Cold as it was, it took some of the tension out of her. I pulled out a piece of grilled meat, still steaming, and passed it over. Eat. That's still hot. Her eyes went wide. She took a huge bite, and after a few swallows, most of the exhaustion melted off her face. Get some rest. I'll drive. I slid back into the driver's seat and opened the panel. Advanced speed, 10 kilometers per hour. Distance to black fog behind, 15 kilometers. The regional channel was down to a little over 50,000 people. Even with newbie protection, this many had already died. I was grateful for the choice I'd made. The headlights cut through the morning mist, and the little Wuling fortress rolled out. Less than 5 kilometers in, a three-way intersection came up ahead. A wrecked 7-seater van lay across the middle of the road, and 2 massive black shadows were perched on top of it. I slammed the brake. The tires dragged 2 black streaks across the gravel. 2 mutated apes, bodies covered in coarse black fur, standing over 2 meters tall on their hind legs, claws over 10 centimeters long and curved sharp as hooks. That 1-ton-plus van. The side of the van was caved in, stamped with 2 massive handprints. They could drag a 1-ton hunk of iron across the road to block traffic. Their strength had to be at least 500 pounds, leagues beyond yesterday's feral dogs. They knew how to set up roadblocks too, which meant they had intelligence. Both sides of the highway were nothing but jagged rubble. Ramming through would be suicide. And the black fog behind us was only 15 kilometers back. No retreat. Our only option was to punch straight through them. Get out. I drew my refined steel spear. Lu Yao didn't waste breath. She gripped her wooden spear and clambered out the passenger side. The moment our feet hit the ground, I activated my talent, Pocket Cosmos. A flash of white light, and the van vanished into my storage space. No matter how upgraded it was, 2 hits from a monster like this, and it would be totaled. The vehicle was our lifeline. It couldn't afford damage. The 2 apes perched on the roof saw their metal prey vanish and let out roars so deafening the gravel around them scattered sideways. The one on the left kicked off with its hind legs. The van's roof crumpled with a boom as its massive body launched into the air, hurtling straight at me. The one on the right dropped to all fours and charged Lu Yao. They even knew to split up. Keep the right one busy. Don't try to fight it head on. I sprinted straight at the airborne beast. Its palm came whistling down through the air, faster than yesterday's giant lizard. But in my eyes it moved several times slower. I sidestepped, and the palm grazed past my shoulder, slamming into the ground and gouging out a crater. A clean hit would have crushed a man's skull. While it was still recovering, I flipped my wrist. The spear turned into a streak of silver, punching cleanly into its throat. SSSHK. The tip drove straight through its neck. Blood gushed out. Gripping the shaft with both hands, I twisted my waist and hurled it sideways. 30-plus pounds of spear combined with my 26-point constitution flung the beast's massive body half a meter into the air, then smashed it into the pile of rubble. It twitched twice and went still. One-shot kill. On the other side, Lu Yao squared off against the second ape with her wooden spear. It pounced with terrifying speed. She activated Mirror Step, leaving an afterimage where she'd stood while her real body slipped to the side, but her thrust only sliced a shallow cut. The ape shattered the afterimage with a swat and whirled around in fury. She could only flicker aside again. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of my fight. A single spear thrust through the throat, a 2-meter-tall monster flung through the air. Her hands trembled on her spear. Yesterday, it had taken everything the two of them had, and even then only the shotgun had brought down the giant lizard. These apes were no weaker than that lizard, and yet in his hands one couldn't even last a single exchange. This man had grown this strong without her even realizing it. The surviving ape saw its partner dead and pounded its chest in a frenzy, abandoning Lu Yao to lunge at me. Lu Yao seized the opening and drove her wooden spear hard into its thigh, sinking it 3 inches deep. The ape flinched from the pain, its motion faltering. I yanked my spear free and lunged forward. With the beast off balance, I angled my spear upward from below, driving it in through the lower jaw and clean out the top of its skull. The second ape crashed to the ground. On top of the two corpses, a pale white light rose up. Killed tier, 1 mutant ape times 1, EXP plus 20. Level up, tier 2, 10 400ths. Constitution plus 5, spirit plus 2. Critical hit triggered, 5x and 10x rewards. Obtained, highway coins 300, quality grade mutant beast meat 25, tough beast hide 15. A wave of heat surged through my body. My constitution shot up to a ridiculous 31 points. I could hear pebbles rolling across the sand dozens of meters away, crystal clear. Before I could savor the sensation, a razor-thin whistle sliced through the air, the shriek of metal tearing atmosphere. The hairs on my arms stood on end. 3 pitch-black crossbow bolts, 1 aimed at my throat, 2 streaking toward my chest. I snapped my neck sideways and dropped my shoulder. 1 bolt grazed my carotid artery, drawing a thin line of blood. I rolled forward with the motion, catching myself on one hand. The 3 bolts slammed, asterisk thud, thud, thud asterisk, into the sheet metal of the van behind me. Down the other fork of the road, a battered black sedan poked its nose out. In the passenger seat, a buzz-cut man with tattoos sleeving both arms was reloading a hand crossbow. 2 more men leaned out from the back windows on either side, each hefting a machete. "Run him down," the driver roared, flooring the gas. The car surged straight at me and Lu Yao. Lu Yao had already burned 2 A-rank talents holding off the giant ape. Her spirit was nearly drained. The shadow of the hood swallowed her in an instant, and on pure reflex, she triggered blink one more time. Bang! The bumper shattered her afterimage, and the sedan slid sideways for several meters before stopping in the middle of the road. 3 meters away, Lu Yao collapsed to the ground, head splitting, vision blacking out. 3 talent activations in such a short span had emptied her spirit. If yesterday's level up hadn't given her those 2 extra points of spirit, she'd already be dead. The 4 men shoved the doors open and climbed out. The tattooed man leveled his crossbow at Lu Yao, his eyes crawling up and down her body with a leer. "Don't move. Be a good girl." The 2 men with machetes broke into snickers. "Gee, lucky day, huh? Got ourselves some meat tonight." The 4 of them actually started chatting among themselves, not even bothering to spare me a glance. I straightened up slowly, spear in one hand. Not out of fear, out of the exhilaration of leveling up. Just now I'd sunk every ounce of perception into hunting the ape, and these hyenas skulking in the shadows had slipped through the gap. I ran my eyes over the 4 of them. Unsteady steps, ragged breathing. Aside from the tattooed one, who had a bit of foundation, the other 3 were pure thugs coasting on numbers. The moment they'd decided to kill me, they'd already become dead men. The tattooed man's gaze was locked on my spear, the tip still dripping ape blood, silver light rippling along its surface. "Hey kid, you? With that build, you took down 2 mutants? Gotta be that shiny toy of yours doing the work." He waggled the crossbow, then swung it toward Lu Yao. "If you know what's good for you, right? Toss the spear over, and hand over the beast meat too, or I'll put an arrow through her skull." Yesterday, fine-grade beast meat had gone for a sky-high price on the trade channel. These guys had been drooling ever since, which was why they decided to play the mantis stalking the cicada. Don't even think about resisting. The 4 of us are D-rank talent, minimum. He jutted his chin up. "I'm B-rank, fleet-foot, 50% speed boost. You're a strength type, right? Doesn't matter how strong you are if you can't land a hit. I'll kite you like a kid flying a paper plane." In his little mental playbook, the situation was already locked down. A strength-type meathead. Just keep your distance, string him along, and he'd never get within a mile of your coattails. The 4 of them stood facing me, less than 5 meters away. I wasn't angry. No one gets angry at what a dead man says. Tier 2, 31 points in Constitution. That didn't just mean strength, it meant a terrifying neural reaction speed. Killing these 4 pieces of trash would take 1 breath. But triggering a crossbow only took an instant too. I could dodge, Lu Yao couldn't. And this woman wasn't bad, especially with that A-rank talent. She'd be useful for my survival down the road. I couldn't let her die at the hands of this garbage. Fine. I faked a sigh, letting my shoulders drop, muscles going slack. Take the weapon. Take the meat. Just let us go. The 3 thugs burst out laughing. Brother Lei, this kid's chickening out. Tattoo Sleeve's face twitched, his eyes fixed greedily on the spear. Let you go? Sure. Kick the spear over, then hands on your head and squat by the road. I didn't hesitate. My fingers loosened. The spear clattered to the ground. A tap of my toe, and it slid across the asphalt right to his feet. Slowly, I raised my hands, bent my knees, and made as if to squat. Tattoo Sleeve roared with laughter and passed the hand crossbow to one of his goons. Hold this. Keep it on him. He so much as twitches, blow his head off. The instant the crossbow left his hand, its sights drifted off Lu Yao. Now, I exploded forward, my whole body dissolving into a blur. 5 meters vanished in a heartbeat. Tattoo Sleeve's hand had barely left the crossbow when a black shadow was already in his face. I clamped down on his right arm. How the hell are you so fast? Before he could finish, my other hand caught his jaw and wrenched. Crack. He crumpled. The system chimed with a kill notification at the same moment. The whole thing took less than a second. The goon who'd just taken the crossbow was still frozen. I drove my knee up, pulping his organs. He folded like a shrimp, flew backward 3 meters, and slammed onto the hood of a car, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The remaining 2, both holding knives, finally caught up. Their scalps went numb. Run! One of them spun and bolted for the car. My toe flicked the spear off the ground. I caught the shaft, drew back, drove from the hips, and let it fly. Thunk! Straight through the runner's back, pinning him to the road. The last thug's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, banging his head frantically against the ground. Boss, please spare me. Lei made us do it. We never wanted to kill you. My talent is extreme driving. I can be your driver, your dog, whatever you want. I walked over and pulled out my spear. I don't need a dog. I whipped the shaft around in a backhand sweep, slamming it into his temple. He collapsed in a pool of blood and stopped moving. Survivor, Tier 1 killed. EXP plus 10. Lu Yao had slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the whole scene. In less than 10 seconds, 4 living men had become 4 corpses. She turned her head and started dry heaving, not out of sympathy. She knew perfectly well they deserved it. If she'd fallen into their hands, her fate would have been worse than death. It was just that she'd come from an age of peace. She'd never even watched a chicken get slaughtered before. There was a new trace of awe in the way she looked at me. This was the first time I'd truly killed someone. This wasn't a game, it was the real world. Mercy toward your enemies is cruelty toward yourself. I took a deep breath and started sweeping the battlefield. I picked the black crossbow off the tattooed man. Heavy in the hand. Obtained. Fine steel hand crossbow, superior. Attack 30. Trait. Triple shot. Consumes 1 bolt to fire 3. Effective range 100 meters. 15 bolts left. Nice piece of gear. I stashed it in my space. Shame. Loot from killing survivors didn't count as things I'd gathered myself, so it wouldn't trigger my critical talent. I searched the other 3 bodies. Obtained. Machete, common, ×2, highway coins 150, half a bottle of mineral water. Broke bastards. For grown men, and this was all they could scrape together. No wonder they'd turned to murder and robbery. I headed for the black sedan. The system showed it was a beat-up Tier 1 manual with no modifications at all, kept running purely by that begging thug's extreme driving talent. On the back seat sat a bronze supply crate, already cracked open and repurposed as a storage box. Obtained. Plastic 10, steel 30, highway coins 120, buckwheat bread ×3. All of it into my space. Once I double-checked I hadn't missed anything, I stepped back a couple of paces, looking at the black sedan, then over at the 7-seater minivan the giant ape had crushed flat. Can't let it go to waste. I flicked my hand and activated my talent. 2 flashes of white light. and the ton-plus minivan and the black sedan were both swallowed into my space. My space was infinite anyway, might come in handy later. I turned to Lu Yao, who had just finished throwing up and was still crumpled on the ground. "Can you walk?" She snapped back to herself and pushed herself upright. "Yeah." Her voice was still a little shaky, but firm. I nodded, and with a flick of thought, the Wuling Mini materialized on the road. "Get in." One after the other, we climbed into the car. The doors slammed shut, sealing off the stench of blood outside. I stomped on the gas and kept us moving down the highway. Ahead stretched an endless expanse of pale gray morning fog. The tires ground over loose gravel, and the whole car shuddered violently. I flicked a glance at the rearview mirror. The black fog behind us was visibly rolling forward. Those thugs had cost us more than 10 minutes, and now the pressure of death was pressing against my back again. I mashed the pedal down. The speedometer wavered around 50. It wasn't that I didn't want to go faster. This wasteland highway was riddled with potholes, and one unavoidable rock of any size would flip the car. Warning: vehicle chassis under repeated impact. Vehicle durability, 295/300. TSSS. I spun the wheel one-handed, stomped the brake, and drifted the tail around a pothole half a meter wide. If my physique hadn't been enhanced, my reflexes far beyond a normal person's, and if this car hadn't been modified, an ordinary driver at this speed on this kind of road would already be a smear on the asphalt. The sun climbed higher, and through the fog I could make out the Gobi Flats on either side of the highway, with the shadows of monsters here and there in the distance. I didn't stop to farm them. Right now, time was life. Only the ones close to the roadside got a quick jab from my spear as I passed. After a stretch of driving, Lu Yao had just finished off an infected outside the car. A faint level-up glow rose around her, sweeping the exhaustion from her face. She'd finally caught up. She'd hit tier 2. She turned back toward the passenger seat. The look she gave me a complicated one, tinged with gratitude. Inside the car, I had the AC running as I checked over the morning's haul. Between scattered fights and my crit talent, the account had added another 1,000+ highway coins, on top of what I'd looted from the thugs I'd killed this morning. Current highway coins, 82,400. At this stage, that number was enough to drive any survivor mad. I'd listed the thugs' machetes on the trade market to squeeze out a bit more value, then spent 200 on 10 shotgun shells for Lu Yao. Ammo was a strategic resource. On a channel of 80,000 people, listings got snapped up the second they went live. We'd covered 180 kilometers today, and the black fog was still a good 10 hours behind. I didn't dare let up. Nights on the highway were more dangerous. If I could drive by day, I drove by day. I was still working out the distance when a massive, eerie cluster of buildings suddenly loomed up ahead. I eased onto the brake. The highway, which up until now had run dead straight, changed here. A full 5 roads snaked in from different directions across the wilderness, all converging on a small village up ahead shrouded in black fog. The sun blazed overhead, yet that village looked like something invisible had thrown a veil over it. Dim and hazy, like a beast crouched with its jaws yawning open, waiting for prey to walk right in. 5 roads meeting at one point, very likely a high-tier resource site. Odds were there was a boss. 3 vehicles were already parked at the village entrance, a beat-up striped sedan, a black senior mobility cart, and, most conspicuous of all, right in the middle, a modified. A black off-road vehicle fitted with anti-collision armor and rebar mesh welded over the windows. A handful of survivors were clustered around it, pointing and muttering at the village. The moment they heard my car pull up, a dozen pairs of eyes swung toward me in unison, wary, envious, some downright hostile. I stopped the car 10 meters from the group. A hulking man stepped out from the crowd. Black tank top, ridiculously bulked-up muscles, combat boots. His stride was steady, his stance rooted, his gaze hard. A trained fighter or ex-military. But I wasn't worried. My constitution was at 36 now, and I still had grenades stashed in my space. "Get out," I murmured, pushing the door open and stepping down, hand crossbow already gripped tight. Lu Yao followed behind with the shotgun slung across her shoulder, the two of us keeping the kind of spacing that could shift into attack or defense in a heartbeat. "Hey, brother, come on over." "What's your name?" the tall guy boomed. "I'm Lei Yong, used to serve in the army. This place gives me a bad feeling. We were just talking through a game plan." "Want it?" Linyi. 2 syllables, nothing more. I toyed with the crossbow in one hand, letting my eyes sweep the whole scene. Counting me and Lu Yao, there were 11 people total, spread out, sizing each other up. Clearly a group that had only just thrown together at this crossroads. What really made my pupils contract was the strange pair off to the far left, next to one of those little old folks' electric buggies. An old man with white hair, wearing a shabby security guard uniform, hunched on a rock with a rubber baton tucked into his belt, the tip stained with black blood. In this wasteland, a guy in his 60s or 70s who'd survived this long was already unnatural. What was even weirder was the young girl sitting on his lap. Pink and white dress, twin pigtails, a light touch of makeup on her face. My eyes dropped to the little pink leather shoes on her feet. The soles were spotless. Not a speck of dust or blood. In an apocalypse where people ate people, clean itself was a screaming red flag. The girl was pressed up against the old man, all sweet and eager to please, without a trace of the vigilance any real survivor should have. The whole picture was off in a way I couldn't quite name. To the right stood 3 young punks with dyed hair, yellow, green, and blue. Yellow hair, the ringleader, had an acne-scarred face. He wasn't tall, but his arms were corded with muscle and inked with a tiger, and he hefted a heavy fireman's axe. His bloodshot eyes were roaming greedily back and forth between the girl and Lu Yao. Among the rest was a young couple clutching each other's hands, palms slick with sweat, and a young guy with a backpack and a cloth-wrapped iron pipe who looked like some naive college student. His face lit up with excitement. Clap, clap. Lei Yong slapped his hands together, pulling everyone's attention back to him. Here's what I propose. We team up and go in together. Whoever finds supplies, everything gets pooled and split evenly by head count. I've got military training and combat experience. I'll take point and lead the charge. I'll make sure nobody gets shortchanged. The words had barely left his mouth when Yellowhair let out a cold sneer. Split evenly by head count? Big bro, your brain rusted over? Whoever grabs it, keeps it. Why the hell should stuff I risk my neck for get handed out to a bunch of losers who can't even hold a knife straight? He licked his lips, his gaze crawling over Lu Yao and a young girl. In this hellhole, trash doesn't deserve to live. Except pretty women. Stick with Big Brother here, and I'll keep you eating steak and drinking wine. Lu Yao's eyes went cold. There was a sharp click as she chambered around and started forward. I raised a hand and stopped her. Making a move now was pointless, just a waste of energy. Letting these idiots go ahead and trip the traps for us was the play that maximized our returns. I wasn't optimistic about Lei Yang's setup either. A pack of people all scheming their own angles thrown together. You'd count yourself lucky if they didn't stab you in the back. Yellowhair didn't give Lei Yang a chance to respond. He waved his crew on. Let's go? We'll get rich on our own. Leave these fools to play house. The 3 of them hefted their weapons and crossed the invisible line at the village entrance, quickly vanishing into the gloom. Over on the other side, the old security guard slowly hauled himself to his feet, pulled out his rubber baton, and gave the girl's hand a light pat with it. The 2 of them slipped down another side path along the village edge like a pair of ghosts. Let's move. I headed straight for the 3rd entrance. Brother Lin, don't be reckless. Lei Yang stepped in front of me. This village is strange, and you've got a woman with you. Going solo puts you at too much of a disadvantage. Let's team up, watch each other's backs. I looked up and met his eyes. There was nothing in mine at all. Move. Something in Lei Yang's chest jolted under that gaze, as if what stood before him wasn't a man but a beast lying in wait. He swallowed hard and quietly stepped back half a pace. Watching me walk off, he turned to the remaining 3. You stick close to me. Don't fall behind. Lu Yao and I stepped into the village, and the light was cut off in an instant. Outside, the sun blazed overhead. Inside, it was a dim, damp twilight. Great patches of plaster had peeled from the mud brick walls, and the air was thick with the stench of rot. I slowed my pace. With a constitution stat of 31, my senses had been sharpened to something inhuman. The wind sliding through broken windows sounded like a woman keening. Faint rustles betrayed mutated animals lurking behind the earthen walls, and even the footsteps of Lei Yang's group 100 meters back came through crisp and clear. Walk in my footprints. Don't touch the walls on either side, I said in a low voice. Lu Yao nodded and brought her shotgun up across her chest, her A-rank talent, mirror shadow step, primed and ready. I hooked the crossbow back onto my belt. A flick of the wrist, and a refined steel spear appeared in my palm. The chill of the metal steadied me. The crossbow had to be reloaded after every shot, and against mutants that might come swarming in packs, a spear that could sweep and thrust was the better call. The village's buildings were laid out in an eerie radial pattern. The deeper toward the center, the taller and more densely packed they grew, and from the innermost depths drifted a layer of black mist. Charging in without intel would be suicide. If I got flanked, I wouldn't even have a way out. Sweeping the outer edge was slow, but safe. I used the tip of my spear to nudge open a broken wooden door. It creaked. Inside was a mud brick tile-roofed house, with a small shed to the right topped by a chimney, probably the kitchen. Weeds choked the courtyard, and several sets of mutant animal tracks were pressed into the dirt. My ears twitched. Something was in the kitchen. I gave a hand signal and closed in without a sound. Huddled inside the earthen stove was a scrawny mutant mongrel, its body covered in oozing sores. Strange thing was, instead of being savage and bloodthirsty like it should have been, the thing was trembling. A low whimper caught in its throat, its tail jammed tight between its legs. The instant it spotted me, it lunged like a startled rat, jaws snapping from my throat. Too slow. Thunk. The spear tip flashed silver and punched clean through its neck. 2 twitches, then nothing. I yanked the spear free, flicked off the blood, and looked down at those eyes, fear still frozen in them even in death. My brow furrowed. The dog hadn't been on guard against me at all. It had been staring, dead fixed, toward the center of the village. Whatever it feared was in there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Yellow Hair strode down the main road with Blue Hair and Green Hair in tow. "Boss, where we headed?" Blue Hair hunched his shoulders, glancing around. The deeper they went, the quieter it got. Not even the sound of blowing sand. It was like the air itself had been sucked out. Yellow Hair spat and raised his fire axe, pointing it straight at the heart of the village. There, rising above the gloom, several 3-story houses of gray brick and dark tile stood out like cranes among chickens. "We're hitting the big houses inside. What's these crappy little courtyards gonna have? And that big dumb bastard wants me to hand over the loot and split it?" In his dreams. I'm a B-rank muscle enhancement talent. I can drop a tier, 1 mutant wolfhound, in 1 swing. The 3 quickened their pace, heading straight for the center, and shoved open a heavy black-lacquered wooden door. It was a 3-story building with carved lattice windows. No question a rich family's place before the apocalypse. Yellow Hair kicked open the door to the main hall. No monsters inside, just wreckage from wall to wall. Rosewood furniture toppled on its side. Antique porcelain shattered across the floor. Tear it apart. Don't miss so much as a rat hole. Half an hour later, Blue Hair came charging down from the 2nd floor, his backpack bulging. "Boss, we hit the jackpot. Just can food alone. We got over a dozen tins." Green Hair grinned too, hugging half a case of instant noodles. Yellow Hair planted 1 foot on a carved armchair, hefted his axe, and put on his best disappointed elder act. "That junk's all it takes to make you piss yourselves? Food ain't shit. The real prize is in the resource crates. Pack it up and keep pushing in. We're not leaving today until we crack open a high-grade resource crate." The 3 left the house and pressed deeper. The light grew dimmer the farther in they went, and the reek of mildew mixed with something rotten crawled up into their nostrils. Between the cracks in the flagstones, something was starting to large patches of dried, dark red bloodstains. Rounding a shadowy bend, a massive, oppressive structure loomed into view. An ancient ancestral hall, pitch black all over, as though built from some light-devouring material. Above the gateway hung a plaque, gold characters on a black field, for words just barely legible. Jiang Family Ancestral Hall. The stone lions that had once guarded the entrance on either side had been smashed into rubble by some tremendous force. The main doors gaped open, and beyond them lay a darkness that swallowed everything. A gust of cold, foul wind rolled out from within, thick with the stench of rotting corpses. "B-Boss, something's off about this place." Blue Hair shuddered, teeth clattering, and took half a step back. "We've got enough stuff in our packs to last a few days. Why don't we just bail?" Smack. Yellow Hair whipped a backhand across the back of his skull. "You spineless little bitch. Fortune favors the bold and starves the timid. The creepier the joint, the sweeter the loot. Did you forget we're all Talon awakened?" What the hell is there to be scared of? Blue Hair clutched his head and didn't dare say another word. He knew perfectly well that if he split from Yellow Hair's crew, he wouldn't survive a single day. Green Hair gritted his teeth and gripped his machete tighter to muster some courage. Yeah, let's score big. The three of them steeled themselves and stepped over the threshold. The interior of the hall was enormous. Thick red lacquered pillars ran along the walls, their paint flaking off in patches that looked like scabs of dried blood. Suddenly, Blue Hair jabbed a finger at the ceiling and let out a shriek. Ah, look up there. They're all coffins. Yellow Hair and Green Hair jerked their heads up. From the towering crossbeams of the front hall, more than a dozen black lacquered coffins hung on thick iron chains, packed row upon row, the chains groaning and creaking in the cold draft. Deeper in lay a moss-covered courtyard, and at its center a massive incense burner brimmed with a dark red congealed substance, like clotted blood. Passing through the main chamber with its eerie couplets carved on either side, they came at last to the ancestral shrine at the very back. It sat several steps higher than the rest, and the offering altar was crowded with hundreds of black wooden spirit tablets. The names on them were too faint to make out, but with so many dead souls packed into that stifling space, the pressure felt like countless dead eyes fixed on the intruders. Holy shit, a resource crate! Green Hair suddenly cried out. Right in the center of the altar, nestled among the spirit tablets, sat a box giving off a faint silver glow, a silver treasure chest. Yellow Hair's eyes bulged, his breathing turning heavy. He'd bet right. A place like this really did hide the good stuff. Up until now, they'd never even turned up a bronze chest. A silver chest was something they'd only ever seen in the survival handbook. If it coughed up a weapon or gear, they'd be able to strut across the wastelands untouchable. Every trace of the fear he'd felt a moment ago was crushed underfoot by greed. You too. Head over there and grab the chest. Yellow Hair still had one last scrap of cunning left in him. A chest of that grade couldn't possibly sit there without a trap. Casually, he took 2 steps back, tightened his grip on the axe, and with his eyes alone pressured the other 2. One of the flunkies stepped forward to scout the way. Blue Hair's legs were like jelly, but under Yellow Hair's glare he had no choice but to grit his teeth and shuffle over. Green Hair followed close behind with a machete held out in front of him. The two of them psyched each other up, inching step by step toward the offering table. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Nothing happened. I thrust my spear out in a sharp jab, pinning a mutant rat to the wall. It had been hiding inside a cracked water jar. This was already the 5th courtyard. The deeper we pushed into the village, the fewer mutant beasts we ran into. But what was strange was that in a village this size, there wasn't a single infected to be found. We'd swept in from the outskirts and hadn't turned up any resource crates, but we'd picked up a decent haul from the vegetable plots in these abandoned yards. What pleased me most was a mutant carrot I'd just dug up. Carrot, fine grade, slowly restores 20 HP within 1 hour of consumption. It was only the size of my thumb, but my critical strike talent had unearthed 5 of them in one go. In a pinch, that was 5 extra lives. I was just about to head to the next house when a piercing, agonized scream tore through the center of the village. I froze, tilting my head to listen. The scream cut off abruptly, followed by a chewing sound that made my scalp crawl. That idiot who'd been strutting around half an hour ago, bragging about leading his boys to a fortune, had just walked into a mine for me. Called it. The corner of my mouth curled up. A monster that could take out a survivor in a single strike, before he could even finish screaming, was definitely not some Tier 1 or Tier 2 nobody. Lu Yao kept her hunting rifle raised, sweeping her eyes warily around us. She couldn't hear the chewing, but that scream had said it all. Something happened over there. Staggering footsteps came scraping across the flagstones, heading our way. One still alive. I hefted my spear. Move. The moment we stepped onto the main road, a dark figure came tumbling out from the corner of the alley. It was Yellow Hair. There wasn't a shred left of the swaggering thug he'd been. His fire axe was gone, his shirt torn open in a long gash, flesh curled back at the edges. His hair was drenched with cold sweat, water dripping from his pant legs along with the sour reek of piss. He tripped and hit the ground, scrambling forward on all fours. When he looked up, he was staring right into my face. Brother, save me. Snot and tears streamed down his face. There's a man-eating monster in there. Just then, footsteps came from the other end of the alley. A wiry, Powerfully built man led the way, followed by a young couple and a college student with a backpack slung over his shoulders, all clearly drawn by the scream. I gave the man a once-over. His hands were empty, no weapon on him, but his knuckles were smeared with dark purple blood that hadn't dried yet, mutant beast blood. This guy killed monsters with his bare fists. His talent was probably tied to body enhancement of some kind. A hard-hitting melee type. The young couple clung to each other, their legs trembling. The college student gripped a length of rebar, but there was something behind his eyes, pulse pounding with adrenaline. What happened? The big guy walked over, flicking blood off his hands as he stared at Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair clutched his head, trembling. They're dead, all dead. Blue Hair and Green Hair got eaten by some black lump of flesh covered in eyes. Its tentacles punched right through their hearts. What tier was the monster? Where? The Ancestral Hall. The Jiang family Ancestral Hall right in the middle of the village. It's full of spirit tablets inside, and there's a silver resource crate on the altar. The instant the words "silver resource crate" left his mouth, everyone fell dead silent. The young couple sucked in sharp breaths and instinctively backed away. The college student's eyes filled with fear, tinged with excitement. The big guy said nothing, but his chest was heaving noticeably faster. I understood exactly why. Resource crates came in 4 grades: wood, bronze, silver, and gold. Most survivors right now hadn't even laid eyes on a bronze one. A silver crate would almost certainly yield top-shelf gear with stat bonuses, enough to build an absolute wall of superiority in the early game. Did the thing chase after you? I fixed my gaze on Yellow Hair. He turned dumbly and glanced back down the empty road he'd come from. No, once it ate them, it pulled back onto the altar. That flesh blob was probably tied to a specific area. As long as we stayed out of its tentacles' reach, we'd have room to work. Even if things went south, I could pull out cleanly. Brother Lin. The big guy turned to me. That monster can one-shot an awakened. It's not something we can solo. How about we team up, split the loot based on contribution? I didn't answer right away. Lu Yao's muzzle quietly dipped lower, taking up a covert firing stance. After a moment, I spoke. Teaming up works. But one condition, that silver resource crate has to be opened by my hand. I could tell this guy was no simple character. With my constitution now at 31, taking him down clean without pulling out my trump card would still cost me some effort. Since they were the ones asking to cooperate, as long as I opened the crate, they were basically hired muscle delivered right to my door. The big guy's eyes flickered with hesitation. He was probably worried I'd pocket everything. Just a little quirk of mine. I get off on the thrill of opening crates. I added, unhurried, whatever's inside gets divided by the rules. You're welcome to watch me open it from right beside me. He suddenly grinned. Deal. The crate's yours to open. Without me, they couldn't crack that nut anyway. Deal. The big guy stepped half a pace forward, planting himself in the middle of the alley mouth, and raised both arms, thick slabs of muscle bulging. I'll lay my cards on the table first. A-rank talent. Heavy punch enhancement, tier 1. Besides boosting my fist's destructive power, it also buffs constitution. My constitution's twice a normal person's right now. He jerked a thumb at the couple behind him. The woman's D-rank, rapid gathering. The guy's D-rank, enhanced smell. Useless in a fight, but they can scout supplies and sniff out danger. Then he clapped the college student on the shoulder. This kid's Chunbo B-rank mechanical modification. He can modify vehicles. That heavy off-roader outside is his handiwork. Chunbo puffed out his chest. 1 A-rank close combat striker, 1 B-rank mechanic providing vehicles and support, plus 2 utility supports. For this stage of the game, it was a solid lineup. But it also meant his hunger for the silver chest ran deeper than most. The moment something good rolled out of it, I'd have to watch for a double cross. A-rank. Constitution enhancement, tier 2. I said evenly. My body's over 3 times stronger than a normal person's. Dead silence all around. The big man's breath caught in his throat. 3 times. He himself lived off constitution bonuses, so he understood exactly what that meant. Setting aside the destructive boost from his heavy punches, 5 of him couldn't take me down. It was pure, raw physical dominance. No wonder I dared to wander a village crawling with mutant beasts with just 1 woman at my side. Chun Bo swallowed hard, and the look he gave me now carried real awe. Lu Yao stepped forward on cue, hunting rifle leveled. A-rank. Mirror step. I can create decoy clones. Another A-rank. The big man and his crew were completely rattled now. The yellow-haired guy sprawled on the ground suddenly jerked his head up, a fierce will to live blazing in his eyes. He scrambled and half-crawled his way over to us. Take me with you. I'm B rank, muscle enhancement. I can take hits and dish them out. They only got me because I wasn't ready. I'll only take 10% of what's in the chest. The big man looked tempted. One more B rank in the fight would be ideal for tying up the monster's tentacles. He'd barely gotten a word out. Thud. My right leg lashed out like lightning into Yellowhair's chest. He flew backward more than 2 meters and slammed into the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I walked over slowly and pressed the tip of my spear against his throat. You lead the way, or die. After that earlier scream, I'd heard, clear as day, even from 100 meters off, Yellowhair snarling at his underling to die in his place. A man who'd use his own crew as a meat shield would do the same to a teammate the moment things got tight. His only value now was to fill a hole in that ancestral hall. No, I'm not going. It's all tentacles in there. Going in is suicide. Big bro, I'm B rank. I can help you kill monsters. I pressed down with my wrist. The spear tip broke the skin of his neck, and a thread of blood ran down his collarbone. Don't go, die now. Yellowhair scrambled to his feet, trembling, legs weak beneath him, but he didn't dare say another word. The big man took a step forward. Brother Lin, he's still a B rank. Let him catch his breath. When the fighting starts, he'll be another pair of hands. I turned my head and looked at him quietly. I didn't say a word, didn't make a single unnecessary move. Every muscle in his body tensed on instinct, the hair on his arms standing up, like he'd been locked onto by a beast. In me, he could see no room for negotiation at all. He swallowed his words, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and stepped back into place. Whatever you say. Shinbo and the couple didn't dare breathe too loud. They'd thought the big guy was ruthless enough. Turned out I, the one with the spear, was even crazier. One wrong word, and I was ready to kill. Move. I tapped Yellowhair on the back with my spear. The group pushed on through the shadowy alley, heading toward the Jiang family ancestral hall. The closer we got to the center, the thicker the reek of rot became. It was terrifyingly quiet all around. Even the wind had died. In less than a minute, that tall, oppressive black building loomed into view. The plaque hung crooked, the main doors gaped open, and inside was a suffocating darkness. Yellowhair clung desperately to the base of a broken stone lion, refusing to take another step forward. It's on the altar all the way in the back. His teeth were chattering. I stood 3 meters from the entrance, sizing up the interior. The light was too dim. I could just barely make out more than a dozen black-lacquered coffins hanging in the front hall, iron chains swaying midair and grinding against each other with an ear-splitting screech. The big guy stepped up beside me, knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. How do we play this? Send him in first. Yellowhair dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother Lin, I'm begging you, don't make me go in there. I couldn't be bothered arguing. I grabbed him by the back of the collar, put my arm into it, and flung him straight through the doorway of the hall. His scream echoed through the cavernous space. A few seconds passed. Dead silence all around. The tearing sounds I'd expected never came. I leveled my spear and stepped over the threshold, the big guy right on my heels. The dozen-plus coffins in the front hall hung motionless in the air. Only, no one noticed that 2 of them had had their lids quietly shifted aside a crack. Yellowhair, sprawled on the ground, suddenly scrambled up. The muscles in his arms swelled in an instant, splitting the torn sleeves apart. I'll take you down with me. B-rank muscle enhancement erupted at full force. His fist came whistling at my face. Too slow. I didn't even use the spear. A slight sidestep, and I was clear. My left hand clamped around the back of his neck, and with a lift of my arm, I hoisted the 200-pound man clean off the ground. I told you, you're leading the way. Yellowhair's legs thrashed wildly, and he clawed frantically at my fingers. Not a budge. The big guy behind me faltered a step. He looked at Yellowhair's arms, each thicker than a normal man's thigh, then at how effortlessly I was dangling him one-handed. He himself was a double constitution enhancer. He knew better than anyone just how hard it was to control a struggling B rank. And I hadn't shifted my center of gravity by an inch. That kind of absolute, overwhelming strength put the fear of God into him. I hauled Yellowhair along, striding through the front hall and the middle hall. Liu Yao moved on my right, gun raised, muzzle tracking every shadowy corner. Chen Bo and the couple huddled at the very back. At last we stepped into the innermost chamber, the ancestral hall. The central altar was piled high with spirit tablets, and there, sitting right on top with that alluring silvery gleam, was the silver resource chest. Right in the center. Let go of me. That monster is the spirit tablet. Yellow hair thrashed even more wildly. Once again I swung him like a sandbag, sending him arcing through the air until he crashed into the altar. Crack, crack, crack. The spirit tablets on the altar melted instantly. Black sludge churned and swiftly congealed into a massive hunk of flesh over 15 feet tall, its surface covered in a dense mass of eyes and half-embedded spirit tablets. Tentacles studded with blood-red suckers ripped through the air, hurtling straight at Yellow Hair. His eyes bulged. He crossed his arms desperately in front of his chest. Squelch. A thick tentacle punched clean through his forearms, then, without losing momentum, drove right through his chest cavity. Yellow Hair was hoisted high into the air, his vision going hazy. The tentacle whipped back, dragging him into the giant maw at the center of the flesh mound, a mouth lined with pale, monstrous teeth. Chewing sounds filled the air, and blood dripped down the edges of the altar. Scatter! I barked. The young couple screamed and fell back toward the courtyard. The big man's feet shattered the flagstones beneath him as he launched forward. Die! Two tentacles lashed out. He met them head-on with his fists. Boom! A dull, thunderous impact. He took a full tentacle strike without flinching, his fist crashing into the flesh mound and caving in a huge dent. The raw destructive power of an A-rank enhanced fist on full display. A tentacle grazed Lei Yang's shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. He grunted and retreated with the momentum. This thing's strength was terrifying. I watched Liu Yao activate Mirror Shadow Step, leaving an afterimage in place while her real body flickered off to the side. The tentacle skewered the afterimage and smashed the flagstones underneath. She raised her shotgun and fired. The slug caught one of the eyes on the tentacle dead-on, bursting it in a splatter of black blood. I pushed off the ground, my refined steel spear turning into a silver streak, and cleaved through a tentacle sneaking at her flank. The severed half writhed on the ground before dissolving into black smoke. I pulled the spear back into a sweeping guard, blocking another strike from the opposite side. But the wound on the flesh mound squirmed, and a new tentacle quickly sprouted out. Cut one down, another grew back. Its bulk wasn't shrinking at all. I fell back 3 steps, stamina draining fast. Couldn't sever it, couldn't kill it. Grinding it out was the dumbest possible play. God knew how many other monsters this damned village was hiding, and the moment we ran out of gas, we'd be its next snack. Time to change tactics. Chen Bo, crouched behind a pillar, suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Lin, Brother Lei, this thing's afraid of light. It won't step out of the shadow around the altar. I shot a glance at the courtyard. A moment ago, a tentacle had swept into the sunlight. Its surface had immediately smoked, and the flesh mound had shrieked in pain and yanked it back. Afraid of light usually meant afraid of fire too. Spear in my right hand still parrying, I reached into empty space with my left. Pocket dimension activated, and a barrel of all-purpose fuel appeared out of thin air. Everyone fall back. Lei Yang drove the tentacles back with his fists and spun to run. Liu Yao flickered back with. To the courtyard. I swung my arm and hurled the entire drum of fuel straight at the center of the flesh mass. The plastic drum burst open, drenching half its body in oil. It shrieked in fury, a dozen tentacles lashing out at me at once. I kicked off the ground and shot backward. In midair, I flipped my hand. A grenade dropped into my palm. My thumb flicked the pin loose, and I sent it arcing right into the thickest cluster of tentacles. The moment my feet touched down, I spun and blurred out of the ancestral hall. Boom! The explosion was deafening. A shockwave gushed out with splintered wood and shrapnel, igniting the fuel. Flames roared skyward, swallowing the entire altar. The black mass of flesh thrashed wildly in the sea of fire, its tentacles twisting and charring. Just as everyone started to breathe easier, I frowned. No kill reward notification had popped up in my mind. Clack! The sound of snapping metal came from the front hall. Clack! Then another. The iron chains on the dozen-plus coffins hanging from the rafters snapped all at once. The heavy wooden coffins crashed down onto the floor one after another, kicking up clouds of dust. 3 of the lids were blasted off from the inside. Fire ahead, monsters behind. The young couple screamed and dove behind a pillar. Even Chunbo's legs buckled, and he sank to the floor. 3 ghostly pale arms reached out from the coffins, fingernails black, flesh withered and shriveled. 3 figures wreathed in black mist creaked upright as the black chi from the shattered coffins flowed toward them. The mist parted, revealing 3 twisted faces. It was the very yellow hair, green hair, and blue hair the creature had just. Lei Yong strode forward, the muscles in his arms bulging. I don't care what the hell you are. If you're dead, then stay down. His fist punched clean through Greenhair's chest, pinning it to the ground, and the black chi scattered. Lu Yao's shot blew off half of Blue Hair's head, and it toppled straight down like a plank. Yellow Hair locked onto me and lunged. Reanimated as it was, its strength was nowhere near that of the spirit tablet, full of openings. I slid to the side, my spear flashing into a streak of silver as it drove through his throat, nailing him to a red lacquered pillar. His limbs twitched, black chi dissipating along the shaft, and after a few seconds, he went completely still. A ball of white light materialized. Killed Spirit Servant. EXP plus 100. Spirit Servant? Looked like this world had more secrets than I'd thought. I brushed the light orb with my fingertip. Talent triggered. Tenfold critical strike. Obtained. Highway coins times 10, 000. Obtained. Soul fragment. Fine grade. Times 30. The critical hit loot went straight into my inventory space. What actually hit the floor was just the original 1,000 highway coins and 3 faintly glowing fragments. Soul fragment. Fine grade contains pure soul energy. Can be used as crafting material or absorbed directly. I scooped everything on the ground into my pocket. Lei Yong. He dragged the intact silver resource crate out of the burning ruins and pushed it to my feet. Brother Lin, the crate. As agreed, I dropped to one knee and flipped open the lid. Silver light blazed out. Talent triggered. Tenfold critical hit. Obtained. Refined iron times 50. Obtained. AK assault rifle. Good. Times 10. Obtained. 7.62 millimeters rounds times 1,000. The crate should have held 5 units of refined iron, 1 AK, and 100 rounds. The crit had multiplied all of it by 10. Firearms. At this stage, most people were still fighting for their lives with wooden clubs and shovels. Even a decent knife was hard to come by, and I just pulled 10 automatic rifles. Lei Yong had served 8 years in the military. He stared at the guns, Adam's apple bobbing, hunger written all over his face. But he took half a step back and spread his hands. Brother Lin, we agreed. You open the crate, you keep what's inside. Without you, we'd already be dead. I hefted an AK. It had real weight to it. The refined iron I needed to upgrade my vehicle was covered now too. A flick of my wrist, and the guns, ammo, and iron all vanished on the spot. Lei Yong sucked in a sharp breath. They'd had their suspicions ever since I'd pulled gasoline and grenades out of thin air. Now it was confirmed. A space-type talent. Lei Yong straightened his back. Brother Lin, if you'll have us, the 4 of us would like to follow you. I can take point. Chinbo can fix vehicles. That young couple can handle grunt work. Chinbo nodded frantically. Brother Lin, take me with you. I swear I'll do whatever you say. The young husband and wife nodded just as desperately. I looked them over. Lei Yong could fight and took orders. Chinbo knew machines. Useful. The couple could at least scout ahead. Having a small team to sweep for danger and clear the path would save me a lot of headaches. Fine. Tag along. I paused. But there's only one rule. Follow orders or die. I handle the supplies. In return, I'll make sure none of you starve. They nodded, visibly relieved. Before it gets dark, sweep these courtyards again. I turned and started walking out, tossing a question over my shoulder to Chunbo. How does your mechanical modification work? Chunbo hurried to straighten up. Brother Lin, my talent's basically installer. You want to slap solar panels on a car? Long as you get me the panels and there's space on the vehicle, I can mount them. And we've tested it. The install doesn't burn an enhancement slot. Doesn't burn an enhancement slot. That was huge. The vehicle system's built-in upgrades had a hard cap, and every tier got harder than the last. Chunbo's B-rank talent basically bypassed the system's rules. Unlimited expansion, as long as the vehicle itself could handle it. Otherwise, you'd bolt a cannon onto a Wuling Mini and the recoil would flip the whole thing. Not bad, I said. Split up and search. If you hit trouble or find a resource crate, call me. Regroup at the village entrance in 2 hours. Lei Yong took Chun Bo to the left courtyard. The couple bolted toward the right courtyard with extra gusto. Wang Chong got down on all fours and sniffed the ground like a stray dog. There's cured pork here, and liquor buried over there. Su Qing followed behind gathering, her skill letting her collect supplies without any tools. 2 hours later, we regrouped at the village entrance. I didn't see that creepy old man and little girl pair anywhere, not even a trace of what they'd searched through in the village. If that vintage car hadn't still been parked there, I'd have thought I'd imagined the whole thing. Those two gave me a seriously bad feeling. Lei Yong and Chun Bo hauled in 2 huge sacks of supplies. The couple went even harder, dragging a whole flatbed cart of bundles. Bro Lin, this is everything. Wang Chong wiped the sweat off his brow. 2 sacks of rice, several dozen pounds of cured pork, plus dried shiitake, wood ear mushrooms, cabbage, a dozen or so bottles of water, and some thick clothes and bedding. Enough to feed 5 people comfortably for the better part of a month. Nice work. I stashed everything into my inventory space. It didn't matter that these basic supplies couldn't trigger a crit. Free stuff was free stuff, no way to lose. Lu Yao and I had scavenged plenty too, including a whole unopened case of 24 water bottles that turned into 240 after the crit. Food and water were more than covered. Next up, upgrading the vehicle. I had all the Tier 4 materials ready. I pulled up the panel and selected Upgrade. Upgrade. Light engulfed the Wuling little fortress, metal twisting and reforming. 10 seconds later, a wasteland-style black SUV sat in its place. More than double the size, higher clearance, wider tires, solar panels blanketing the entire roof. Upgrade complete. Random vehicle skill acquired. D-Rank Energy Shield. Tier 4 vehicle, electric SUV. Durability, 500. Top speed, 150 km per hour. Full charge range, 400 km. Current charge, 100%. Modifications, shell reinforcement F rank, battery reinforcement F rank. Vehicle skill, D-Rank Energy Shield, active. Consumes 10% of current charge per second to generate a shield capable of blocking impacts, standard bullets, and flying debris. Tier 5 upgrade requirements, steel 600, plastic 100, leather 100, good grade refined iron 100, mechanical heart 1, highway coin 10,000. Range doubled, faster top speed, and now a life-saving shield on top of that. The solar charging efficiency had doubled too, 30 to 40 kilometers of power per hour. With that shield, I felt confident about surviving even after the newbie period ended. Among the Tier 5 materials, the 100 units of good-grade refined iron was a hefty gap to fill, but knowing where it came from meant there'd be a way. As for the mechanical heart, I'd never even heard of it. Definitely something higher-end. Chun Bo edged closer and ran a hand along the car. The panel displayed Tier 4, Durability 500, D-Rank Shield. Holy shit, his eyes went wide. Lei Yong and the others were stunned too. For people working together, only managed to upgrade theirs to Tier 2, while Lu Yao and I jumped straight to Tier 4. Just the highway coins and materials alone must have cost 10 or 20,000. Get moving. I cut in, yanking open the passenger door. 2 hours till dark. We leave now. Yang Lei glanced deeper into the village. Captain Lin, that old guy and his grandson aren't back yet. Should we wait? Can't wait. Move. Those two were too creepy. I didn't want them anywhere near us. Lu Yao slid into the driver's seat and hit the gas. The SUV tore out of Jiang Family Village, with Yang Lei's Tier 2 off-roader right on our tail. The road was riddled with potholes, but the Tier 4 SUV absorbed every jolt flawlessly. Inside the cabin, we barely felt a sway. The suspension left our old Wuling in the dust. I leaned back against the headrest, took a swig of water, and pulled up the regional chat channel. Current regional survivors, 45,120. The numbers had plummeted in a single day. Anyone still alive had learned to roll with the rhythm of highway survival. The channel was scrolling like crazy. Someone had hit a farm and hauled in a dozen units of chicken. Someone else had raided an orchard for vegetables and fruit. But the hottest thread was this one. Our 4-man squad just upgraded our ride to Tier 2. Tank was bone dry, but the upgrade filled it right up. 500 kilometers of range. For real. Dead serious. My car was down to 50 kilometers left, and hitting tier 2 topped the battery off. Got 300 kilometers now, and I've even got the AC cranked up. More and more people were catching on to the exploit. Survivors flooded the trade market, snapping up basic materials to upgrade their vehicles. Prices skyrocketed. Steel had been 15 highway coins per unit, and now it was climbing to 20, 22, and still going. Stockpiled 50 units of steel at 8 coins each. Just flipped it for a 600 coin profit. Bought in at 20, dumping at 25, few hundred coins in 2 minutes. The screen was wall-to-wall bragging and hype. Every upgrade came with a free tank of gas, a shot of adrenaline straight to the vein, driving everyone to buy in at a sprint. Zhang Hu's crew was no exception. They'd cracked open a bronze resource crate today, jumped a few other survivors, and had their beat-up pickup at tier 2 by mid-morning. 4 hulking guys were crammed into the back seat, the cab reeking of sweat. Zhang Hu sat shotgun scrolling through the channel, watching people rake in hundreds, thousands, with a flick of their fingers. His itch grew. He had 3,500 highway coins on him. He tried buying in several times, but every listing got sniped. Item no longer available. The system kept telling him. Watching the price surge to 32, he gritted his teeth. 35 coins a unit, 100 units. The instant the order went through, his heart was hammering. Within a minute, the floor price on steel jumped from 33 to 39. He slapped his thigh. Boys, 39. Your bro just cleared 400 coins on this 100 units in 2 minutes. The buzzcut lackey chimed in, sucking up. Huji, sell off the reserve fuel and food in the truck too. Go all in. Bet the whole damn house. Zhang Hu licked his lips, his head full of visions of getting rich overnight. Sell. Buy all steel. These idiots are still snatching it up. We're going to be loaded. He listed 5 units of fuel and food for over 3,000 coins, then dumped every last one into steel at 38 coins apiece. Purchase successful. Obtained steel times 78. He wasn't alone. Countless blind survivors were piling onto the hype train, frantically buying in at inflated prices, waiting to cash out. At that same moment, I was leaning back in the plush leather seat of the Tier 4 SUV, watching the interface scroll. Transaction successful. Highway coins plus 3,600. Transaction successful. Highway coins plus 3,700. The final batch of 100 units of steel closed at 37 coins. The whole sell-off took a good 10+ minutes. I opened my asset panel. Current highway coins, 326,000. Added to the 80,000 I'd started with, I now had a full 400,000 highway coins. Ever since materials broke past 25 coins, I'd been unloading in waves. Every listing was capped at 100 units, priced 1 tick below the market floor, just enough to create the illusion of a fire sale that vanished the second it went up. And it did vanish, instantly. The trading market didn't show volume, so all those people flexing their gains online did my work for me, whipping up the buzz and convincing everyone that materials were the real deal. Just like that, over 10,000 units of base materials cleared out. Getting rich felt damn good. Captain Lin, what are you smiling about? Lu Yao asked, tilting her head while keeping her hands on the wheel. I closed the panel. Nothing. Just made a little pocket change. That whole materials pump scam? I'd already bailed at the peak. The fine-grade weapons on the market didn't interest me anymore. I had the AK. But I did spot 2 vehicle enhancement blueprints, 5,000 each, bought without hesitation. Fine-grade enhancers were 1,500 a pop, so I grabbed 9 in one sweep, dropping 13,500. Then I pulled up the talent panel and used the God of Wealth's power to funnel every coin into my inventory space, 383,000 plus. My constitution climbed right along with it, jumping to 38 points. The next second, a wave of heat surged out from my heart, bones cracking in rapid succession, strength doubling. Current constitution, 61. I rolled my neck, joints popping loudly. My whole body felt weightless, like one good flex would let me tear the SUV apart with my bare hands. Lu Yao suddenly felt a pressure bearing down from the passenger seat. Her palms slicked with sweat against the steering wheel, but she didn't say a word. In the back seat, Chun Bo was glued to the chat channel. Brother Lei, materials just hit 45 coins a unit. Lei Yong frowned. These people are out of their minds. Anything over 20 is a ripoff. The words had barely left his mouth when the market cracked open. Somebody dumped a massive order, and the follow-the-crowd sellers came crashing in like an avalanche. 40, 30, 25. The channel erupted with wailing. Scammers. Whoever started that pump. I'm holding the whole damn bag over here. Watching it all unfold, I secretly. TSK. So even Blue Star's stock market crashes have made it here. Ordinary folks really shouldn't touch crypto. It'll wreck your whole family. Night had fallen completely. The Tier 4 SUV's headlights blazed bright as we covered 120 kilometers in 2 hours. The road was pitted with potholes, but Lu Yao kept the pedal at 80 and drove as steady as a bullet train. In the rearview mirror, Lei Yang's off-roader was tailing us closely. I glanced at the battery gauge, still 72%. The solar panels had topped it off nicely during the day. Pull over here. Wide open on both sides, good visibility. Both vehicles came to a stop. A gust of night wind blew cold. This world was cooling down fast. Wang Chong moved fastest, hauling 2 folding chairs out of the trunk and jogging over to set them up in front of me. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, have a seat. Before the apocalypse, this guy had been a company VP. He knew how to work a room. With no combat talent to speak of, latching onto me was his only shot at survival. That sister-in-law was a probe. Lu Yao's steps faltered. The tips of her ears flushed red, but she neither corrected him nor denied it, just lowered her head, sat down, and unscrewed her water bottle, pretending to drink. Wang Chong got the message. No objection meant tacit consent. I ignored all that. With a flick of my hand, a bundle of firewood dropped out of thin air onto the ground. Then a solid wood table, long benches, rice, fine-grade beast meat, cured pork, dried vegetables, seasonings, pots and bowls. One after another, everything tumbled out of my storage space. All of it looted from Jiang Family Village. You guys handle it. Make plenty. We eat our fill tonight. Lei Yang and the others stared, wide-eyed. The two of them had only had one decent meal so far. Lei Yang, an 8-year army veteran, crouched down and started stacking the wood, 3 tinder sticks plus some dry grass. And in under a minute the flames were roaring up. While they were busy, I pulled up my panel to upgrade the vehicle. The shield was adequate. Range was the priority. Upgrade successful. Battery raised to E-grade. Range plus 800 kilometers. Capacity plus 200%. Tires upgraded to E-grade blowout-proof tires. All 4 tires visibly swelled to size, grip surging. Now for the main event. I pulled out the AK. Grade, fine/attack. 60, range 400m/magazine. 30. Upgrade. The system chimes rang out one after another. 6 successes in a row, only failing on the 7th. Failures don't lower the grade. Looking at my last enhancer, I went all in. Upgrade successful. Current attack, 102, range nearly 700m. A faint silver sheen rippled across the barrel. I closed the panel, satisfied, sorely tempted to fire a burst into the sky, but I held back. Over by the fire, Su Qing and Lu Yao were crouched on the ground rubbing dirt off cabbages and radishes by hand, but it just wouldn't come clean. I pulled out a full, unopened case of bottled water from my space, 24 bottles. Used these to wash. Plenty more where that came from. Su Qing froze. They'd scoured an entire village and turned up barely a dozen bottles, treating each one like treasure when they handed them in as tribute. And here I was, using a whole case to rinse vegetables. Chenbo poked his head over and swallowed hard. Boss, you've got water in your space too? A bit. His mouth hung open as he choked back a gasp. Lei Yang shot me a deep look, silently tossed another stick into the fire, and kept his eyes on our surroundings. The 2 women poured all the vegetable washing water into a big basin to let it settle. It could be used again. In this world, even muddy water had people fighting over it. In under 20 minutes, a pot of cabbage, radish, and pork stew was bubbling over the campfire. The aroma drifted out, and several stomachs growled in unison. I pulled out 5 bowls and 5 pairs of chopsticks. Su Qing filled a bowl and handed it to me with both hands. I took a bite. The salty richness of the cured pork mingled with the sweetness of the cabbage, smoked with wood fire, meat tender and fresh. Miles better than what I'd grilled yesterday. Not bad. Su Qing's face broke into a wide smile. If she was useful, she wouldn't be abandoned, and cooking well meant she was useful. The group sat around the fire eating, the mood unusually relaxed. I chewed on a piece of cured pork, my gaze traveling past the flames toward the darkness at the end of the road. Nothing but bottomless black out there. But 61 points of perception didn't lie. Something was moving in the depths of that darkness. The sounds were faint, but dense, layered, drawing closer. I shot to my feet and swept my hand through the air. Table, stools, food, supplies, all vanished into my space in an instant. Su Qing was left holding an empty bowl, chopsticks hovering in midair. Wang Chang's chopsticks stabbed at nothing. Lei Yong reacted fastest, immediately activating his talent, Heavy Fist. I flicked my other hand, and my AK appeared in my grip. Safety off, round-chambered. Lu Yao, Chen Bo, get in the truck, start it up, be ready to move. Lu Yao didn't hesitate. She tossed her radish aside, dove into the driver's seat, and hit the ignition. Twin high beams speared out into the road ahead. At the end of the light, black shapes writhed and squirmed. 100 meters out, over 100 infected came charging in, clothes in tatters, bodies rotting, throats forcing out ragged, guttural snarls that made the ground tremble. Wang Chang's legs were shaking, but he held his machete in a death grip and planted himself in front of Su Qing. I glanced at the two of them. Guts enough not to run, at least. These first and second-tier infected were pathetically weak on their own. The danger was in the numbers. 100 of them piled on could bury a man alive. If these two had the nerve to stand out front, I'd keep them alive, handy for the dirty work later. If they turned into cowards, I'd cut them loose. 50 meters. The rotting face at the front was clear now, every detail. I pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The AK, enhanced to +7, 102 points of attack power. A bowl-sized crater of blood exploded from the chest of the hulking infected leading the pack. The round tore through without losing momentum, shattered the arm of the second, then blew apart the head of the third. 1 bullet, 3 kills. This wasn't shooting. It was slaughter. Infected dropped in swaths, limbs flying. 30 rounds emptied in a heartbeat. I swapped mags one-handed, the motion smooth as flowing water. Half a minute. 50 meters became a death zone. Lei Yong stood frozen. He'd been a special forces operator for 8 years and had handled more guns than he'd eaten meals, but a standard Alaska could never punch through 3 targets and blow off a head in a single shot. That kind of kinetic energy belonged to an anti-material sniper rifle. And this guy's aim was so steady the muzzle didn't even waver. Only one thought crossed his mind. The weapon has mutated. Wang Chang's chest heaved, his despair flipping to wild elation. He'd bet right. The thigh he'd latched onto was thicker than he'd ever dared imagine. Infected killed. EXP +20, road coins +5, critical times 10 +50. Tier 2 infected killed. EXP +40, steel +10. The interface spammed nonstop. 2 flashes of white light in quick succession. I leveled up twice on the spot. More than half of the 100+ infected went down, and the rest, fearless of death, kept crawling forward, yet couldn't get anywhere near the line of fire. Lu Yao sat in the cab, watching the tall, unwavering silhouette in front of the truck through the windshield. With him there, the monsters couldn't even close in. Muzzle flashes lit up the side of his face, cold, sharp, handsome. She remembered Wang Chang calling her sister-in-law, flushed red, and shook her head hard. Just then, the truck window shuddered violently. From deep in the darkness, a low, guttural roar tore through the gunfire. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. The pavement trembled with each step, loose gravel bouncing, every impact hammering against the heart. Lei Yong instinctively fell back. Whatever this was, it had to weigh at least half a ton. A 3-meter-tall mountain of flesh squeezed out of the darkness. Its belly sagged past its knees, coated in black slime, and its head was so small it was barely visible. Roar, the sound sent out a wave of pressure. The remaining infected went completely berserk. Those with broken legs dragged themselves forward on their hands. I lowered the muzzle and fired in controlled bursts, 1 round per target, clearing the small fry first before locking down on the flesh mountain and squeezing the trigger. A dozen rounds slammed into its belly. Asterisk thup, thup, thup asterisk, and that terrifying kinetic force was completely absorbed. Black fluid churned inside the bullet holes, sealing them instantly. It wasn't hurt at all. If anything, it was pissed, charging like a heavy tank. 10-odd meters. One-handed, I I swapped mags in a blink. The thing's weak point was the head, but that tiny skull was buried deep in folds of fat, almost impossible to aim at. I timed the sway of its flab as it charged, jerked the muzzle up, and locked on ahead of it. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. 3 rounds tracked nearly the same trajectory. The first tore open the fat, the second shattered the skull, the third punched clean through the brainstem. The tiny head burst apart like a watermelon smashed with a sledgehammer. The massive body pitched out of control and crashed to the ground at my feet. Tier 3 mutated infected, gluttony killed. EXP plus 160. Road coins plus 500, critical times 10. Source crystal plus 10, critical times 10. Crisis averted. Good thing I'd upgraded the weapon beforehand. This creature's physique and strength were probably on par with a Tier 5 or Tier 6 survivor. This fight had paid off big, 2 levels in one go, and the highway coins alone came to over 6,000 plus various materials. I took out that source crystal. Source crystal, an energy crystal formed inside the infected and alien beasts, containing highly concentrated energy. No detailed description, but one look told me it wasn't ordinary. It had to be useful. Lei Yang's throat bobbed. That kind of marksmanship and composure. This was Soldier King tier. Wang Chang collapsed on his ass, gasping for breath. Liu Yao pushed open the car door and stepped out, watching the scattered remains dissolve into black mist across the ground, her admiration deepening. The 4 of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield. All that was left around us was the crackle of the campfire. Things had gone smoothly on my end, crushing victory. But the other survivors out on the highway weren't so lucky. The chat channel had already become a living hell, the screen drowning in blood-red text. Windows are smashed, they're inside. Monsters are pouring in from up ahead. There's a city up there. Our convoy got scattered. 3 dead already. Anyone selling bandages? I'll pay 2,000. My leg is broken. Rookie protection period. Monsters couldn't come onto the highway on their own, but these infected were rushing in from up ahead because there was a city up there. That was not good news. Black mist chasing from behind, monsters blocking the way ahead. This wasn't survival anymore. It was a meat grinder. The gluttony's body disintegrated at a visible rate, dissolving into black mist. The asphalt was left spotless. Not a single drop of black blood remained. The system had wiped every trace. I pulled food out of my inventory. Eat. The others wolfed it down without a word. Even Chun Bo, the chatterbox, kept his head down and shoveled it in. 10 minutes, and everything was gone. I kicked a chunk of rubble aside. We rotate watch tonight. Lei Yong and I take the first half. Just watch the front. Black mist is at our back. Monsters can't come from there. Second half is Liu Yao and Wang Chang. Chun Bo stood up and thumped his chest. Boss, let me cover for you. You killed too many monsters today. You're exhausted. I raised a hand to cut him off. Do as I said. He shrank his hand back sheepishly, not daring to argue again. Deep into the night, the campfire had burned down to dim red embers. 5 in the morning. The sky was just turning a pale gray. I opened my eyes right on schedule and pushed open the car door. Cold wind hit my face. Liu Yao was already standing by the car, a bottle of mineral water in her hand. You're up? She walked over and tapped open her virtual panel. During my watch, I filtered through the high-value intel in the channel. Send it all to you. I immediately opened the private message window. Screenshots and notes, all neatly organized and logically laid out. This woman really was a solid partner. I scanned through it fast and boiled it down to 3 key points. First, survivors had already made it into the city and set up convoys. Second, to enter the city, you had to pass through an eerie, unmanned toll booth. The toll was 1,000 highway coins per vehicle. Third, and this was the kicker, once you passed through the toll booth and entered the city, the black mist countdown reset straight to 0. My heart gave 2 hard thumps. Ever since I arrived. In this hellhole, the 10 kilometers per hour black fog advancing behind us was like a guillotine hanging over our necks. Eating, sleeping, killing monsters. Every second had to be calculated. Now, at last, there was a safe haven. 1,000 road coins wasn't a small sum for ordinary survivors. Yesterday's frenzy of material speculation had already cleaned out most people's savings. That was the first filter, keeping the poor and the weak out, feeding them to the black fog. But for me, with over 300,000 stashed in my inventory, 1,000 was nothing. I pulled out 5 bottles of water and 5 big hunks of bread. Get them up. Eat. Then move out. Now. Lu Yao nodded and turned to rap on the off-roader's window. 2 minutes later, all 6 were gathered. I created a group in the system and dropped the screenshot in. Check the group. Holy shit. The countdown reset to 0. Chenbo shot to his feet, spraying breadcrumbs everywhere. We're not getting chased by the black fog anymore. For real. Wang Chong clutched Su Qing's arm, trembling. Lei Yang rubbed his hands, looking a little sheepish. Boss, 1,000 a car, Money's not the issue. I cut him off. Pack up. Get in the car. Lei Yang swallowed his words and turned back to load the gear. 6 o'clock sharp, the convoy rolled out. The black fog was still a 5-hour drive behind us. The Tier 4 SUV took the lead, the off-roader stuck close behind. Engines roared, tires ground over gravel. Inside the car, Lu Yao sat in the passenger seat and reclined it flat. I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, then looked away and pressed a little harder on the gas. The speedometer climbed to 80. The city ahead wasn't just a safe haven. It also held monsters capable of tearing apart convoys of 100 people. One wrong step, and we'd all be finished. Now wasn't the time to think about anything else. The asphalt stretched on into a gray, hazy horizon, the land on either side growing more and more barren, until even the dead trees vanished. We'd been driving 3 full hours when the car suddenly jolted, as if we'd crossed into somewhere else entirely. Up ahead, a massive arched structure spanned the highway, hung with battered characters, South City Tollgate. I hit the brakes. The SUV came to a smooth stop in front of the arch. I pushed the door open, gravel crunching under my boots. The wind had died. The silence around us was uncanny. Huge chunks had flaked off the concrete pillars, exposing rusted rebar underneath. There were no toll booths, no barrier arms. Lei Yang's car pulled up behind mine. Wang Chong was the first to scramble out, craning his neck. This is the toll gate? Not a soul in sight. Boss, there's not even a barrier. Can't we just drive straight through? Still talking, he strode forward. Thud. A muffled sound. Wang Chong slammed into thin air like he'd hit a wall, clutching his head and hissing through his teeth. I walked up and pressed my palm against the empty space. A pale blue barrier rippled into view, spreading out like water, met by heavy resistance. Forcing through wasn't going to work. Right. Beside the concrete pillars stood a machine about waist-high, streaked with rust, its screen glowing an eerie blue. I walked over. South City Tollgate, automated payment system. Current vehicle, Tier 4 SUV toll, 1,000 road coins. 1 vehicle, 1 gate. No fare dodging. Violators will be erased. I opened the trade interface and transferred 1,000 road coins to Lei Yang. 1 vehicle, 1 gate. Pay your own toll to get through. I pressed my hand against the sensor pad. Payment successful. Tier 4 SUV cleared for passage. The barrier vanished. I got back in the car and floored the gas. A wave of weightlessness, a blackout, and a few seconds later my vision returned. I was somewhere new. The temperature had plunged, and beads of water were condensing on the windshield. I shoved the door open and climbed out. The cold air hit me like a slap, and I shivered. I glanced back. The toll gate was gone. Behind me stretched a thick curtain of grayish-white mist, standing vertically off the ground, blotting out everything beyond it. The black fog was nowhere to be seen. You have entered South City New District. Black fog countdown reset to 0. South City. Maybe just a coincidence in name. I didn't dwell on it. Ahead lay a broad 8-lane asphalt road, and at its far end, the sprawling silhouette of a massive city rose against the horizon. Its high rises were shrouded in gray mist, dark and lifeless, dead silent. Lu Yao got out and stepped up beside me, checking her own panel. Behind us is nothing but white. Black fog's at 0. That's a one-way barrier. Easy to enter, impossible to leave. I stared into the boundless white. This city's not going to be a walk in the park. An engine growled to life behind us as Lei Yang's off-roader rolled through and pulled up behind the SUV. The door was flung open roughly. Lei Yang had barely swung one leg out before he jerked violently, teeth chattering. Wang Chong and Chun Bo scrambled out after him. The hell? What kind of place is this? Chun Bo hugged his shoulders and shrank in on himself. 1 second, and it's the dead of winter. This has got to be below 0. Su Qing poked half of her body out and immediately retreated back inside, lips already turning blue. I swept my eyes around us. The wide roadway was drowned in fog, littered with a dozen or so wrecked vehicles scattered every which way. Some had twisted frames and caved-in roofs. Others had their hoods torn open, still trailing black smoke. Every last one was a fresh wreck. Lei Yong was wearing nothing but a tank top, but his constitution was solid enough to tough it out. He strode over to a sedan that had been reduced to half its original length and ran his fingers along the torn edge of the door. The cut was clean, smooth, as if the metal had been ripped apart by brute force. "Boss, something's off." He straightened up. This car was sliced open by something sharp. What the hell could do that? I walked over. The pavement was clean. That was the wrong kind of clean. When survivors get killed by monsters, they leave bodies behind. But here there were no limbs, no blood. If it had been an infected attack, there was no way they'd have picked things this spotless. Could it be that something had swallowed whole by some giant creature? This Nanching was even more terrifying than the wasteland outside. Su Qing was shivering, arms wrapped around herself. But when she saw me step out of the car, she was too embarrassed to duck back in. I waved a hand, activating my talent space. A pile of heavy clothing materialized on the ground out of thin air: cotton-padded jackets, military overcoats, down jackets, all scavenged from Jiang family village. I pulled out a brand new, long black down coat, slipped it on, and zipped it up. The cold was shut out instantly. I'd bought this on impulse for 10 road coins my first day at the trading hall. People had laughed at me back then. Now it was a lifesaver. Put them on. I pointed to the clothes on the ground. Chen Bo's eyes went wide. Other people were killing each other over a bite of food, and here the boss had already stocked up on seasonal clothing. Lei Yong and the others hurried to bundle up. Wang Chong pulled on a military overcoat and let out a long breath. Finally, he felt alive again. Su Qing draped a cotton jacket over herself and shot me a grateful look. Without me, they'd have made it into the city only to freeze to death in the streets. "Get in. Keep driving." Both cars started up again, pushing deeper into the city. The moment we hit the city's edge, a massive, dilapidated billboard came into view. The paint was peeling and faded, but I could still make out a line of text. Asterisk, home of the naval orange. Welcome to Nanching. Asterisk. Beside the words was the washed-out image of a naval orange. My hands clenched around the steering wheel. Nanching. I knew that sign like the back of my hand. Back on Blue Star, Nanching was where I grew up. The orphanage I was raised in was right there. I passed this billboard every single time I went back home. There was no mistaking it. Had we returned to Blue Star? But why did it look like this godforsaken wasteland? Lu Yao sensed the shift in my mood, but didn't dare speak. The car rolled into the city. The whole place looked like it had been picked clean. Every window in every high-rise shattered, glass shards glittering all over the pavement, huge storefront signs crashed down onto the sidewalks. Dead silent. Not a trace of anything living, not so much as a whisper. Even the wind felt hollow. I opened the regional chat channel. Messages were scrolling past in a blur. Freezing to death. How big is this Nanching? The whole city's been stripped bare. There's nothing left. Anyone got heavy clothes? Trade for 2 bottles of water. I'm about to turn into a popsicle. Anyone here actually from Nanching? This place looks so familiar. I've been here on vacation before. I think this is a city in our Jiangxi province. Have we made it back to Blue Star? At least 1,000 people were already in the city. That settled it. This really was the Nanching from Blue Star. I drew a deep breath, forcing down the storm surging in my chest. Now wasn't the time to get sentimental. Staying alive came first. Only then could I dig up the truth. I drove for several minutes without running into a single vehicle with living people in it. The main road looked like it had been cleared, smooth going the whole way. I flipped through the trading mall while I drove. With my enhanced physique, my reflexes were sharp enough to handle both. Multitasking wasn't a problem for me. Over in the marketplace, a flood of survivors were dumping supplies at fire sale prices just to scrape together the city entry fee. Blueprints, materials, gadgets, everything cratering fast. This was my window. Anything worthwhile, I snapped up on sight. Refined iron, 100 units, gone. Good tier enhancers, 12 in a row, gone. A vehicle bathroom blueprint for a mere 800 highway coins. Absurdly cheap, grabbed it. With 300 grand in my pocket, I was a shark in this sell-off frenzy. I picked up a good tier weapon for Lei Yong and Lu Yao too. For Lei Yong, a pair of finger pincers, Paired with his heavy punches, the damage would be brutal. For Lu Yao, a dagger, perfect for ambushes up close, given her footwork. Someone had a Glock listed at 10 grand. I didn't even glance at it. I already had 10 AKs on hand, way past that. Finally, I dropped 16 grand on 2 ultra-rare good-tier bulletproof vests. Life-saving gear was worth every penny. One for me, one for Lu Yao. Mid-shopping spree, the bottom right corner of my interface started flashing like crazy. A private message popped open. Sender, Wang Lei, the guy who'd sold me the enhancers earlier. Boss, you around? Got my hands on something heavyweight. Total lifesaver. You in? Attached was a screenshot. Basic health potion, crafting scroll. Type, consumable blueprint, unlimited uses. Effect, instantly restores 100 HP, heals moderate wounds. Materials, mutant carrot X1, source crystal X1. My breath caught for half a second. My right foot eased off the gas on its own, speed dropping to 40. A health potion. In this wasteland, what's worth the most? Not guns, not cars, it's your life. 100 HP for the average survivor was basically a spare life. Once you started mass-producing something this strategic, you could choke out an entire region's lifeline. I had to have it. I ran through my inventory. Killing the gluttonous one had triggered a 10-fold critical, which had dropped exactly 10 source crystals. An earlier scavenging critical had left 5 mutant carrots sitting in my inventory. The materials lined up perfectly, and neither of those showed up in the marketplace, period. Mutant carrots were pure luck. Source crystals only dropped from tier 3 or higher mutants. For your average person, running into a tier 3 meant one of 2 options, die or run. Wang Lei was holding a golden bowl and begging for food, which meant he was in deep trouble. Name your price, I sent back. Instant reply, 30 grand. Firm. This scroll crafts unlimited potions. You'll be the potion king of the wasteland. I smirked. I had 30 grand, sure, but I wasn't about to play the sucker. 10 grand. No way. He was rattled. Somebody offered me 25 and I turned them down. Then go sell it to them. I closed the chat window and pulled up the regional map. 3 seconds later, asterisk ding ding star. Boss. Don't go. 20,000. I really can't go any lower. I didn't rush to reply. My mind was busy running through his situation. By my timeline, the bulk of the survivors were being driven forward by the black fog. By tonight at the latest, anyone who hadn't made it into the city would be dead outside its walls. The fact that he was willing to sell strategic goods like this meant his group almost certainly hadn't reached the city yet. You guys haven't made it into the city yet, have you? I sent. The other end went silent for a full 30 seconds. I typed. Most people selling gear for highway coins right now are the ones still stuck outside. Once you're in the city, you'll need cold weather gear, fuel, food. Mutant carrots don't exist on the market. Forget about source crystals. That scroll in your hands is worthless paper. Hang on to it, and your whole crew freezes to death outside the walls tonight. The chat box went dead quiet. I held every advantage, information and resources both, and I had his bottom line pegged. With a death clock ticking at his throat. If he didn't sell, his entire team was finished. Friend price, 15,000. You've got 10 seconds. 10-9. Deal. I guessed right. And their situation was actually worse than I thought. I'd find out later that they were 12 people in 3 vehicles, and it cost 3,000 per head to get into the city. Even after selling everything they could spare, they still hadn't scraped it together, let alone prepared for the brutal cold inside the walls. Highway coins minus 15,000. Obtained. Basic life potion crafting scroll X1. A faintly glowing sheepskin scroll materialized in my palm. Lu Yao turned her head, staring at the scroll, then at me. She hadn't been able to see the contents of the exchange, only that I'd been trading. I reached back and pulled out 5 glittering source crystals along with 5 mutant carrots, then tossed the scroll to her. Take it. See if you can make some. She caught it. The instant her fingertips brushed the sheepskin, a pale blue panel popped up in front of her face. Basic life potion crafting scroll, unlimited uses. Effect, instantly restores 100 HP, heals moderate external wounds. Materials, mutant carrot X1, source crystal X1. Lu Yao's pupils shrank. She even held her breath. A life potion, restoring 100 HP instantly? In the early days of the wasteland, when even a roll of gauze went for astronomical prices, This was practically a get-out-of-death-free card. What are you spacing out for? I said, swerving around a city bus flipped on its side in the middle of the road. Craft some. Let's see. She tapped craft. The Wasteland's rules were crude and simple. No alchemy bench required. No pharmacology formulas. As long as you had the blueprint and the materials, one tap synthesized it. Materials detected. Source Crystal X5. Mutant Carrot X5. Badge Craft Basic Life Potion X5. She hit yes without hesitation. The materials dissolved into motes of light and drew together. 3 seconds later, 5 glass vials of crimson liquid stood lined up neatly on the armrest console. Crafting successful. Obtained. Basic Life Potion times 5. Just like that. 5 extra lives, right in front of me. I swept my hand across them, and every vial and scroll slipped into my talent space. The safest vault in this wasteland world. Between the frantic shopping spree and the blueprints, I'd burned through more than 50,000. 330,000 left in the space. I pulled up my personal panel. Name, Linyi. Talent, SSS rank God of Wealth. Level, Tier 4, 1400/1600. HP, 670 Constitution, 67 Spirit, 20. Killing infected last night had spiked my experience, 2 levels in one go. My constitution was now more than 6 times that of a normal person, well past the human ceiling. The problem was, leveling was getting ridiculous. Tier 4 to Tier 5 took 1,600 XP, and it only got worse from there. Grinding infected? I'd be at it till the cows came home. Better to make money. 10,000 highway coins bought a single point of constitution, and that was a whole lot faster. Not even 10 minutes into the city. Where to? I called up the map of South City in my head. This was the new district. That skyscraper up ahead was Rongjiang Star, South City's landmark, the heart of the new commercial zone. I flicked another glance at the regional channel. Brothers, I just cracked open a bronze chest in the jewelry store. Pulled a shotgun out of an office building. 68 attack, unstoppable. HLP. Wanda Mall is crawling with infected. They're way too fast, ack. The messages ran to both extremes. Some struck it rich, others got killed. Meanwhile, survivors were pouring into the city like headless flies. I'd let somebody else scout downtown. I had life potion scrolls in hand, and priority number 1 was scoring a big haul of mutant carrots. Hard to find in the city, but I knew a place that might have them, the community garden plots. I cranked the wheel right, swerving off the main road onto a side lane. Lei Yang's car stayed on my tail. The so-called community garden plots were patches of land city folks rented, with the farm handling the watering and fertilizing. When the crops ripened, they'd drive out to pick them. Places like that grew vegetables in bulk, the ideal spot to hunt down mutant produce. 7 or 8 minutes of winding through back roads brought the convoy to the edge of a farm. A wooden sign lay toppled by the roadside. Greenfield Shared Eco Farm. Parking lot. I rolled into the open-air lot and pulled to a stop. I didn't get out right away. A flick of thought, and I drew the +7 enhanced AK and an enhancer out of the space. The deeper I pushed into unexplored ground, the higher the monster tiers would climb. I had to get ready. All the low-tier firepower in the world wouldn't mean squat against a high-tier beast. Maxing out single-target burst damage was the only answer. I kept enhancing the AK. Consumed. Good grade enhancer times 1. Success rate, 30%. A flash of red light. The enhancer didn't fuse into the gun. It shattered on the spot. That failed. My face didn't change. Keep going. Enhancement failed. Enhancement failed. 3 shattered in a row. 30% success rate, and I bricked 3 straight. I didn't stop. Pressed down a 4th time. Ding. Enhancement +8 success. Strike while the iron's hot. My finger kept tapping. Ding. +9 success. Ding. +10 success. The gun suddenly erupted in a dark red halo that spread from the stock down the barrel. Crimson veins now traced across the black metal casing, radiating killing intent. AK Assault Rifle +10. Attack 120. Base +100%. Next enhancement success rate 9%. Failure will destroy the weapon. 9% odds, and failure meant the gun was gone. This was my strongest trump card. I couldn't afford to gamble. I pulled back without hesitation and slotted the AK back into my talent space. 6 fine-grade enhancers left in my pack. I pulled out the +1 refined steel spear next. This thing came with innate armor penetration. excellent for close combat, and the best weapon to fall back on when the ammo runs dry. All in. Ding, ding, ding. All 6 enhancers burned through. Refined steel spear +7. A silver chill rippled along the spearhead, the edge sharpened dramatically. 6 for 6. I put it away. I still had 9 AKs sitting in my space, but I had no intention of listing them on the trade market. You'd have to be brain dead to sell guns in your own territory. Sell one out the front, and the bullets could come flying back at you out the back. I took out a fine-grade bulletproof vest, pulled it on, wrapped a down jacket over it, and zipped up to the collar. Warmth and body armor, double insurance. Then I fished out a brand new Kevlar and ceramic bulletproof vest, along with a fine-grade dagger with a leather sheath, and held them out to Lu Yao. Word was this vest could stop AK rounds. I only had 2, and I wasn't about to test one on myself. Put it on. Lu Yao stared down at the top-tier gear in her hands, her eyes stunned. She was probably wondering if my highway currency was a bottomless well. A single enhancer on the market went for over 1,000, and I was stacking them on like I was cracking sunflower seeds. Out there, tens of thousands of people were fighting for the 1,000 coins it took to get into a city, and I was throwing around tens of thousands like it was nothing. She just made a soft sound of agreement. No fuss, no refusal. She took off her coat, put the vest on against her body, and strapped the dagger to the small of her back. I pushed the door open. Cracked concrete underfoot. It was an open-air parking lot. 7 or 8 family sedans sat rusting, their sheet metal flaking off at the slightest touch. Tires shriveled flat, the rubber fused to the seized-up wheel hubs. A wooden signboard had rotted until the lettering was completely gone. Half the roof of a corner store had caved in, and dead vines crawled across the walls. There was no way this place had only been abandoned for a few days. 10 years, minimum. Probably longer. But the survival game had only descended a few days ago. Even if Blue Star had been dragged wholesale into a wasteland world, weathering couldn't happen this fast. Someone had messed with the flow of time. Or was this not our South City at all, but the ruins of some parallel timeline future? The sound of car doors slamming cut off my thoughts. Lei Yang, Wang Chong, and the others came over bundled up in heavy coats. Lei Yang, whose talent was heavy punch, had a high physique stat and didn't feel the cold. Chun Bo and Wang Chong were stamping their feet, shivering. "Boss, there's not even a ghost in this rundown farm. Why'd we come here?" Chun Bo said, swiping through his status panel. The regional channels blowing up. Somebody popped a silver chest out of an office tower downtown, scored a shotgun, and blew a mutant dog to pieces in one shot. We're out here wandering the boondocks. All the good stuff's gonna be gone before we get a piece. Downtown. I gave a cold laugh. High reward always comes with high risk. Let them scout ahead, I said flatly, then turned to Lei Yang and gave a single flick of my hand. A pair of savage-looking metal knuckle clamps appeared out of thin air and sailed toward him. Lei Yang caught them. Fine-grade knuckle clamps. ATK +30 with blunt force concussion. Lei Yang swallowed hard. He'd seen these on the trade channel yesterday, priced at 3,000 highway coins. Boss, this was a guy who normally bled without breaking a sweat, and now his hands were actually trembling. Put them on. If anything goes sideways, you're the one protecting everyone. He didn't waste breath arguing. He slipped them on immediately, curling his fingers, the metal grinding with a sharp clang. He slammed a fist into his palm, and the air let out a muffled boom. Leave it to me. He moved to the front of the group. I swept my eyes across everyone. Everyone, start searching the farm. Stay within 10 meters of each other. Keep each other in sight. Regular supplies, food, water, materials. Grab whatever you find. I paused and put more weight into my next words. But if you see any mutant plants or resource chests, nobody touches them. Come get me immediately. Nobody asked why. After the one-sided slaughter on the highway last night, and the top-tier gear I'd just tossed off like it was nothing, my word here was law. Got it. The farm was laid out in clear sections. A small convenience store and a few rows of one-story buildings in front, with wide fields stretching out behind them. I hefted my spear and kicked open the rolling shutter of the convenience store. Dust puffed into my face. The shelves were toppled every which way. Empty. Not even a bottle of expired water left. The houses were the same, turned upside down, even the bed planks pried loose. Lei Yang and Su Qing came up empty too. Boss, this place is cleaner than my face. Chunbo crawled out from under a rusted-out tractor, holding two black rectangles. Only found these, two walkie-talkies. Slap some batteries in, and they should work. Handy for comms if we leave them in the car. I nodded and stored them in my space. Call it a bonus. Just then, Wang Chong came running from the backyard, panting but visibly excited. Boss, there's something underground behind the house. I strode over quickly. The backyard was an open patch of weeds. A wooden board had been flipped aside, revealing a rust-eaten iron door beneath it, secured with a heavy-duty padlock, dead sealed. Just now when the wind blew, I caught a whiff of high-proof alcohol, Wang Chong said. Lei Yang stepped up and swung his pliers. Asterisk clang asterisk, the lock shattered. He hauled the iron door open, and a wave of mildew laced with the strong scent of liquor came rolling out. A cellar. Down the stairs we went. Along the walls stood several rows of wooden racks, neatly stacked with row after row of glass bottles. All liquor, matai, wulianya, labels yellowed, seals intact. In the apocalypse, liquor was a hard currency. It could also sterilize wounds and start fires. A rough count put it at 110 bottles. Without a word, I reached out and swept them into my space. The instant my fingertips brushed the bottles, hundredfold critical strike triggered. Obtained. Fatian Matai times 100. Notifications spammed the screen. I actually cursed out loud. A hundredfold crit. Since gaining the God of Wealth talent, this was only the second time it had triggered. Slaughtering over 100 infected last night hadn't set it off. Yet here in this cellar, it went nuclear at the highest multiplier. 110 bottles, in an instant, became 11,000. This wasn't liquor anymore. It was cold, hard highway coins stacked to the ceiling. I pulled up the market. Matai went for 500 coins a bottle. 11,000 bottles, jackpot. Millions of highway coins. But I didn't get carried away. After last night, the channel had only 18,000 or so people left. Luxury goods made money off the rich, and dumping over 10,000 bottles onto the market would crash the price instantly. I'd have to bleed them out slowly. Suppressing my elation, I clapped Wang Chong on the shoulder. Nice work. All thanks to your leadership, boss, he replied with a grin. Before crossing over, this guy had been a corporate hotshot, quick on his feet. From trembling in fear at first, to begging for shelter, to actively pulling his weight, he'd adapted lightning fast. Most importantly, whenever danger struck, he always put himself between his wife and the threat. Decent at heart, sharp in the head, worth the investment. I started running numbers in my head. The team's combat power had to come up. Lei Yang had a weapon, Liu Yao had a bulletproof vest, but Wang Chong and the others didn't even have self-defense gear. None of them had combat talents either. The second trouble hit, they'd be sitting ducks. I'd kit each of them out with basic gear soon. With the cellar cleaned out, we headed back up. Nothing left to search up front. Let's hit the fields. The rear half of the compound was a growing zone fenced in with barbed wire. Open farmland plus 2 greenhouses. The open fields were the size of a few soccer pitches, but they were choked with waist-high weeds, and the scattered vegetables that had survived were all sickly and stunted. Su Qing crouched down and pinched a cabbage leaf. No good. They're all dead. Can't even use my harvesting skill. I looked over at the 2 greenhouses. The plastic sheeting on top was torn to shreds, exposing the rusted skeletons underneath. If nothing grew in the open, the greenhouses probably weren't much better. But since we were here, we weren't leaving empty-handed. The first greenhouse was nothing but withered grass. Bust. The second greenhouse's plastic sheeting was more or less intact, coated in a thick layer of dust. What was strange, though, the entrance was barred shut by several thick wooden. The planks were nailed down tight, sealing the door shut. Wang Chong suddenly stopped and sniffed hard, twice. Boss, there's a smell, some kind of weird fragrance. Really refreshing. An exotic scent? Even with my heightened senses, I couldn't catch a whiff of anything, nor could I hear a sound from inside. In the wasteland, anything abnormal spelled trouble. A door sealed shut meant someone didn't want whatever was outside getting in, or whatever was inside getting out. Was this scent bait? Or the ripening aroma of some high-tier mutated plant? The risk was massive, but high reward came with high risk, and I wasn't about to leave empty-handed. I raised a hand. Wang Chong, Chunbo, Su Qing, fall back 10 meters. The 3 retreated instantly. Lei Yang planted himself in front and to my side, wire cutters raised. I stepped forward, driving the tip of my spear precisely into the gap between the sealed plank and the doorframe. A sharp twist of my arm. Asterisk crack asterisk. The plank splintered and fell. An intense wave of botanical fragrance rushed out through the gap and flooded my nostrils. My mind cleared in an instant, the fatigue of the long drive vanishing without a trace. This was definitely high-tier stuff. But the greenhouse was dead silent, wisps of mist drifting inside, obscuring the view. The quieter it was, the deadlier it usually turned out to be. I didn't charge in blindly. Lu Yao caught on, stepped up, and activated her ability. A semi-transparent duplicate of herself took shape beside her, then stepped over the threshold into the dim greenhouse. 1 second, 2 seconds, asterisk thwip, thwip, asterisk. Two muffled sounds cut through the air. Lu Yao's duplicate shattered instantly, dissolving into motes of light. Her real body flinched, taking a slight mental backlash. What the hell was that? Lei Yang kept his muzzle locked on the doorway. Lu Yao shook her head, catching her breath. Too fast. Couldn't get a look at the source. If something with a ranged attack was lurking inside, Lei Yang charging in would just make him a sitting duck. With a thought, I summoned the AK-10 wreathed in a dark red glow into my hand, along with 3 full magazines, and tossed them over. Take it. Lei Yang caught the rifle cleanly, pocketed the mags, finger on the trigger and stock braced against his shoulder. He handled it more professionally than I did. I drew out my refined steel spear +7, hooked up the broken half of the plank from the ground, and with a flick of my wrist sent it arcing toward the greenhouse entrance. Asterisk thwip, thwip, asterisk. The plank burst apart in midair. Not gunfire. There was no crack of burning powder. It was more like something being launched at high velocity. Fast, accurate, and it wouldn't even let you near the door. I had gasoline stashed in my spatial storage, along with a grenade. Pulling the pin and tossing it in, or just torching the whole place, would be the easy way out. But if that exotic scent came from mutated carrots, or something even rarer, some strategic tier material, then all this trouble would end in nothing but a fireworks show. Only an idiot would pull that move. I came here, and I wasn't leaving empty-handed. I opened the trading panel and browsed through the defensive gear. Armor was scarce on the market. Most of it was nothing more than makeshift wooden plank shields. It's just a modified car door. Fine against regular infected, but useless against an attack like that just now. I scrolled down, and a consignment listing popped up. Reinforced steel riot shield. Pure steel construction. Weight 180 gene. Capable of blocking submachine gun fire. 3,000 highway coins. Requires constitution 20+. Only 3,000. Buy it. No hesitation. Lost highway coins times 3, 000. Obtained reinforced steel riot shield times 1. I withdrew it. A matte black shield, 1.5 meters tall, materialized out of thin air and slammed into the ground with a thud, leaving a shallow crater. The angled front face was ridged with ballistic edges tipped in spikes, offense and defense combined. Boss, let me try. Lei Yang slung his rifle over his shoulder and gripped the handle with both hands, arm muscles bulging as he heaved the shield up. This thing's got some serious weight. He tried a couple of steps, breathing hard. No good. Way too heavy. I couldn't maneuver in combat. I'd just be a sitting duck. Step back. I'll take it. I slipped my left arm through the strap and grabbed the handle. One flex of my arm, whoosh. The 180 gene steel shield felt as light as a plastic board in my grip. I held it up one-handed, rock steady in front of me. Everyone's eyes went wide. Lei Yang had struggled with both hands, and I was hoisting it single-handed without so much as a wobble. I ignored them and moved slowly toward the greenhouse entrance, shield raised. 2 meters from the doorframe, I thrust my left arm forward, pushing half the shield through the gap. Flip, flip, flip. The whistling of air split like a sudden downpour. Bang, 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 bang. Impacts exploded across the shield face in rapid succession, deafening. The massive force traveled through the shield into my arm, but my feet took root. I didn't give an inch. The barrage went on for a full 5 seconds before it stopped. I pulled the shield back and looked down. The matte black surface was pockmarked with countless white dents, but nothing had punched through. Defense was solid. I turned my head. Lu Yao, hold the door and keep watch. Lei Yang, stay behind me. The shield only covers 2 people. Stick close. Got it. Remember, I shot him a glance. The second something feels off, forget about me and pull back. You hear me. Wasteland rule number 1. Bleeding hearts die first. My constitution outclassed everyone here, and I had grenades in my pocket. If I couldn't win, I could always retreat. A teammate insisting on going down with me would just be dead weight. Military instinct kicked in. Lei Yong snapped his back straight. Yes, sir. Mission understood. I steadied my breathing, raised the shield with my left hand, reverse gripped the spear in my right, and stepped over the threshold. The instant I crossed, asterisk flip 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 flip, asterisk the whistling erupted in a frenzy, bang bang bang, hammering the shield. The impact was enormous. An ordinary person would have been blown back, shield and all, but the veins in my left arm bulged as I braced against it, legs driven into the ground like spikes. Step by step, I pushed forward, boots stamping deep prints into the dirt. Lei Yong pressed tight against my back, scanning the white mist for targets under my cover. But the fog was too thick. He couldn't see a thing. Boss, I can't see anything. Don't shoot. Save your bullets. The two of us pushed forward 5 or 6 meters through the barrage. Then the attack stopped abruptly, and the greenhouse fell dead silent again. I held my defensive stance. Did this thing have intelligence? Did it know the shield couldn't be punched through, so it was charging up? Or was it waiting for us to slip up? Using the light spilling in from the doorway, I glanced at the ground behind me. Scattered across it was a heap of yellow pellets. So that torrential storm of an attack just now had been these things? I crouched, hooked one onto the tip of my spear, and brought it close for a look. Plump and round, giving off a faint golden glow. A kernel of corn? Rare grade mutated corn kernel. Contains dense energy. When cooked and eaten, grants experience and satiety. Can also be used to create recipes. Grants experience? And can be used in recipes. Definitely good stuff. The surroundings remained dead silent. No second wave. What was it waiting for? Fine, if you won't move, I will. I pocketed the kernel and braced the shield again. Keep up. I drove hard with both legs. Dirt flew as the refined iron shield plowed through the thick white mist like a bulldozer, charging deeper in. Lei Yong stayed glued to my back, AK leveled, heart pounding like a drum, secretly thrilled. Asterisk damn, this is intense. Boss is a beast. Asterisk. 10 meters, 20 meters. We were in the middle of the greenhouse in no time. The mist thinned. I stopped and slammed the shield into the ground. 3 meters ahead stood 3 enormous plants. Over 2 meters tall, their main stalks thicker than a man's thigh. Their dark green leaves had razor-sharp serrations along the edges, like rows of cleavers. There it was, the source of the attack, mutated corn. I raised the shield and tensed every muscle, ready for the next volley. 1 second, 10 seconds, half a minute. Nothing. I tilted the shield aside and looked at the 3 main stalks. All that was left were a few withered cobs, not a single kernel remaining. It looked almost comical. Shot themselves dry. Seemed this plant had no brain, only the most basic defensive instinct. Once it emptied its ammo, it dropped straight into full sage mode. Threat neutralized. I lowered the shield. Boss, that's it. It's over. Lei Yong poked his head out from behind, AK still raised, restless and frustrated. Last night, watching me use the AK had made his hands itch, and today he'd finally gotten to hold one and hadn't fired a shot. I didn't answer. My gaze traveled past the 3 ruined corn saplings, and behind them, a few chili peppers gave off a reddish glow. Right up against the peppers was a small cluster of short, vivid green leaves. My heart lurched. Mutated carrots. After searching for so long, I'd finally found the real deal. I counted quickly, 6 of them. Messy footsteps sounded behind me. Seeing no more commotion, Lu Yao and the others had drawn their daggers and were about to bring Wang Chong and the rest inside. Nobody moved. I spun around. Get back out. Lei Yong looked a little dazed. Asterisk wasn't the danger over? Asterisk. Lu Yao's right foot, mid-stride over the threshold, froze in midair and yanked back. Outside, Wang Chong grabbed hold of. Su Qing tugged her sleeve back. Chen Bo hunched his shoulders and swallowed hard. I crouched in the corner and refused to let anyone in. The reason was simple. My talent space only triggered critical hits when I harvested resources no one else had touched. Every last gold nugget on this floor had to be picked up by me, and me alone. Outside, the others were still guessing wildly. Wang Chong lowered his voice and said to Chen Bo, "Boss is risking his neck scouting this place out for us. Don't cause trouble." Shinbo nodded again and again. I couldn't be bothered to explain. I walked to the corner, grabbed that tuft of scrawny green leaves, and pulled. 6 thumb-thick mutant carrots burst out of the soil. A flick of thought, and they went into the space. Obtained mutant carrot X6. 10x critical hit triggered. Obtained mutant carrot X60. 60 of them. A single dose of basic life potion took only 1 carrot. That meant 60 bottles of lifesaver medicine. On the trade channel right now, 1 bottle went for at least 10,000 highway coins. I turned and lunged at the 2 chili trees glowing faintly red, stripping every fruit off the branches. Obtained Heartburn Chili X15. 5x critical hit triggered. Obtained Heartburn Chili X75. Heartburn Chili, fine grade when consumed, accelerates blood circulation and raises body temperature by 3 to 5 degrees Celsius instantly, providing significant cold resistance. In extreme cold environments, effects last for 2 hours. Extreme cold environments. The system had flagged this deliberately. It wasn't idle wording. That meant the wasteland's climate could turn on a dime. It was already this cold. The moment the temperature crashed to minus several dozen degrees, these chilies would be strategic, life-saving supplies. I stashed them away and turned toward the ground littered with glittering gold corn kernels. Rare grade, and there were hundreds scattered across the floor. I bent down and started stuffing them into the space one by one. Every handful sent my head into a frenzy of scrolling notifications. 2x critical hit triggered. 10x critical hit triggered. 5x critical hit triggered. I lost myself in the rush of the hall, moving faster and faster. I checked inventory. 5,200 units of corn kernels, piled into a small golden mountain. I was rich. I brushed the dirt off my hands and was about to leave when something struck me as off. The 3 mutant corn stalks and the chili trees, stripped of their fruit, were visibly withering to a sickly yellow. Fruit gone, host dies. That tracked. But the white mist inside the greenhouse hadn't dissipated at all. If anything, it was getting thicker. I could barely make out the iron frames overhead anymore. This mist wasn't coming from the plants. I looked down and stared at the soil around the corn roots, a dark red, giving off a faint sheen, with the white mist seeping up through the cracks in the dirt. There was something underground. Something capable of nurturing this many mutated plants had to be more valuable than everything I'd just harvested combined. I pulled up the trade channel and searched for hoe. No one wanted farming tools right now. The prices were dirt cheap. Fine-grade refined steel hoe, 200 highway coins. Comes with a built-in 50% mining bonus. I bought it immediately. A heavy hoe materialized in my hand. I swung it down and started digging. With my high constitution plus the bonus, I'd carved out a meter-deep pit in under a minute. When the blade bit down again, a blinding yellow flash shot straight at my face. Once the light faded, a fist-sized crystal lay at the bottom of the pit, a translucent earthy yellow with red mist swirling inside. I grabbed it, and a stream of pure energy poured through my palm into my limbs. Even the exhaustion from last night's fight was swept clean away. Rare grade item obtained, Leyline Core. Can absorb free-floating energy. Dramatically improves soil fertility within a 100-meter radius. Promotes the growth of mutated plants, and has a chance to trigger secondary evolution in plants. A core component for constructing a top-tier survival base. My breathing grew heavy. What the wasteland lacked most wasn't weapons, wasn't temporary safe houses. It was sustainable resources. With this thing, I could stake out a patch of land, bury it, and grow an endless supply of carrots, chili peppers, even higher-tier materials. This was the Real Foundation. We didn't even have a permanent base yet, still drifting along the highway, but we were already a step ahead of everyone else. Off to one side, Lei Yang was staring, slack-jawed. His eye had climbed another notch. With a thought, I stashed the core in my space. 5-fold critical strike triggered. Rare grade Ley Line Core X5 obtained. My fingers actually trembled. 5 of them. I forced down the elation and let my expression settle back into cold neutrality. Wealth flaunted is wealth lost. Let's go. Head out. Lei Yang shouldered his AK and followed. Outside, the others were on high alert. When they saw us walk out without a scratch, Wang Chong stepped forward. Boss, all cleared out. I nodded. Back to the parking lot. The sun was buried behind thick clouds, and the temperature was still dropping. Every breath came out white. With a thought, I made several steaming slabs of roasted giant lizard meat appear on the hood, along with 5 bottles of mineral water lined up beside them. Eat. Fuel up before we get to work. Nobody bothered with the heat. They just grabbed and shoveled it in. Su Qing was more refined, but she swallowed just as fast. I leaned against the car door and pulled up my panel. Whenever I had a moment, I gathered intel. The regional channel was scrolling by in a blur. What had been chaotic pleas for help was now all recruitment ads. Shanghai Convoy is hiring. 10 bottles of water on joining. Constitution 15 plus preferred. Fierce Tiger Convoy expanding. Bring a weapon. Become a squad leader on the spot. Trash talents. Weak and old. Piss off. Mutual Aid Alliance recruiting. Resources shared. No one left behind. Guaranteed. Humans were the ultimate herd animals. Convoys forming was inevitable. In the apocalypse, a lone wolf who ran into a team was a dead lone wolf. But me? I was sitting on an SSS grade talent. My constitution crushed every stat sheet in sight. And I was supposed to go work for someone else? Don't make me laugh. Join a big faction, hand over my halls. And the moment things went south, the first wave of cannon fodder. Worse still, the moment my talent for infinitely crit looting supplies got out, every convoy boss would lock me up and use me as a human money printer. A man's treasure is his crime. I couldn't afford to join any faction, and I sure as hell wasn't going to run some open-door convoy either. Letting shit-stirrers slip in would get me killed. I was going the elite route, building a rock-solid inner circle I could trust with my life. Boss. Wang Chong swallowed his mouthful of meat and pointed at the panel. This Mutual Aid Alliance is just a scam to lure in cannon fodder. Shared resources. Who collects them? Who distributes them? Whoever controls distribution is the local emperor. And the Shanghai Convoy. They've definitely already seized the water station. Water costs them nothing. It's just bait. Once you walk in, their rules have you by the throat. I gave him a once-over. Before the crossover, this guy had been a corporate exec. Clear-headed, saw straight to the heart of things. Useful. Shinbo nodded. Stick with the boss, and we eat like kings. Only an idiot would go freeze his ass off in a garbage convoy like that. Belly's full, strength recovered. Get in. Next stop. Lei Yang worked the bolt and checked the chamber. Liu Yao headed for the driver's seat. That was when. Asterisk vroom. 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 Asterisk. 3 ear-splitting engines came roaring in, and 3 vehicles blocked the parking lot entrance. 9 men jumped out. Leading them was one of Zhang Hu's old lackeys, now shotgun in hand. Lu Wenbiao, squad leader of the Fierce Tiger Convoy's 3rd squad. Last night's massacre had gone their way. This crew got lucky, slipped into the city early, and through sheer viciousness had pulled together over 100 men in half a day. Any survivors they came across on the way, the men got stripped of everything and forced to scout ahead. The women were just dragged off. The reek of blood clung to them. Human blood. Lu Wenbiao's eyes landed on the barbecued meat on the hood. His Adam's apple bobbed. Fuck me, living the good life, huh? Meat stays. Car stays. Get lost. The words had barely left his mouth when he caught sight of Liu Yao and Su Qing. His eyes lit up and he ran his tongue across his lips. Stepped in some good luck today. He turned back to his boys, roaring with laughter. The 8 thugs hooped along with him, spewing filth. Lu Wenbiao swung his gun up and leveled it at me. You hear me? Women stay. The rest of you men, fuck off. Shinbo shrank against the back of the vehicle, legs shaking. 9 of them. Every one of them looked like a killer. And they had guns. Lei Yang stepped forward, AK raised level, muzzle trained rock steady on Lu Wenbiao's forehead. Take one more step, and I blow your head off. Lu Wenbiao didn't back off. He pressed forward, thumping his chest. You think that piece of shit gun scares anyone? How many rounds you even got in there? Fierce Tiger Convoys got hundreds of men. You lay a finger on me. Boss Zhang will chop the lot of you up and feed you to the dogs. The 8 men behind him closed in. Got the balls. Pull the fucking trigger. I leaned against the car door and didn't so much as glance at him. One sweep of my senses told me these guys were nothing. Vicious, sure, but they were just bullies who cave the moment they meet real steel. Perfect timing for some field training. I pulled a fine steel crossbow out of my space and slapped it against Wang Chong's chest. Take it. Wang Chong caught it with trembling hands. Boss this. You want to protect your wife? Hiding won't cut it. My tone was flat. Today, you're going to kill at least one of them. With me and Lei Yang here, you don't even have the guts to pull the trigger. So what exactly are you planning to use to protect Su Qing? Wang Chong glanced back at Su Qing, who was clutching the hem of his shirt for dear life, shaking all over. Everything from the past few days churned through his mind. This was a wasteland where people ate people. Anyone without a spine got kicked aside as dead weight sooner or later. He clenched his jaw, raised the crossbow with both hands, curled his finger around the trigger, and aimed straight ahead. Oh ho, the little guy's actually pulling a weapon. Lu Wenbiao's grin turned even more manic. A soft-boiled egg like you. Careful you don't put a bolt through your own foot. Lu Yao suddenly stepped forward, drew her military combat knife with a reverse grip, and held it point down. The leader's mine. I nodded and took half a step back, ceding the ground to her. Lu Wenbiao burst out laughing and reached his left hand toward her face. Ah, the little beauty can't wait. Lu Yao didn't dodge. His fingers brushed her outline, and the sensation was wrong. He'd grabbed nothing but air. The Lu Yao in front of him twisted once and dissipated into an afterimage. In the instant Lu Wenbiao froze, a chill kissed the side of his neck. Lu Yao was already behind him, slashing across in a backhand swipe. SHHK, blood sprayed, splattering across the face of the goon beside him. The shotgun clattered to the ground. Lu Wenbiao clutched his throat, eyes bulging, and toppled over, twitched twice, and lay still. All 8 thugs stood dumbstruck. Their captain was dead? Was that a clone? Teleportation? Fuck, waste her. A bald one raised a blade and lunged at Lu Yao. Thwip, a crossbow bolt punched clean through his thigh, throwing him off balance and slamming him face first into the mud. Wang Chong was still shaking, but he hadn't lowered the crossbow. For that split second, his head had been filled with images of their supplies being looted, Su Qing being defiled. I'll kill every last one of you, he roared. The remaining 7 completely broke. A she-devil in front of them, a lunatic with a crossbow on the flank, and some brute with an AK standing right there. This wasn't a fat lamb. This was a slab of iron. Run! They scrambled, half crawling. Lei Yong, hold them. Don't kill them all. Trying to bolt. Lei Yong gave a cold snort. His talent surged. He transformed into a humanoid dire bear and, in a blink, cut in front of the fleeing pack, blocking their path. The frontrunner couldn't break in time and swung an iron bar down. Lei Yong didn't retreat. He advanced, hooked the man's wrist with his left hand, and wrenched it downward. Crack! Bone snapped. His right fist detonated against the man's chest. The guy launched into the air, crashed onto the hood of a car, and slid to the ground. The remaining 6 went weak in the knees. A tall, gaunt one dropped to his knees with a thud. Boss! Mercy! Lu Wenbiao forced us into all of it. The rest hurled their weapons aside and knelt in a chorus. All the supplies are yours, just let us. Let's just go. The pleas came in a chorus. I swept my eyes across the group. Every piece of clothing was stained with fresh blood. God knows how many innocent lives were on their hands. Letting them live would only mean more victims down the road. Pull weeds by the roots. I turned to Chen Bo, who was still trembling like a leaf. Go on. Pick one. Chen Bo went sheet white. He was a grad student. Hadn't even killed a chicken in his life. But Wang Chong had already made his move. Lu Yao hadn't so much as blinked, and if he chickened out now, he'd be cut loose. He clenched his jaw, eyes bloodshot, muttering, "If I don't kill, I die," over and over. Then, with a strangled, warped shriek, he charged forward with the iron bar raised high and brought it down on the tall, skinny guy's head. Thud! The man crumpled to the ground, howling and thrashing. Chinbo squeezed his eyes shut and hacked away like a madman. The crack of breaking bone tangled with the screams. 3 of the others realized begging was useless and tried to jump him. Asterisk crack. 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 Asterisk Lei Yang's AK opened up and 3 chests burst open. The remaining 2 curled up on the ground, arms over their heads, shaking. I walked over to Wang Chong and took his loaded crossbow. Then I turned and held it out to Su Qing. Su Qing kept backing away, waving her hands, tears streaming down. No, I can't. Take it. My voice was flat. Either you pull the trigger, or you get the hell out of my crew. She shot Wang Chong a pleading look. He gritted his teeth, grabbed her hand, and pressed the crossbow into it. Babe, boss is right. If we don't kill them, they'll kill us. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, steadying the weapon, lining the bolt up with one of the brawny men still twitching on the ground. Squeeze the trigger. Su Qing shut her eyes and jerked her finger down. Twang. The bolt shot out and buried itself in the man's thigh. The big guy writhed and screamed in pain. Mercy, boss, mercy. I know where the fierce tiger convoy's base is. It's right next to the tallest building around here. I can put in a word for you. Get you a spot as second in command. No problem. I let out a cold snort. Did he think I was an idiot? Going to play second fiddle to somebody else? Besides, I hadn't planned on tangling with Zhang Hu in the first place. Live and let live. I gave Lei Yang a small nod. Bang, bang, 2 shots. The parking lot fell dead silent. Nothing left but the cold wind rustling through the leaves and the heavy stench of blood spreading through the air. Only then did Chun Bo snap out of it, bracing himself against the car and vomiting violently, emptying his stomach all over the ground. Wang Chong couldn't hold it in either. His knees buckled, and he dropped into the mud, dry heaving. Su Qing collapsed into a puddle, too drained even to throw up. Only Lei Yang and Lu Yao were still on their feet. Lei Yang was a special forces vet. His nerves were made of steel. Lu Yao's face had gone pale, but her back was ramrod straight as she wiped her dagger clean with a strip of cloth. I leaned against the car door and didn't offer anyone comfort. The wasteland had no use for tears. There was no law here, no morality, only the law of the jungle. To survive, you didn't just have to face the mutant horrors out there. You had to face something far more terrifying, the human heart. Today's trash makes for the perfect whetstone. Puke it up. Get it out now. So next time something like this happens, they'll pull the trigger without hesitation. I walked over to Lu Wenbiao's corpse and picked up the shotgun. Common grade shotgun ×1. Not bad, better than Lu Yao's hunting rifle. I had AKs in my inventory, but Wang Chong and the others all had support-type talents. Their physiques weren't much better than an average person's, and they couldn't handle the recoil of an AK. Shotguns suited them better. I turned and started rifling through the 3 vehicles. The back seats were piled high with looted supplies, and several backpacks were stained with blood. I unzipped one, bottled water, instant noodles, and odds and ends. I stored the whole bag straight into my inventory. In the second car, I found 10 units of all-purpose fuel, 300 road coins, and a blueprint. Water collection device blueprint, fine grade. When used, generates 1 water collection device that produces 1 liter of purified water per hour. An unexpected bonus. Lei Yang walked over with his gun raised, glancing at the bodies scattered across the ground. Boss, what do we do with the corpses? Leave them. The smell of blood will draw other things in. I didn't even look up. Grab anything useful and let's move. Chun Bo had finally finished throwing up. He wiped his mouth roughly with his sleeve, and to his surprise, most of the fear had drained out of him. So this was all killing was. As long as you had the guts to act, even scumbags bled. Even scumbags died. Wang Chong helped Su Qing to her feet, and the 2 of them leaned on each other as they climbed into the car. Lu Yao sheathed her dagger and went to take the wheel. I stored the last vehicle into my inventory and lifted my gaze toward the distant highway. The sky was growing darker, and the temperature kept dropping. The extreme cold was coming any day now. We had to find a place to build a shelter, and fast. Otherwise, even if the monsters didn't tear us apart, we'd freeze to death. Get in. Lei Yang started the engine. The SUV growled low, crunched through the mud, and rolled out of the parking lot back onto the desolate highway. In the rearview mirror, the corpses shrank smaller and smaller. A few infected, drawn by the smell of blood, lunged at the bodies on the ground. The sounds of tearing and chewing drifted away on the cold wind. Beside the Rongjiang Star Building, in the parking lot of a shopping mall, more than a dozen modified vehicles sat lined up. On the second floor, in an office, Zhang Hu kicked over the tea table. You're all a bunch of goddamn useless bastards. He jabbed a finger at the squad leaders standing before him with their heads down, cursing at the top of his lungs. That idiot Lu Wenbiao. His brain was stuffed full of women. I told him 1,000 times. Told him to get that water collection device blueprint traded over first. What the hell did he go off and do instead? One of his flunkies stammered, trembling. Huji, Biaoji said. He was going to hit up a farmstead for some vegetables and grab a few scouts to use as cannon fodder along the way. Vegetables. He picked himself right into a coffin. Zhang Hu backhanded the underling, sending him spinning twice before he spat out 2 bloody teeth. Who? Bro. A yellow-haired guy came bursting through the door. Scouts report. A black SUV and a modded off-roader just tore out of the farmstead heading south. Zhang Hu whipped around. South? That's the road to Nanjiang. He yanked his collar open, exposing the tiger head tattoo across his chest. Lu Wenbiao was a moron, but plenty of his crew were packing heat. To wipe out the whole squad without a single call getting back, the guys on the other end had to be the real deal. But so what? The fierce tiger convoy was over 200 strong, with more than a dozen shotguns and pistols between them. An ordinary awakened talent going up against a shotgun? One shot, done. He grabbed the yellow-haired kid by the collar. Pass the word. Get every man outside back here. Tell squads 2, 4, and 5 to gear up full. Bring the crossbows and scatterguns we just jacked. Block that road to Nanjiang off tight, you hear me? He was going to show all of South City what happened to anyone who crossed Zhanghu. The off-roader jolted along the pitted road. I sat in the passenger seat, running through South City's map in my head. The Nanjiang was the Yangtze's largest tributary. I planned to get close enough to scout for a water source. If it was still flowing, I'd siphon some into my space and give the convoy's quality of life a massive boost. Right, almost forgot the good stuff. I pulled the blueprint out of my space and tapped to use it. A gray-black metal device, shaped like a water dispenser, appeared on the back seat, a miniature compressor set into its side. The craftsmanship was precise, and it could plug straight into the vehicle's power. I grabbed the cable and hooked it up. Water resource collector, booting up. Output rate, 1 liter/hour, purified water. As long as we had power, we had water. I bought another 2 batteries from the trading market, set up 2 walkie-talkies, and traded one over to Lei Yang. 10 meters back, Lei Yang took the walkie-talkie. Keep your distance and stay sharp, I said. Got it. With that handled, I pulled up the trade channel again. By now, browsing it had become my daily routine for intel. Half a day in, plenty of lucky survivors had cracked open resource crates, and the top listings were, without exception, weapons. Fine-grade double-barrel shotgun, 3,500 road coins. Fine-grade pistol, 2,200 road coins, comes with 3 magazines. Weapons were still climbing in price. I skimmed the stats. The shotgun's base attack was 8 points higher than the AK, but the range was too short. Past 15 meters, the power dropped off a cliff. I was better off maxing out the AK I already had. I searched for special items next, and the page refreshed. Fine-grade weapon enhancer, 2,000 road coins each. This had gone up too. Fine-grade enhancers only dropped from silver resource crates, and ordinary survivors weren't about to burn them on run-of-the-mill gear. They'd rather trade for food and water that might actually save their lives. Even outfits like Songhai and Fierce Tiger. A big convoy like his. Even the boss wouldn't shell out tens of thousands of road coins for these. His men had to eat and drink, and money had to be spent where it mattered most, which made it a steal for me. I hit purchase directly. Lost road coins times 42,000. Obtained good grade weapon enhancer times 21. Staring at the balance that now sat under 280,000, I let out a sigh. Money really did burn like water. Less than a day in, and I'd already blown over 100 grand. I slid my seat back, pulled out the AK and laid it across my lap, then grabbed an enhancer and got to work. Enhancement successful. AK +1. Enhancement successful. AK +2. Silver flashes rippled one after another. From the driver's seat, Lu Yao caught the scene out of the corner of her eye, her mouth falling open into a perfect little "oh." How many road coins was that worth? And he was popping them off like he was smashing garlic cloves, one after another? I slapped down the last enhancer, and a faint red glow began to seep from the barrel. AK Assault Rifle +10, Attack 120, Base Attack, +100%. Trait, Armor Piercing. Ignores 10% of target's base defense. Warning, next enhancement success rate 9%. On failure, weapon will be destroyed. It even threw in an armor-piercing trait. I was thrilled. Pair this rifle with armor-piercing, and even a defense-type mutant would get shredded to pieces with a single burst. Kachuk. I pulled the bolt back, chambering around. The instant that crisp metallic sound rang out, the off-roader slammed on the brakes. Ahead of us stretched a narrow dirt road, flanked on both sides by towering abandoned vegetable greenhouses, their wire mesh rusted through. 50 meters straight ahead, 3 modified vehicles were parked bumper to bumper across the road, sealing off the way forward. Packed onto their roofs and cargo beds stood dozens of men, brandishing shotguns, pistols, repeating crossbows, machetes, and iron bars. "Boss, there's a roadblock ahead." No sooner had Lu Yao spoken than the roar of engines came from behind. In the rearview mirror, 5 pickups and vans modified to look like porcupines came screeching in, drifting sideways to slam the retreat shut. Over 100 men piled out from front and back, and the narrow stretch of road was instantly locked down like an iron drum. Atop one of the vehicles, a bald, hulking man hefted a double-barreled shotgun and pointed it down at us from on high. "You brats in the car, listen up. You're surrounded. Kill the engine and get out now. Hands behind your heads. Twitch a muscle, and I'll turn you into a goddamn sieve." The dozens of men around him whooped and jeered in support. 500 meters away, atop an abandoned water tower, Zhang, who stood draped in a military overcoat, peering down through a high-powered pair of binoculars, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This crew had managed to take out Lu Wenbiao, so they clearly had some skill, but Zhang, who never picked a fight he wasn't prepared for. Over 100 men in front and behind, half the convoy's elite, plus a good number of B-grade enhancers, all here. Seal off the road like that, and even a bull elephant would get gunned down. "Brother Hu, let's just open fire and be done with it," said the underling beside. The younger brother rubbed his hands together. Zhang, who slapped the back of his head. "Idiot. That SUV looks like a fat prize. You gonna pay if we wreck it?" Inside the SUV, I leaned back against the seat, not the slightest bit rattled. A pack of rabble. Retreat was cut off. Fine, we'd plow straight through the front. I picked up the walkie-talkie. "Lei Yong. Copy. In a minute, we're going to ram the 3 cars ahead out of the way. Soon as there's a gap, you go first. I'll cover the rear." "Understood. Boss, be careful." Lei Yang's voice was low and steady. Chun Bo, Wang Chong, grabbed the handles. "We're punching through." The 2 men in the back seat clung to their seats for dear life. I set the walkie-talkie down and turned to Lu Yao. "Top speed. Straight through them." She didn't waste a single word. She shifted into S, mashed the brake with her left foot, and floored the accelerator with her right. The motor let out a beastly roar. "Now." Lu Yao slammed off the brake. Boom. The tires spun wildly, kicking up sprays of mud. A brutal G-force pinned us back as the SUV hurled itself at the 3 cars ahead. The bald man froze for a beat. "These lunatics have a death wish. Open fire. Blow out their tires." The moment he raised his shotgun, the SUV's passenger window whirred down. I braced the +10 AK one-handed, stock against my shoulder. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The +10 AK, coupled with its armor-piercing trait, was a scythe of the Reaper. 3 blossoms of blood burst from the bald man's chest. He was flung backward by the sheer kinetic force before he could even scream. The gunfire didn't let up. Bullets tore straight through one body and kept going, punching into the thigh of the man behind, the gut of another. Blood mist erupted. Shrieks and the crunch of shattering bone tangled together. "My leg. What the hell kind of gun is that? It's a goddamn cannon." The fierce Tiger convoy members, cocky just a second ago, were suddenly bawling for their mothers. 50 meters. 30 meters. The SUV was closing in on the off-roaders blocking the road. "Shield up." I barked. Energy shield activated. A pale glow rose from the chassis, sheathing the entire vehicle. Crash. The black SUV, doing 120 kilometers an hour, slammed dead-on into the off-roader parked crosswise. The instant the shield made contact, a blinding flash exploded outward. The 1-ton-plus off-roader was punted like a kicked soda can, body crumpled, glass blown out in one clean sheet, and driven straight into the vegetable shed alongside the road. The 3 cars sealing off the road were battered aside, carving a wide-open lane. The SUV burst clear of the encirclement. Lu Yao's hands were slick with sweat. Warning: severe impact sustained. Vehicle durability -150. Shield sustaining. 10% power drain per second. 70% remaining. I kept feeding in universal batteries, one after another. Recharging. Current charge, 200%. Crossbow bolts and pistol rounds hissed in from left and right. Every one of them stopped cold by the shield. Below, hundreds of meters away, Zhang, who froze with the binoculars halfway to his face, his expression pure disbelief. That SUV was wrapped in a layer of blue light. It had rammed the off-roader clean into the air, and bullets couldn't even punch through it. What the hell was that? Some kind of energy shield out of a sci-fi movie? And that rifle? Even from hundreds of meters away, he could feel the sheer killing power. One shot had blown a man's body in half. That was a rifle? Gee, what the hell is that thing? The lackey beside him slumped to the ground. Zhang Hu kicked him aside and roared into the command channel. What the fuck are you scared of? No matter how tough they are, they've only got one gun. How much ammo can they possibly have? Every vehicle, get after them. Anyone lets them slip through can go feed the infected. Lei Yang's off-roader tore after the SUV, bolting through the breach. On both sides, the fierce Tiger's members, terrified out of their minds by the ramming and the slaughter, were scrambling and crawling back into their bunkers. Chen Bo and the others stared through the windows at the hellish scene, severed limbs, blood soaking the mud red. They'd thought this was where they'd die, but out of nowhere, the boss had blasted open an escape route single-handedly, with a single gun. Insane. It was a total one-sided massacre. Following a boss like this, the apocalypse was nothing. The two vehicles broke through the encirclement, one after the other. Zhang Hu slammed the binoculars down onto the railing. Are you all fucking dead? Chase them. Get every vehicle in the base that still runs out there. If you don't catch them, every last one of you can jump into the Nan River and feed the fish. Rongjiang's star erupted into chaos. Dozens of modded pickups, beat-up sedans, off-roaders, and motorcycles poured out from every alley, merging into a torrent of steel. On the roofs, hulking men waved weapons and howled. This crew that usually bullied the weak and cowered before the strong was suddenly juiced up like they'd shot adrenaline. Lei Yang had the pedal to the floor, but the speed capped out at 100 kilometers per hour. This was just an ordinary Tier 2 vehicle, carrying 3 people, and its acceleration was too sluggish. In the rear view, the pursuers were closing in. The lead heavy-duty pickup was at least Tier 3, and it was gaining fast. At this rate, they'd be caught within 5 minutes. I picked up the walkie. Lei Yang, signal right, cut in front of me. Lei Yang didn't waste a word. He wrenched the wheel, skimmed past my left side, and shot ahead. He trusted me completely by now. I popped the sunroof, planted a foot on the edge of the seat, and pushed myself up through the roof. The wind ripped at my clothes, snapping them like flags. Less than 80 meters behind, the heavy pickup was closing in like a maniac. Its front end had been modified with thick anti-ram steel spikes, and 4 burly men in the bed were leveling shotguns and howling. I raised the AK, braced it against my shoulder, and squeezed the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Bang! The pickup's right front tire blew out. At that speed, a blowout meant instant loss of control. The front end lurched hard to the right, and the steel spikes buried themselves in the concrete barrier. Boom! The massive inertia flipped the rear end up into the air, tumbling twice before it slammed into. In the middle of the road, 4 men in the pickup bed were flung into the air. The van behind couldn't brake in time and slammed straight into the overturned pickup, followed by a third vehicle, then a fourth. The screech of tires and the crunch of tearing metal blended together as the narrow road transformed into a full-blown pileup in seconds. More than a dozen vehicles crumpled into one tangled mess, blocking the road completely. The ones in the back who hadn't crashed yet bailed out of their vehicles and ran for their lives. This wasn't a pursuit. It was a lineup to hand-deliver kills. Tier 1 survivor eliminated, plus 10 EXP. Tier 2 survivor eliminated, plus 20 EXP. The system credited every one of them to me. I lowered my rifle and ducked back into the cabin. Floor it. Lose them. After leveling up to Tier 2, Liu Yao's physical stats and reflexes had shot up dramatically. The road ahead was pitted and littered with the wreckage of abandoned cars, but the SUV moved through her hands like a fish through water, cutting the wheel left, stomping the gas right, carving out a racing line that wouldn't have looked out of place on a professional circuit. In the rearview mirror, the pursuers shrank smaller and smaller, until they finally vanished into a cloud of dust. Inside the fierce Tiger convoy's compound, Zhang Hu flipped over yet another tea table. A bunch of goddamn useless trash. 300 men, and you can't even stop 2 lousy cars. One of the squad leaders reported, trembling. Brother Hu, these guys are too tough. All dozen plus of our cars got wrecked in the crash. The road's completely blocked. We can't get through at all. Get out. Zhang Hu kicked the wall, his chest heaving. Worse still, the racket had been massive. The chain reaction crash, combined with the smell of blood, had drawn swarms of infected from every direction. The entire Rongjiang Star District had descended into chaos. The regional channel was blowing up too. Damn, what the hell's going on in South City? The noise is insane. We could hear it all the way in the old district. The fierce tiger convoy went out to hunt someone and ended up getting walked like dogs. El Mayo. Serves them right. Just rolled into South City and already thought they were kings. 300 plus guys getting played like dogs by just 2 people. I'm giving this one a perfect 10 dot. Somebody give me the coordinates of that boss. I want to latch on. Forget it. They're long gone, headed south, out of sight. Zhang, who was so furious his head was about to explode. This was territory he'd carved out with blood and lives, and now some no-name squad was tearing it apart. No, there was still a chance. The fact that they ran meant they didn't dare fight head-on. As long as he mobilized everyone, seized that shielded vehicle and that rifle, then forget Rongjiang Star. The whole of South City would be his. Pass the word. Every last man out there searching for that SUV. Whoever finds it gets a fat reward. An SUV and an off-road vehicle rolled out of Rongjiang Star, one behind the other. The buildings lining the road gradually began to change. On the left, Huizhou-style horsehead gables poked up between modern high-rises. On the right stood a wall of gray brick ramparts. If I remembered right, past the old city wall was the Nan River, and spanning it was a pontoon bridge that had been handed down since ancient times. This was the old quarter of Nancheng, the thousand-year Song-era city, the prettiest part of town. That grove up ahead was Yugu Terrace. Climb it, and the whole scenery spread out at your feet. Centuries ago, Xian Chiji had stood there and left behind the famous lines. Asterisk, below Yugu Terrace flows the clear river's water. How many travelers' tears run within its stream? Asterisk, but I wasn't in the mood for sightseeing. Priority 1, find a place we could hole up in. Then head to the Nan River to solve the water problem. The old town was dense with buildings from every era, easy places for monsters to hide, but by the same token, good for a makeshift shelter. Find a courtyard that was easy to defend, reinforce it a bit, and the deep cold wouldn't be much of a problem. Slow down. Find somewhere out of sight to stop. I picked up the walkie-talkie. The 2 cars turned into a wide alley. At the far end stood a red brick clock tower. After a few more turns, I spotted an auto repair shop at the mouth of another alley, its signboard weathered and peeling. Good location. I pulled up outside the front gate. The yard was big enough, the buildings around it low, out of the way, but close to the main road. Even if monsters blocked the streets, we could still hop the wall and run. I climbed out with my AK. Lei Yang and the others quickly gathered around. 2 days of fighting side by side had transformed this group. Nobody was shaking anymore. My bloodying strategy had done its work. I opened the system shop, listed the captured hunting rifle for sale, then spent 10,000 highway coins on 2 brand new shotguns and 100 shells. Together with the one we'd taken off Lu Wenbiao, that made 3 scatterguns total. I handed them to Chen Bo, Wang Chong, and Lu Yao. Su Qing didn't have the strength to control the recoil, so she stuck with the hand crossbow. Watch closely. Lei Yang took his shotgun and racked it with a chachuk. This thing's simple. The key is jamming it hard against your shoulder. Inside 10 meters, you don't aim. You just pull. After each shot, plant your stance, or the muzzle jumps. The 3 of them nodded and started practicing loading shells. I walked up to the half-open sheet metal gate and kicked it. Bang! The door slammed against the wall. Better than groping around in the dark and jumping at shadows. Force whatever was in there to come out. I had the AK. If things went sideways, I'd fall back. Inside the yard sat a few junked cars, scrap tires scattered across the ground. Quiet. Lei Yang, Chen Bo, Lu Yao, clear the flat building on the right. Wang Chong, Su Qing, hold the gate. I gave the orders. The rest is on me. I headed alone toward the repair bay straight ahead. The rolling shutter was pulled halfway down, and inside was pitch black. I ducked under and waited for my eyes to adjust. Empty. 2 hydraulic lifts. A few empty oil drums in the corner. I was about to back out when I caught a whisper of sound from overhead. I looked up. Crouched on the steel rafter was a dark, hunched shape, a size larger than a grown man. Its limbs long and spindly, curved claws hooked around the beam. It hung upside down, a long tongue lolling from its mouth. Tier 2 mutant. Liquor. 3 times faster than a normal human. A lot of survivors trying to make it into the city. All died under its claws. Hiss. It kicked off with its hind legs and lunged at my head. I stood my ground, raised the rifle, and squeezed off 3 shots. Asterisk tat 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 asterisk. All 3 rounds punched into its chest. The creature shrieked midair, slammed down at my feet, twitched twice, and went still. Killed Tier 2 mutant. Gained 40 EXP. 5x critical hit. Gained 50 highway coins. An ordinary survivor wouldn't even get a chance to fire against something like that. But this plus 10 AK was tailor-made for taking down thin-skinned freaks. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. 2 gunshots suddenly cracked from the yard. Boss, there's something outside. It was Su Qing. I bolted out of the workshop. In the yard, Wang Chong and Su Qing were backing up with their guns raised. Through the front gate walked a scrawny figure in a tattered leather jacket. Its entire right arm had mutated, muscles bulging, black veins crawling all over it. The hand fused into a bone battle axe that dragged along the concrete with a grating hiss. The 2 shotgun blasts from Wang Chong had only left pale scuffs on it, couldn't punch through the hide. The creature stopped about 3 meters from Wang Chong and lifted its head, and shockingly, it had a delicate, almost scholarly face. But the eyes were pure black, deeply unsettling. It tilted its head and let out a rasping, chittering laugh, muscles twisting across its face with obvious mockery. A Tier 4 mutant, already possessing rudimentary intelligence. It knew these 2 couldn't break its defense. It was playing cat and mouse. Lei Yong, Chen Bo, and Lu Yao came back into the yard, guns up. No signals needed. Lei Yong and I leveled our AKs in the same heartbeat and squeezed the triggers. Tat 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 tat. 2 plus 10 AKs opened fire at once. On instinct, the creature threw up its right arm, the bone axe crossing in front of its head. Rounds smashed into the axe face, sparks scattering, bone shards flying. It staggered back under the barrage. Couldn't hurt it there. I tilted my muzzle and swept down its unshielded thigh. Thwip thwip thwip. Flesh burst apart. Ah, you all die. It forced out, mangling the human words. Its thigh was shredded, but the pain only stoked its bloodlust. It kicked off with its left leg, launching into the air, the bone axe whistling down toward me. I'd been ready for it. I rolled right. Boom! The axe crashed into the spot I'd just vacated, splitting the concrete into a half-meter-deep crater. Vicious. 1 hit, and I'd be done for. Lei Yong seized the split-second stiffness as it landed. Asterisk tat tat asterisk. 2 precise shots ripped through the back of its skull, blowing off the top of its cranium. The creature wobbled, then toppled over at the edge of the crater. Killed Tier 4 mutant. Gained 80 EXP. I didn't land the killing blow, so the EXP was halved. A flash of white light. Lei Yong had leveled up. If the thing hadn't been busy showing off, suppressive fire alone would have been rough. I walked over to the light orbit dropped. Obtained rare weapon, Berserk Bone Axe. 2x critical hit. Gained Berserk Bone Axe X2, 300 highway coins. I checked the stats. Berserk Bone Axe, rare. Attack, 100. Trait, Heavy Strike. Deals an additional 100% Constitution scale damage. Attack speed reduced by 50%. Equip requirement, 40 Constitution. I sucked in a breath. Base attack of 100 without any upgrades, plus double Constitution scaling. This was a monster of a melee weapon. The catch was the brutal requirement. Most survivors couldn't even hit 30 Constitution by the time they made it to Tier 3. Lei Yong, what's your Constitution at right now? Just hit Tier 3. Base is 30, and with my Iron Fist talent it bumps up to 45. 45. Ridiculous. Pure combat type talents really were something else. I tossed him a bone axe. Lei Yong caught it, gripped the handle with both hands, and slashed a shockwave through the air. The whoosh of the pressure wave cracked like a whip. Good stuff, boss. His face lit up. You clear the bungalow? All clear. There's a silver resource crate up on the 2nd floor. Didn't get to it yet. A silver crate. The top-tier resource crate available at this stage. The AK in my hands had come out of one just like it. I'll grab it. Lei Yong, get both vehicles upgraded to Tier 4 first. I'll transfer you the highway coins. Just buy whatever materials you need. Chen Bo, strip parts off the scrap cars and reinforce the front gate. We're spending the night here. Got it, boss, they answered in unison. Somewhere along the way, This group had started treating me as their center of gravity without anyone saying a word about it. I climbed the rusted sheet metal staircase up to the second floor, hugged the wall, and swept the room with the muzzle of my rifle before stepping inside. The place was trashed. In the corner, a metal crate glinted with a silvery sheen. I pressed my hand to the lid. Click! It popped open. Obtained. Standard ammo supply crate X1. Upon opening, select 1,000 rounds of standard ammunition in any caliber. Right on time. No matter how fierce a gun was. Without bullets, it was just an iron bar. I tapped to open it and selected 7.62mm rifle rounds. Obtained. 7.62mm rifle rounds X1000. 10x critical hit. Obtained X10000. A full 10,000 rounds, stacked into a small mountain inside my talent space. My firepower anxiety was more than half cured. If I ran into a zombie horde now, I could just blanket them with lead. Top priority was still finding a mechanical heart to push a vehicle up to Tier 5. Only after evolving into a heavy-type vehicle could you really claim to have a foothold in the apocalypse. Boom. Before I could even close my status panel, a thunderous blast rattled the entire bungalow. Firelight blazed outside the window, and the glass shivered in its frames. Then came the gunfire, dense, unrelenting. Rifle bursts, pistol snapshots, the boom-boom of shotguns, all tangled together. Against the night sky, a spire stood illuminated by the flames. The Standard Clock Tower, landmark of the South City Old District, less than 500 meters from the repair shop. Firepower and explosions on this scale. No way 2 or 3 survivors could put out that much noise. And if it turned out to be a high-tier mutant, the repair shop was no longer safe to stay in. Got it. I had to go see for myself. I hurried downstairs. Out in the yard, all 5 of them were already geared up, each behind cover with muzzles pointed outward. No panic anywhere. Lu Yao tilted her head. Boss, going to check it out? I didn't answer. My eyes were locked on the off-roader parked in the yard. It had been completely transformed. The body was a size larger, the chassis raised, run-flat tires all around, sheathed in heavy matte black armor. The most striking part was the front. A heavy inverted V ramming prow had replaced the bumper, its surface shimmering with dark red energy veins. Tier 4. Done, boss. Cost a little over 20 grand. Every yuan you wired me went into it. Doc Chun threw in an armor upgrade too. Light armored off-roader, Tier 4 vehicle. Durability, 600/600. Top speed, 100 kilometers per hour. Vehicle skill, D-rank energy armor piercing ram. Consumes 20% energy, impact damage plus 100%. A D-rank skill on top of 3+ tons of dead weight. The thing was a straight-up steel beast. Once I found an enhancer and beefed up the engine too, it'd be a proper armored car. We'll all go take a look. If anything smells off, we drive out, no arguments. Everyone piled in. Lei Yong at the wheel of the off-roader, Lu Yao driving the SUV. 2 black vehicles rolled slowly down the old street with their lights off, the rumble of the engines drowned out by gunfire. 150 meters from the standard clock, I keyed the walkie-talkie. Stop here. On foot from now on. The team hugged the walls, using the shadows to press forward. We rounded a corner, and the view suddenly opened up. The bluestone plaza beneath the standard clock was a wreck. 2 totaled sedans were burning. The explosion earlier had come from here. Behind the shattered stub of a stone monument, a man and a woman crouched back to back, taking cover. The man wore a gray tactical jacket, his left hand clamped over his stomach, black blood welling up between his fingers. His face was ash white, and a rifle hung from his right hand. The woman had her hair in a ponytail, small-framed, gripping a sawed-off shotgun. Hang in there, brother. I'll get us out. She squeezed the trigger. The blast drove back a bruiser charging up front, but the pellets went wide. There were at least 15 or 16 of them surrounding the pair. This bunch didn't have the firepower the siblings did, but with numbers on their side, they were playing cat and mouse. Quit fighting it. Hand over that scroll and come along quietly, and we'll let you live. The leader hoisted his shotgun and spat. I scanned the group. They looked familiar. Then my gaze drifted to a heavy modded pickup parked at the edge of the plaza, way too familiar. 2 hours ago, on the highway outside Ronjiang Star, I'd blown out that truck's right front tire with my AK. The fierce tiger crew. They'd followed the trail all the way to the old city. Boss, it's those fierce tiger bastards. Let me take point. Want to try out the new skill? Lei Yong was staring at the pickup, fingers tapping the fore end of his rifle. Killing and looting is my favorite pastime, especially when the targets are fierce tigers. Letting them roam the old district was asking for trouble. Sooner or later, they'd stumble onto our garage. All in, 16 of them isn't even enough to warm us up. Lei Yong, take point. Lu Yao, follow close. Roll right over them. No survivors. As for that brother and sister, their fate wasn't my concern. But an enemy of my enemy makes decent bait. Engines roared. Lei Yong slammed the gas, and the off-roader shot out of the alley straight toward the plaza. The leading thug was closing in on the girl. Sweetheart, wise up already, or your brother's guts are gonna spill right out. An engine howled behind him. He turned. A black shape tore through the night, the dark red energy patterns on its hood flaring wildly, condensing into an inverted V ram spike. What the hell? He raised his gun. Too late. Crunch. The three thugs at the front were shattered on impact. The momentum carried on, plowing straight into the side of a pickup. Wham! The pickup flipped, rolled twice, and burst into a fireball. The rest froze, dumbstruck. Before they could snap out of it, Lu Yao's SUV came screaming in. The window rolled down. I leaned halfway out, and the AK ripped loose in a hammering burst, rounds tearing their bodies apart before most of them could even scream. Lu Yao, Chen Bo, and Wang Chong opened up with 3 shotguns at the same time, turning the ones who tried to run into sieves. A one-sided slaughter. Less than 10 seconds, start to finish, all 16 fierce tigers wiped out. The air was thick with gun smoke and the stench of blood. Beneath the stone monument, the girl stood frozen stiff, not even noticing she'd dropped her sawed-off. She stared at our convoy that had come howling out of nowhere, stared at my cold face, her brain shorting out. The fierce tigers who'd had them cornered a moment ago, gone in a single pass? I pushed the door open and got out, not sparing the siblings a glance, and walked straight to the overturned pickup to collect the guns. Watching the thing burn, I just shook my head. That numbskull Lei Yong turned a perfectly good vehicle into scrap. Wang Chong, Chen Bo, and Su Qing fanned out with practiced ease, rifling through the corpses, guns, ammo, food, anything worth taking. Nothing left behind. The girl finally came to her senses and threw herself at my feet, wrapping her arms around my calf. Please, save my brother. He's not going to make it. I stopped and looked down at her. Didn't kick her off. Didn't agree either. She squirmed under my stare, but didn't back off. She knew I was the only one here who could save her brother. She fumbled a scroll out of her pocket. I have this. A fine-grade bulletproof helmet crafting scroll. Save my brother, and it's yours. I took it. Fine-grade bulletproof helmet crafting scroll. Requirements: high-strength fiber X5, refined iron X2, fine-grade leather X2. Good stuff. Bulletproof helmets were top-tier lifesavers, and defensive gear was brutally scarce on the channel. Basically a hen that laid golden eggs. I stashed it in my inventory space. Lei Yong, check if they're dead. Lei Yong crouched down to inspect them. Shot at point-blank range with a handgun. Didn't go through, didn't hit any vital organs. Bullets still lodged in his gut. He passed out from blood loss. I tossed him a bottle of basic life potion. Boss, he can't just drink this. We've got to dig the bullet out first, or he's done for. I'd overlooked that. Then dig it out. Hurry. Lei Yong drew his dagger, held it over the burning car to sterilize it, then asked for a bottle of hard liquor to disinfect his hands thoroughly. He handed a clean towel and the potion to the girl. Stuff this in his mouth so he doesn't bite his tongue when the pain wakes him up. You hold his upper body down. The second I get the bullet out, you pour the potion in. The girl wedged the towel in place and threw her weight against her brother's shoulders. Lei Yong worked fast. The dagger sliced the wound open, exposing the blood-soaked slug. The young man jerked awake with a scream, then blacked out again from the pain. Lei Yong plucked the brass bullet out with his fingers, and the girl yanked the towel free and poured the potion down his throat. Right before their eyes, the wound stopped bleeding and knit itself shut. No bandaging needed. His breathing steadied. He'll live. He'll come around in a bit. Lei Yong wiped his dagger clean and stood up. Thank you both. The girl's face was full of gratitude. Clean up. We move out. I turned and walked toward the SUV without sparing her another glance. The girl stood frozen. A gust of cold wind made her shiver. This apocalypse was no place for people to live. If we hadn't shown up when we did, she and her brother would have fallen into fierce tiger's hands, and a fate worse than death. All because they'd opened a single silver treasure chest. This pack had latched onto them like rabid dogs. Her brother had taken a bullet covering her escape, and they'd run all the way here. By the time I stopped walking, the sibling situation was already crystal clear. Her brother hadn't come to yet, and the moment we pulled out, any random pack of mutants could tear them limb from limb. Wait! The girl scrambled up off the ground and stumbled toward my vehicle. Take us with you. We won't be dead, wait, I swear. I glanced back at her. Give me a reason. My name's Su Nuonyuo, A-rank treasure hunter talent. I can sense the direction of every resource chest within a 3-kilometer radius of me. The words tumbled out fast, like she was terrified I'd shut the door on her. My brother's Suyu, B-rank eagle eye. He never misses a shot. My hand on the car door paused. So they were treasure rats. No wonder the fierce tiger convoy had been hunting them so hard. And no wonder these two could pull out something as rare as a fine-grade crafting scroll. Chest sensing within a 3-kilometer radius, paired with the crit rate from my fortune god talent. Every scrap of loot in this whole area would basically be laid out for me to take. I forced down my excitement, turned around, and looked at her coldly. Petite, hair tied back in a ponytail, a pair of bright, shining eyes and a stubborn set to her face. The kind of look that made it damn hard for anyone to say no. Fine, you can tag along. One rule, what I say goes. If you can't handle that, get lost now. Got it. We'll do whatever you say. She nodded frantically. I didn't let them into my armored off-roader. With a flick of my hand, a Tier 2 pickup truck materialized in the middle of the plaza. Drive this one. Stay behind us. Su Nuonyuo's jaw dropped. She couldn't get a word out. Lei Yang strode over, scooped up her brother, and tossed him into the pickup's back seat. Move it, kid. Don't drag your feet. The 3 vehicles were soon back at the abandoned auto repair shop. The steel roof garage was spacious enough that all 3 fit inside with room to spare. We pulled the rolling shutter most of the way down, leaving just a crack for ventilation. Chen Bo and Wang Chong teamed up to push several junked cars from the yard against the gate, sealing it off. Lei Yang grabbed a metal drum, stuffed it with wood planks and scrap paper, and quickly got a fire going. I opened my talent space and pulled out a dining table and chairs first. Then, thud, I dropped a huge slab of fine-grade beast meat, followed by baby bok choy, tomatoes, a dozen packs of instant noodles, and 2 cases of bottled water. Su Nuonyuo, who had just gotten her brother settled, turned around and caught the whole scene. Her breath stopped short. These people could just pull out this kind of feast on a whim? She hurried over to the pickup, grabbed her bulging backpack, and started rummaging through it like she was showing off treasure. 2 blocks of beef tallow hot pot base, 2 vacuum-sealed packs of tripe, and a big bag of beef meatballs. Boss, this is everything my brother and I own. Came out of one bronze chest. Tonight, hot pot. The whole garage went quiet. Every pair of eyes lifted over the fire and locked onto me. Someone swallowed audibly. I glanced at the vivid red block of hot pot base, then swept my eyes over the eager faces around me. All right, get the pot on. Cheers broke out. Night fell inky black, and a coat of white frost settled over the outskirts of South City. Mutated beasts stalked the streets. Survivors still out scavenging were devoured to the bone. The ordinary folks still breathing huddled in their cars, gnawing on cold rations, not daring to make a sound. But inside this steel shed, it was a different world entirely. Flames roared from 2 oil drums, and a big stainless steel pot bubbled with rolling red oil. Its overbearing aroma drifted out through the cracks and into the night sky. I picked up a piece of tripe, curled up from the heat, and popped it in my mouth. Damn, that hits the spot. Lei Yang's chopsticks flew as he shoveled scalding beast meat straight into his mouth, red oil dripping down his chin. It burned so bad he was hissing for air, but he wouldn't stop. Lu Yao's face was flushed red from the spice, sweat beading on her forehead. Su Nuonyuo's cheeks were puffed out like a hamster hoarding food. Steam filled the shed. Su Qing's chewing slowed, and fat teardrops fell into her bowl. What are you crying for? Wang Chong wrapped an arm around her shoulder. I miss Lele. Her voice broke. Wang Chong was silent, just patting her back. He didn't say a word. The sound of chewing faded, until all that was left was the low burble of the roiling red oil. Whether we'd live to see tomorrow was anybody's guess. This hot pot might well be our last supper. I swallowed the tripe and set down my chopsticks. Pity couldn't save lives. Tears couldn't kill mutants. In this apocalypse, firepower was the only truth. A few coughs came from the side as the tailgate of the pickup swung open. Suyu climbed down, bracing himself against the frame. Bro! Su Nuonuo ran over to steady him. Suyu glanced down at his abdomen. Dried blood still stained his shirt black, but the flesh underneath had knit clean, not even a scar. The basic life potion had topped off his HP bar. Low level, low max health. One vial had worked wonders on him. He pushed his sister away, straightened up, and let his eyes sweep across the fire, the vegetables, the crew with red chili oil smeared around their mouths, finally landing on me. His sister had already messaged him the whole story. He stepped forward and bowed his head, no hesitation. You saved my life. From now on, this life belongs to you. Point, and I'll shoot. Blunt. No games. B-rank Hawkeye. I picked my chopsticks back up. I don't carry dead weight. Prove your worth. Within 300 meters, moving targets. Every shot a headshot. His voice was steady. Get in line. Eat. I pointed at the empty bowl. By the end of the meal, most of the stiffness in the group had thawed. I lifted my wrist and checked the system. Novice protection period. 3 hours remaining. Nobody knew what would happen once the clock struck 12. Would the monsters go berserk? Would we get dumped back on the highway? Some other rule? Whatever it was, we had to gear up fast. I stood, walked to the open ground, and waved my hand. A mountain of supplies crashed down onto the concrete. In the firelight, the pile of weapons rose like a small hill. 8 AKs, 8 shotguns, for Glocks, for tactical crossbows. 10,000 rifle rounds, 240 shotgun shells, 80 pistol rounds. A dozen or so melee weapons, and a heap of refined iron and fine-grade beast hides. On top, I placed the fine-grade ballistic helmet crafting scroll. I hadn't even brought out everything, but the steel shed had already gone dead silent. Lu Yao held it together. She'd been with me the longest, had guessed there was more to me than I let on, and never asked. The others were dumbstruck. Suyu was gripping his M4, and his usually rock-steady hands were shaking. He and his sister had nearly died getting hold of that single M4 and its handful of rounds. Meanwhile, I'd casually dropped a small armory. Nobody dared ask what else I was hiding. In the apocalypse, prying into someone else's stash was a good way to get yourself killed. Take what suits you, I said. Primary, secondary, melee, one of each per person. Lei Yong had a freakish constitution. Paired with the Berserker bone axe and an AK, he was the perfect assault man. I just topped off his ammo. Suyu kept his M4 for long-range cover, plus a sidearm as backup. Chen Bo and Wang Chong took pistols and AKs for suppressing fire. Lu Yao was quick on her feet. A pistol. Add shotguns and roam for last hits. The others made their picks quickly. I stashed the rest, then transferred 20,000 road coins to Lu Yao via trade, putting her and Su Qing in charge of gathering materials and crafting bulletproof helmets. The head is the most fragile part of a person. On the battlefield, plenty of people die to stray rounds. Lu Yao specifically hunted for lowball listings from sellers desperate to cash out. High tensile fiber, refined iron, quality-grade leather. Su Qing crafted them directly with scrolls. I pulled up the panel. Only 240,000 road coins left in my inventory. After a day of running around, the shrinkage was brutal. Upgrading vehicles was a bottomless pit, and weapon enhancement chewed through cash just as fast. I had to restock the coffers. It was getting cold. I still had over 10,000 bottles of premium liquor sitting in my inventory. I opened the price chart on the trade hall. Sure enough, premium liquor prices were climbing hard. The floor was already 800 a bottle. On a freezing apocalyptic night, a swig of hard liquor could save your life, and those poor bastards shivering in their cars would empty their pockets for it. I didn't dump everything at once. Scarcity drives value. I picked out 100 bottles of Matai and listed them in batches at 800 apiece. The regional channel exploded. Where the hell is this Lin Yi getting all this liquor? 800 a bottle. Can't you do a little good in this world? If it's too pricey, don't buy. My car window's busted, and if I don't get a shot of something to warm up tonight, I'm done for. That's Matai. I could never afford it before. 800, and it's mine. Sold. Hold up, the seller's Lin Yi again? Just how many supply crates has this monster cracked open? I ignored them. The more they chattered, the more free advertising I got. 100 bottles sold out in under 5 minutes. 80,000 in the bag. I put up another 100, and this batch moved slower. Everyone who could afford it already had. Next up were the 10 remaining shotguns and 6 AKs. Toss them into the auction house, and they'd be snapped up in seconds. But the risk was too high. If the fierce tiger convoy scooped them up, I'd just be handing trouble to myself. I had a decent read on Nanqing's power map by now. 4 major factions. Zhang Hu's fierce tiger convoy in the south, already on my kill list. Lin Zhao's crew at Wanda Plaza in the west, notorious on the channel for robbing other robbers, not worth touching. The Mutual Aid Alliance was a ragtag outfit that took anyone in, totally unreliable. That left the Shanghai convoy at the Eastern Waterworks. Farthest away, no bad blood between us. And their boss Wang Shanghai had a solid reputation. Before the crossing, he'd been some kind of bureau chief, and now he had a lock on both the water supply and equipment, money in hand and rules on the table. I opened the channel, found Wang Shanghai's avatar, and sent the weapon listing straight to him. East District, Waterworks, the director's office. Wang Shanghai had just wrapped up the pre-battle briefing on the assault on the city hospital. The medicine and emergency equipment inside were exactly what the convoy was starved for, but the perimeter was crawling with mutants. His crew had grown past 500 and was still climbing. Yet the arsenal was under 50 shotguns and pistols, single-digit rifles, and the rest. All melee weapons. Trying to storm the place with this kind of firepower was suicide. Private messages, 99+. He habitually skipped past them, mostly people trying to butter him up. Then an avatar suddenly popped up. Lin Yi. Wasn't this the big shot selling supplies in the channel? He tapped the chat open. 10 shotguns, 6 AKs. Interested? The message came with supply links attached. No scam. Wang Shanghai shot to his feet. Holy shit. The steady old chief blurted out a curse. 10 scatterguns and 6 AKs. Enough to arm an entire elite strike team. His fingers flew across the keyboard. I'll take them all, brother. Name your price. I replied fast. Shotguns, 5,000 each. AKs, 10,000 each. Market rate. Fair deal. Price is fine, but the AKs have to come with ammo. 1,000 rounds of 7.62, guns and bullets together, 120 grand. He hit send with his stomach in knots. Ammo was a consumable, only dropping from high-tier resource crates. If I wouldn't sell bullets, those 6 AKs were nothing but fancy clubs. I stared at the screen. 1,000 rounds was nothing to me, but I wasn't about to close the deal that easily. A deal too eager on your end was a deal not worth much. I can throw in the ammo, but I have one condition. I want body armored. I'd done my homework on the Shanghai convoy. Odds were good they had the crafting scroll for body armor. The other end went silent for half a minute. Deal. I've got 5 pieces of good-grade body armor on hand. Armor's actually pricier than AKs. I'll cut you a discount, 10,000 apiece, paid in highway coinda. Cash. Not that dumb. I picked up a ballistic helmet I'd just finished crafting and sent him the link. I've got uses for my money. 2 helmets for 1 vest. I want 6. On the battlefield, body armor ranked way above helmets. This trade was actually in my favor. Wang Shanghai stared at the screen, floored all over again. Good-grade ballistic helmets. The convoy's elite casualties over the past 2 days had spiked because of headshots. They had body armor, but nothing to protect their heads. This was exactly what they needed. Coming out slightly short on the price didn't matter. This guy was worth doing business with. That's just how people worked. You had friends when you had value. Wang Shanghai agreed without hesitation and even sent a friend request. Looking at the completed transaction, he let out a long breath. Chief Wang, what is it? Something happened at the city hospital? Cheng Muyang, the young squad captain beside him, leaned in. No. Wang Shanghai jabbed at the screen with a smug look. I just scored 10 scatterguns, 6 AKs, and 1,000 rounds. From Lin Yi. This guy runs deep. He's even got ballistic helmets. Get to know him if the chance comes up. A man like this, you make an ally of, never an enemy. Cheng Muyang nodded again and again, his mind churning. The name Lin Yi had just been logged in the upper ranks of its Shanghai convoy. Inside the steel shed, the transaction chime rang out. 6 body armors and 10,000 highway coins credited. I slapped 6 bulletproof vests down on the table, next to the helmets Su Qing had just finished. 1 set each. Put them on. Lei Yong went first, and the others quickly grabbed their gear. Bulletproof vests were worth their weight in gold on the trading floor, but by now they'd gotten used to it. If I pulled a main battle tank out of thin air in the next second, they wouldn't be that surprised either. Su Nuonyuo was the exception. She'd assumed that since she and her brother hadn't contributed anything yet, they'd be lucky to just get fed. Gear of this caliber was never meant for newcomers. But I treated them all the same, and in that instant she felt like she'd finally found a real place to belong. So you didn't say a word. Loyalty didn't need to be spoken. He'd prove it in combat, one headshot at a time. Liu Yao and I already had our vests on, so no need to change. I pulled up a folding chair and sat down. Lei Yong, Chen Bo, get some sleep. I'll take over in the second half of the night. Liu Yao, Su Qing, keep making helmets. Lei Yong hugged his AK, found a spot out of the wind, and dropped off the moment his head went down. Su Yu leaned against a wheel with his eyes closed, hand resting on the trigger the whole time. The firewood crackled in the burned barrel. Su Qing kept activating scrolls, his motions getting smoother by the minute. Liu Yao stared at her screen, buying materials and selling stock at the same time. At 11:50 at night, Liu Yao sold out of helmets. On top of the 12 she'd traded for vests and the 8 we kept for ourselves, she'd made another 110, all gone. After costs, we cleared 400,000 in profit. I checked the panel. The liquor had sold out too, another 80,000 credited. Highway coin balance, 820,000. 820,000. That's the terror of a monopoly. I dumped 800,000 straight into my space, and the talent wealth god's power activated. Constitution, 113. Ordinary people topped out at 10. At 113, I was already well past human limits. Pure gains across strength, speed, and endurance. I clenched my fist. Nothing but security. The remaining 20,000 I transferred to Liu Yao. Petty cash. Keep buying materials tomorrow. The minutes ticked by. Outside, the wind suddenly died, and the surroundings fell dead silent. Rookie protection period countdown. 10 seconds. 0908. I picked up my AK and fixed my eyes on the darkness beyond the crack in the rolling shutter. 00:00:00. Ding. Rookie protection period has ended. Congratulations to the survivors who made it. You have 24 hours to prepare. In 24 hours, the white mist protecting the city will vanish, and the black mist will swallow it whole. Black mist advance speed, 30 kilometers per hour. Upgrade your vehicles and stay alive. The steel shed went dead quiet, broken only by the sparks popping out of the firewood. Nobody had gone to sleep. Every eye was wide open. That countdown was a guillotine hanging over our necks. I walked over to the fire and tossed on a few more logs. All right, get some sleep. I'll take first watch. 2 hours, then Lei Yong, then Chen Bo. Chen Bo rolled over and sat up, scratching at his messy hair. Boss, the black fog moves at 30 clicks an hour. Can we even outrun that? If we can't, we die. I tossed him a stick of firewood. The second dawn breaks. We're heading out to scavenge. South City's going to be a madhouse. Everyone tearing each other apart for supplies. Even if you can't sleep, keep your eyes shut. Tomorrow's going to be brutal. Shinbo shut up and lay back down like a good soldier. I sat in the glow of the fire and pulled up my panel. The regional channel had already spiraled into chaos. Black fog at 30 kilometers per hour. How the hell are we supposed to play this? This is the wasteland, not a goddamn highway. Nobody can maintain top speed forever. They want us dead. I closed the channel without another glance. Whaling wasn't going to save anyone's life. Black fog at 30 kilometers per hour was pure nightmare fuel. It never slowed, never stopped, but people got tired. Without rest, being hunted from start to finish, even if the fog didn't kill you, you'd lose your mind. Which meant upgrading the vehicle had jumped to the top of the list. I had a hunch a level 5 ride might be the answer. I still had materials for 5 doses of basic life elixir. I pulled out the scroll and crafted them on the spot, 5 vials in hand within minutes. This stuff was life insurance. Better to have it ready. There were still rare-grade corn kernels in my inventory, my highest-tier ingredient so far. Eating them straight would be a waste. The system notes said they could be used in recipes, and anything made from rare materials was bound to be something special. 5 in the morning. Still pitch dark outside. Wind knifed through every crack in the walls, dragging the temperature down toward 10 below. I opened my eyes. I hadn't really slept deep after my shift ended, but that was one of the perks of enhanced physique, energy to burn. As I was now, even Lei Yang in full gear probably couldn't take a punch from me. Lu Yao's blade rose and fell, slicing the meat into even slivers and sweeping them into the boiling pot. Su Qing tossed in a handful of greens, and steam billowed up. No one made small talk. Everyone was squeezing the last drops of peace, storing up strength. Boss, have some porridge. Su Nuonyuo brought over a heaping bowl. I added ginger. Wards off the cold. I took the bowl and let my eyes sweep across the team. 5 minutes to eat. Then we move. In the end times, authority was law, and law was survival. What I needed was a disciplined outfit, one that moved when told, stopped when told. An entire pot of high-energy meat porridge was scraped clean. I set my bowl down and pulled a handful of faintly red glowing peppers from my inventory, laying them out on the table. One each. A bite every 2 hours. Chen Bo picked one up and turned it over in his fingers. Asterisk asterisk heart-burning pepper asterisk asterisk. Boss, this kind of kick first thing in the morning. Eat it. I couldn't be bothered to explain. Lei Yang, ever the simpleton, took a straight bite. A heartbeat later he shot to his feet, mouth wide open gasping for air, chugging 2 cups of cold water back to back that couldn't come close to smothering that unholy fire. Holy shit. My stomach's on. It's working. I took a bite too. The searing heat shot straight to my head, then melted into a warm current spreading from my stomach out to my limbs. Heartburn pepper consumed. Cold resistance granted for 2 hours. The others gritted their teeth and choked theirs down. Su Nuonyuo hopped in place from the burn, tears streaming down her face. Once we'd finished, everyone started packing up. I just triggered my talent, Su Nuonyuo said, pointing outside. There are 2 resource crates nearby. One's right behind the repair shop, maybe 1,000 meters out. The signal's really strong, stronger than any crate I've ever picked up before. Get in the car. I grabbed my AK and racked the bolt. I handed a walkie-talkie, already tuned to our channel, to Suyu. I just picked it up at the trade market. You take the pickup and lead the way. We'll follow. 3 vehicles rolled out of the repair shop. The streets were caked with thick white frost, junked cars strewn every which way. Suyu's driving was rock steady. The pickup wove nimbly through the gaps, and I tailed him in the SUV. A little over 1,000 meters, less than 3 minutes, and we were there. Boss, the road's blocked ahead. Su Nuonyuo's voice crackled urgently through the walkie-talkie. I slammed the brake, and everyone piled out. The bitter wind cut like knives across our faces. Thank God for the heartburn pepper. Up ahead stood a massive old city gate tower, blue tiles and white walls, upswept eaves flaring at the corners, brass bells jingling in the cold wind. A weathered plaque hung above the doorway, 3 characters in faded gold paint, Junmin Tower. It was one of South City's historical landmarks, once part of the city that never slept. 4 stone statues, each 3 meters tall, stood in the plaza. A stern-faced imperial censor holding his court tablet, a great Confucian scholar cradling bamboo scrolls, a hydraulic engineer clutching river-taming blueprints, and a prime minister in flowing robes with a sword at his hip. Statues of ancient sages, normally there to be admired, but right now something about them was deeply wrong. Wisps of black cheese seeped from the cracks in the stone, coiling and drifting around each figure. Where's the crate? 2nd floor loft, up top. Su Nuonyuo pointed at the shut wooden door. I'll go grab it. Lei Yang hefted his axe and started forward. Hold it. I barked him to a stop. It was too quiet. Over 1,000 meters, and we hadn't run into a single infected. That wasn't right. And the black chi around these statues was thicker than any mutant we'd seen before. Lu Yao, send a clone. Lu Yao's figure shimmered slightly, and a translucent shadow peeled away from her body, walking straight toward the gate tower. The clone had no physical form. Its footsteps made no sound. 10 meters. 5. 3. The moment the clone stepped onto the first stair, boom, the prime minister on the far right moved. A stone sword tore through the air, coming down in an overhead cleave. Too fast. The clone couldn't even dodge before it was split clean in half and burst into motes of light. The sword smashed into the bluestone steps, sending shards flying. Lei Yang sucked in a sharp breath. If he'd gone up, that one blow would have finished him. Stone that hard, bullets might not do much. We'd have to tie it up in close combat. Lu Yao, How far can you teleport now? 15 meters. Got it. I slipped the AK back into my space and pulled out the refined steel spear. The bone axe was too slow, and stone statues would eat it alive. I broke down the assignments fast. I'll draw the two on the left, the censor and the scholar. Lei Yong, you take the hydraulic engineer. Su Yu, Chen Bo, Wang Chong, pin down the one with the sword. Just keep it occupied. Lu Yao, find your opening and teleport up to the second floor to grab whatever's there. Move. I sprinted into the plaza at full speed. The instant I crossed the alert radius, all four statues shuddered in unison, black mist gushing from their joints. The censor raised his stone tablet and hammered it straight down at my head. The scholar swept his bamboo scrolls across at my waist. I twisted, changing course in midair, and tapped the tip of my spear against the side of the stone tablet. Clang! The recoil traveled up the shaft, stronger than a tier 3 mutant. I used the momentum to bend backward under the sweeping scrolls and cracked the butt of the spear across the scholar's knee. KRRK, stone chips flew. On top of the car, Suyu put a round through the chancellor's wrist. The stone skin shattered, then the black mist knitted it back together. Chen Bo and Wang Chong's AKs wove a wall of fire. The bullets couldn't hurt the statues, but sheer kinetic force muscled the thing back a step. Lei Yong met the hydraulic engineer swinging his axe two-handed. The blade slammed into the flood control blueprints with a thunderous crash. He roared and traded blow for blow, no finesse, just power against power. I danced around, sidestepping the censor's overhead smash, and drove my spear straight into its face with everything I had. Bam! The censor's whole head was punched through and exploded into fragments. The headless statue toppled. Boss, hell yeah! Chen Bo yelled as he swapped magazines. But I didn't let up. The shards on the ground weren't dispersing. Black mist seeped up through the cracks in the paving, and in under 3 seconds it had reassembled every piece into a perfectly intact head. The censor rose ramrod straight and swung the tablet down again. I fell back, planted the spear, and slid several meters away. Their cores weren't inside them at all. This thing won't die. Over there, Lei Yong had just hacked off the hydraulic engineer's arm, and the black mist was already coiling it back on. Lu Yao, go! I swept my spear in a wide arc, forcing the two statues closing on me back half a step. Lu Yao rode the flow of the fight in close to the wall, pushed off with both legs, and vanished into thin air, reappearing in the second-floor corridor. She kicked the wooden door open. The attic was dim. In the center stood a stone altar, its patterns eerily familiar. Hovering above the altar was a chest radiating golden light, a gold treasure chest. Countless black threads snaked up from the base of the altar and coiled around the chest, siphoning off the golden energy and channeling it down through the seams in the floor to the 4 statues below. So this was the power source. Lu Yao drew her dagger and sliced through the black threads. They snapped with a piercing, agonized shriek. She scooped the chest up and stuffed it into her pack. Downstairs, the censor froze mid-swing. The scholar, the hydraulic engineer, and the chancellor all locked in place. Cut off from its source, the black mist dissipated in seconds. KCHK, KCHK, KCHK. The 4 statues shuffled stiffly back to their original positions. Stone skin resealed over them, and once again they became the solemn, dignified likenesses of the sages of old. Dead silence hung over the plaza. Nothing left but scattered rubble and spent shell casings. That's it. Chen Bo lowered his smoking barrel. So much for unkillable. Way too easy. Boss's tactic was insane, Wang Chong panted. If Lu Yao hadn't teleported up there, those stone lumps would have worn us down for sure. Suyu hopped down from the roof of the vehicle and glanced at the statues that had returned to their pedestals. Too easy. I had the same bad feeling. All that racket, and not a single monster showed up. Rumble. The gate of the tower began to slide open. It was working. Fall back. Everyone in the vehicles. Before the words were out of my mouth, a violent shriek erupted from inside the tower, followed by a dense clattering of bones. On the second floor, Lu Yao had just secured the treasure chest and was heading downstairs when 2 blood-red points of light flared to life on the altar behind her. A claw shot out of the shadows straight for her back. She threw herself forward on instinct. Asterisk shrip asterisk. 3 deep gashes tore through the back of her bulletproof vest, and a monstrous force flung her forward, snapping the railing. She tumbled toward the floor below. Suspended in midair, her eyes went wide as she took in the loft. Countless pallid figures were scrambling out of the shadows in a frenzy, skulls jostling, bone claws overlapping, an army of skeletons. Lu Yao, teleport. I stowed my spear and sprinted toward her falling body. Lu Yao snapped out of it and used mirror shadow step, materializing in front of me the next instant. Her legs gave out, and she pitched forward. I caught her. She was shaking all over, drenched in cold sweat, reeking of blood. Fall back. I turned and ran full tilt, holding her tight. Whatever those things upstairs were, they were on a completely different level. Boss, get in. Su Yu and Lei Yong had already started up the vehicles to cover us. Rumble, the whole plaza shook. I glanced back. The four statues that had just settled back into place were glowing with golden light. The censor, the great scholar, the hydraulic engineer, the chancellor, all of them looked alive. An invisible pressure descended from above and clamped down on the second-floor loft. The skeletons that had been about to pour down froze mid-motion. A sigh drifted through the air, and the golden light coalesced into a single massive ancient seal script character, suppress. The golden character slammed down onto the loft. There was no dramatic explosion. The skeletons simply crumbled to dust the moment they touched the light. The shadows retreated, the black miasma dissolved, and the gates slowly closed. The military gate tower fell quiet again, leaving only the wind stirring the bronze bells. The sages who had once guarded South City, even reduced to lifeless stone, their heroic souls still watched over this land. Shinbo's jaw dropped so far he nearly dropped his AK. Lei Yong rubbed his eyes, dumbstruck. All of this was way beyond anything they'd imagined. This world, this South City, it hid far more secrets than I'd guessed. A muffled groan came from my arms. I looked down at Lu Yao. 3 long slashes had been ripped through the back of her vest. If that vest hadn't caught the blow, that strike would have. Get her in the car, we'll patch her up there. I carried her to the back seat of the SUV. Lei Yong and Chunbo pulled the car doors open. I took out a bottle of basic life elixir. Drink it. Lu Yao drank it down. The wound on her back stopped bleeding and closed up almost instantly. The effect was immediate. She sat up, pulled the glittering golden box from her backpack, and handed it to me. Every eye turned toward us, breaths quickening. A gold resource chest. So far, the highest tier anyone had reported on the regional channel was only silver. But something felt off to me. The old wooden and bronze chests had all been fairly big, easily large enough to hold a few rifles. This gold one was under 20 centimeters, its surface etched with intricate patterns. What could something this small possibly hold? I opened it without hesitation. Ding! Gold resource chest opened successfully. Obtained rare grade weapon. Eternal Flow M249 attack, 128 caliber, 5.56 millimeters. Trait: auto reload. Any compatible ammunition within a 1-meter radius will feed automatically. No magazine changes required. Bonus: 5.56 millimeters ammunition times 2000. The M249. The Big Pineapple. Battlefield Meat Grinder, King of Suppressive Fire. Attack power 128, head and shoulders above the AK. And that auto-reload trait was absolutely broken. What every machine gunner fears most is the firepower vacuum during a reload. A few seconds is all it takes to get you killed. But this gun, as long as there was ammo within a meter, it could fire without end. A god-tier weapon for defense. Before I could even process it, my talent prompt chimed in. 10x critical hit triggered. Eternal Flow M249 times 10 5.56 millimeters ammunition times 20 000. Stored in talent space. I was ecstatic. As the light faded, a black machine gun materialized in front of me, golden patterns tracing along its frame, a glowing crystal embedded in the magazine well. It was seriously heavy. B-Boss, is that a machine gun? Shinbo swallowed hard. Lei Yong lunged forward. As a former soldier, he knew guns, and his eyes went glassy. He reached out to touch it, then jerked his hand back, afraid he'd scrape off the gold finish. I lifted the M249 one-handed and shoved it into his arms. Then with a wave, 5 crates of ammo thudded onto the ground. 5,000 rounds. Make him count. Lei Yong stood there frozen, clutching the gun. 5,000. That kind of firepower could plow the entire street twice over. He looked up, eyes rimming red. Boss, You're my real dad. Get lost. I kicked him. He just grinned like an idiot, hugging the gun, his hand refusing to leave the barrel. Now that Lei Yong had a new weapon, his plus 10 enhanced AK was up for grabs. Wang Chong sidled over eagerly, rubbing his hands together. I tossed the AK to him. Wang Chong, it's yours. Boss, you're the man. The flattery rolled right off Wang Chong's tongue. Rolling with the boss means 3 squares a day? With this AK in my hands, forget zombies. Even if the Queen Mother of Heaven herself showed up, I'd part her hair straight down the middle. Point and shoot. No messing around. Chen Bo rolled his eyes. Chong, did you grease your tongue this morning? That was smooth. Get out of here. This is called corporate culture. Work. I rapped on the car door. Su Nuonyuo closed her eyes and activated her skill. 1,000 meters, front left. Red dot. Bright 1. Having her as a guide made finding stuff way faster. We ran into a few mutant beasts and infected on the way, but I didn't have to lift a finger. Lei Yong was hanging half his body out the window cradling the big pineapple. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A half-meter tongue of flame roared out, and the lead mutant hound up front got shredded into chunks. Sweet. The convoy rolled into the old district. Screech. 3 vehicles slammed on the brakes. End of the road. The old town was crammed with self-built houses, building pressed against building. Abandoned bikes, rusted-out tricycles, and toppled billboards choked the narrow alleys so tight even a person could barely squeeze through. Su Nuonyuo climbed out of the pickup, shivering, not from the cold, from excitement. Boss, we're rich. She pointed at the tenements around us and bounced in place. Red dots everywhere. The place is packed. This whole area is basically a treasure vault. The buildings weren't tall, 5 or 6 stories, but the layout was a maze, perfect for hiding things. On foot, I said. Every minute of exploration today was precious, and I could feel other people had swarmed into this old town too. Lei Yong, Chen Bo, Wang Chong, Su Qing, Lu Yao, you 5 stay here. Clear the monsters and comb for supplies. Lei Yong patted the big pineapple in his arms. Relax, boss. In this district today, even an earthworm crawls by. I'll split it lengthwise. With firepower like that, I wasn't worried about them. Su Yu, Nuonyuo, with me. We're grabbing boxes. Move out. I led the way into a shadowy alley, the air thick with the stink of the sewers. Front left, 2nd floor. Silver box. Su Nuonyuo called out with her eyes shut. I looked up. It was a rundown self-built house. A few infected were clustered against the security door on the 1st floor, and 3 survivors beside them were hammering away with steel pipes and fire axes, completely oblivious to us. Come on, boys. Kill these things, and there's got to be loot on the 2nd floor. The buzzcut guy leading them cracked his pipe down on an infected skull. Clang. The pipe bent. The skull was too hard, and the shock sent him staggering back. Fuck. These things are tanks. Boss, should we help them out? Su Nuonyuo peeked out. Help with what? Everyone's busy. My 113 points of constitution weren't just for show. I bent my legs and jumped. The flagstone cracked under my foot as I shot up more than 4 meters, hooked both hands over the 2nd floor balcony ledge, and vaulted inside without making a sound. Su Nuonyuo and Su Yu's jaws dropped. That had nothing to do with gravity. The 3 guys downstairs were still wrestling with the infected. I crossed the living room and opened the silver box on the coffee table. Silver resource box unlocked. Obtained, good grade water purifier blueprint ×1, alloy dagger times. Mineral water ×5. 10x critical hit triggered. Water purifier blueprint ×10, alloy dagger ×10, mineral water ×50. I swept everything into my inventory space, turned around, retraced my steps to the balcony, and leapt off, landing lightly on my feet. The whole thing took maybe 10 seconds. Come on, next one. I dusted off my hands. Su Yu nodded silently. Su Nuonyuo swallowed hard and jogged to catch up. 2 minutes later, down at the base of the building, Buzzcut and his 2 buddies finally ground down the last infected and collapsed on the ground, wheezing. Upstairs, quick. That treasure chest is calling our name. Buzzcut kicked open the security door and charged in, then froze. On the coffee table sat an empty chest, lid flung open. What the hell? Where's the loot? A silver tier chest that damn big, and it's empty? The door was locked. We killed every last mob. Who could have flown in out of thin air and cracked it open? Meanwhile, We were already scanning the third alley over. Third floor, front right. There's a hall. Jump, climb, vault through the window. I was getting slicker by the minute. In the third floor bedroom, a 5-man squad was slowly nudging the door open. They'd just cleared a pack of mutant dogs on the stairwell. Careful, could be an ambush. The captain edged in behind a wooden shield, spotted the bronze chest in the middle of the room, and grinned. All clear. No mobs. The 5 faces had just lit up with elation when a black shadow dropped in through the window beside the chest. I didn't even glance at the guys in the doorway, just reached out and popped the lid. Obtained quality-grade hemostatic bandage ×2, vehicle enhancement blueprint ×1. 5x critical hit triggered. Hemostatic bandage ×10, vehicle enhancement blueprint ×5. Sweet haul. I spun around, pushed off the windowsill, and vaulted back out, vanishing into the night. Total time, under 3 seconds. The 5 in the doorway stood there dumbstruck. The captain's wooden shield clattered to the floor. Did a black rat just streak by? That was a person, right? Person my ass. Who the hell jumps out a third-floor window and doesn't splatter? Gotta be some new mutant type. A mutant that opens treasure chests? Half an hour of blood, sweat, and near death, and someone snipes your prize. Who the hell were they supposed to complain to? I'd become a full-on chest-looting machine. The second Su Nuonuo called out a location, I skipped the front door entirely, hopping walls, shimmying up drain pipes, leaping through windows. Wherever there was a chest, there I was. With a constitution stat over 100, I moved through those tightly packed handshake apartment blocks like it was flat ground. Newton himself would have had to pull an all-nighter rewriting the laws of physics. An hour later, the regional channel had completely blown up. F***K, the old district on the south side, is haunted. I just finished off a tier 3 mutant. Turn around. Chest is empty. Same here. Doors and windows locked, and the chest still got cracked. It's some dude in a black cotton jacket. Jumped straight out a 4th floor window and booked it. Bro's literally Superman. Southside chest thief. I curse you to walk out your door and get torn apart by a tier for mutant. The whole screen was one long stream of curses, every last one of them a poor sap whose chest I'd swiped out from under him. I closed the channel. These resource crates were unclaimed to begin with. It's not like I was robbing anyone. Boss, you're too fast. 1 every 10 seconds or so. You've already grabbed over a dozen. Sun Yuanuo marveled beside me. I shot her a sidelong glance, not bothering to respond. So you didn't say a word, just quietly munching on the crackers I'd just cracked open. Keep going, I said, scanning the block. 200 meters up ahead, there's a big farmer's market. I'm picking up a red dot in there that's really bright. Way brighter than any of the crates so far. Sun Yuanuo closed her eyes to focus her senses. Brighter than a gold-tier resource crate. A higher-grade chest. I had to have it. Let's move. We cut through 2 streets choked with wrecked cars and arrived in front of a massive steel shed structure, the South District Farmers Market. It had clearly seen combat. More than a dozen infected were hunched over the remains on the ground, feeding. Up top. I led the way, climbing to the roof of the residential building next door, then pressed flat against the parapet to look down. My scalp prickled. Every stall inside the steel shed had been flattened, and the whole place was packed wall to wall with monsters. Even from over 100 meters away, I could feel the sheer pressure of a high-tier mutant. Boss, that thing's right in the middle, Sun Yuanuo said, pointing to the center of the shed. Beside one massive mutant, a dazzling halo of light shone through, a higher-grade crystal treasure chest. Problem was, there were at least 1,000 monsters down there. Going in alone was suicide. I needed a plan. Engines roared from the direction of the South District, and the monsters inside the shed started stirring. Get down. I dropped low. Suyu pushed Sun Yuanuo down, and the 2 of them crouched behind a discarded AC condenser unit. A convoy came rolling in, 20-plus vehicles, led by a jet-black heavy-duty pickup with a ram bar mounted on the front. Tier 4 at minimum. The convoy slammed to a stop 200 meters out, and over 100 men piled out, all well-equipped, all with the faces of hardened killers. From the lead pickup, a burly man jumped down. 10 below 0, and he was wearing nothing but a black tactical vest, a tiger's head tattoo across his chest. I recognized him. I'd seen his avatar in the chat channel. His name was Zhang Hu. Talk about a small world. Down below, Zhang Hu shouldered a gleaming silver machete and turned to a scrawny man beside him. You sure about this? There's really a high-grade chest in there. Dead sure, brother Hu. Right in the middle. There's over 1,000 mutant infected in there. Squad Leader 5 and his whole team got wiped out. I only made it out alive because of my speed talent, and I came straight back to report to you. The skinny man pointed at the shed, his voice trembling. Zhang Hu smacked him across the head. Useless. Can't even grab a damn chest. Yes, you're right, brother Hu. The skinny man clutched his head and bobbed apologetically. Zhang Hu snorted coldly. Quit standing around. Pull the trucks up and block off the intersections. We'll draw these bastards out from the outside. Number 4, get your ass over here. A shifty-eyed man slunk forward. Brother Hu, you called? When we start pulling the mob, you slip in, grab the high-tier resource crate, and get out. You hear me? You got it. With my camouflage talent, even high-level mutants can't sniff me out. Number 4 thumped his chest. Up on the second floor, I caught every word. These guys were pros. I'd been racking my brain over how to get in and grab that crate, and now free labor had come knocking. Boss, how are they going to pull that many? There's over 1,000 in there, Su Nuonyuo whispered. Keep watching. Down below, Zhang Hu snapped his fingers. A modified pickup rolled up, its bed covered by a tarp. 2 of his men yanked the tarp off. Underneath was an iron cage, packed with 20-odd living people, hands bound behind their backs, mouths stuffed with rags, shivering in the cold. The goons dragged them out, drew knives, sliced open their skin to draw blood, then kicked them one by one toward the market entrance. The heavy stench of blood spread on the winter wind. Live bait, trading human lives for loot. Killing intent flooded my eyes. These guys were no different from the infected mutants. Roar. The blood smell drove the creatures inside into a frenzy. A flood of infected came pouring out, and the mutant hounds at the front pounced on the people sprawled on the ground. The screams lasted only a few seconds. Open fire. Blanket the whole area. Zhang Hu bellowed. A dozen homemade Molotovs shattered against the entrance. Flames roared skyward, a wall of fire several meters high sealing off the doorway. Gunfire erupted, and any creature that broke through the flames was cut down in rows. Zhang Hu drove his boot into number 4. Get in there. You come back empty-handed. I'll skin you alive. Number 4 scrambled forward on all fours. 2 steps in, he vanished into thin air, not a hint of warning. I stared at the spot where he'd disappeared. Nothing. I couldn't sense a thing. That camouflage talent was no joke. It erased his presence entirely. If even high-tier mutants couldn't spot him, I sure as hell couldn't let him lay hands on that crystal chest. I had to intercept him, and it had to be a one-hit kill. I turned around. Su Yu, take Nuonyuo and go. Down the fire escape at the back, cut around 2 blocks, find Lei Yong and the others in the old district. Once this went sideways, they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. I moved better alone. Over 100 points of constitution was plenty to force my way out. Bringing them along would just split my focus. Bro, Su Nuonyuo panicked and tugged at the hem of my jacket. Su Yu caught his sister's arm. Let's go. He hunched low and pulled her along the edge of the rooftop, slipping away. I watched them disappear, then dropped back down against the parapet. The crystal chest was still sitting there. Number 4 hadn't reached it yet. Roar. A thunderous bellow erupted from deep inside the market. The tin sheets on the steel canopy rattled like a shaken drum. A giant infected over 3 meters tall came charging out, its body bristling with bone spikes, the ground quaking beneath every step. A tier for mutant. The moment it emerged, the lower tier infected scrambled aside to make way, and 7 or 8 tier, 3 mutant hounds followed at its heels. The pack barreled straight through the flames, tearing open the outer perimeter. 2 of the grunts got flattened into pulp by a single swipe from the giant. Fall back. Fight and retreat. Zhang Hu didn't hesitate. He'd never planned on going toe-to-toe with the thing. The whole point was to draw the monsters off and buy forth some time. The convoy pulled back in leapfrog formation, the heavy pickups ramming abandoned wrecks out of the way. 1 tier, 3 hound lunged into the cab of a light truck. The vehicle veered out of control, slammed into a utility pole, and was swallowed by the swarm of infected. Zhang Hu didn't even glance back. He just kept directing the retreat. These guys knew what they were doing. Even taking losses, their formation held. I flicked my right hand, and the refined steel spear appeared in my grip. 100+ meters, at my current physique, only a few seconds away. But Fourth was cloaked, and his position was a wild card. I shut my eyes and listened to the sounds inside the market. He couldn't move without stepping on rubble or blood. Plip, the faintest splash of a foot in bloody water, right near the treasure chest. Found him. The monsters inside the market had all rushed out. The steel-roofed hall stood empty, nothing but pools of filth on the floor. In the middle, the glow of the crystal treasure chest was more striking than ever. The air rippled and warped. Half a meter from the chest, a gaunt figure slowly took shape. Fourth had decloaked. Stealth wouldn't let you handle solid objects, so grabbing loot meant dropping the disguise. Mine. He wrapped both arms around the lid. At that exact moment, I dove down from a dozen meters up. Midair, I twisted at the waist, funneling every ounce of my 100+ points of physique into my right arm, and the refined steel spear tore loose from my hand. Fourth had barely touched the chest when a sharp whistle came screaming down from above. He looked up, and all he saw was a spear. SHHK. The spear punched through the crown of his skull, ran clean through his body, and pinned him to the concrete floor. He didn't even get to scream before he was gone. Thud. I landed on both feet, waved a hand, and the crystal resource chest vanished into my spatial storage. I yanked the spear free. Fourth's corpse slumped to the ground, the reek of blood spreading fast through the cavernous steel hall. The giant infected, which had been tearing after the convoy, stopped in its tracks. It sniffed the air, then wheeled around and came thundering back toward the market. Spotted. I hooked the spear point into Fourth's corpse and whipped my arm. The body arced through the air and slammed straight into the tier 4 giant just as it barreled through the front gate, right between the eyes. Blood splattered across its face. The brute roared, one swipe smearing what was left of Fourth into a wet smear of meat, then raised its head and locked its eyes on me. I had no intention of slugging it out with this behemoth. The thing was the size of a dump truck. Going head-to-head would be suicide. Can't beat it, run. My legs. I kicked off the steel scaffolding twice, launched myself up, and hooked my hands over the edge of the rooftop vent. One flip and I was through. Behind me came a thunderous crash. The giant had leapt up and pulverized the scaffolding I'd just been standing on. The thick steel beams snapped in two and slammed down into the horde, flattening a whole swath of them. Real short fuse on that thing. I took off across the rooftop. Outside the market, Zhang, who was barking orders at his men, laying down suppressing fire. Tiger bro, we got a problem. Fourth bro's gone. One of his goons came running up. Zhang, who kicked him aside. Bullshit. Old Fourth can turn invisible. How the hell could he be gone? He's really gone. That big monster's got the top half of Fourth bro stuck on its head. I recognized his flowered boxers. Zhang, who whipped his head around. Sure enough, in the firelight, that mess of pulped flesh still had a scrap of fabric clinging to it. Fuck me. Tiger bro. Someone's up top. Another lackey pointed at the corrugated roof. Zhang, who looked up just in time to see a figure in a black cotton jacket bound off the roof onto the balcony of the neighboring apartment block, then vanish in a few quick moves. Black cotton jacket, cherry-picking loot boxes. Zhang, who remembered the shitstorm of curses that had been flooding the regional channel. That's the Southside loot box bandit. My guys break their backs fighting, and this asshole waltzes in to skim the cream. Zhang, who slammed his cleaver down on the hood of a car. After him. Whoever catches him. I'm lighting him up like a fucking lantern. Except the guy was parkouring across rooftops 30 feet up, and between them lay 1,000+ infected and a tier 4 behemoth. Tiger bro. Too many monsters. There's no way through. A grunt hunched his shoulders. Useless. You're all fucking useless. Zhang, who spun in place, seething. On the regional channel, nearby loners had caught the whole scene on video and were sharing it far and wide. Holy shit. The Tiger convoy just got their asses handed to them. Love to see it. That shadows the loot box bandit, snatching food right out of Zhang Hu's mouth. I hereby declare him the baddest man on the south side. The Tiger convoy struts around bullying survivors, and today they finally bit off more than they could chew. Serves him right. Nobody had a shred of sympathy for Zhang Hu. Meanwhile, I was weaving between the handshake buildings of the old district, clearing the 12-15-foot gaps between rooftops in a single leap. Over 100 points in constitution meant serious stamina and explosive power. A mutant cat on one rooftop caught my boot and went sailing off toward the horizon like a shooting star. 2 blocks over, I heard gunfire up ahead. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The chatter of a machine gun echoed down the street. I flipped down from a second-floor balcony and hit the ground running. Lei Yong had the M249 cradled in his arms, half his body leaning out from cover as he hosed down the infected pact into the alley, painting the pavement with ground meat. Yeah, fucking hell, that feels good. Lei Yong howled. Wang Chong stood beside him with a modded AK, picking off stragglers. Lei bros the goat. Turning zombies into QR codes, over here. Cut the chatter. Watch your left. Chen Bo sent a mutant dog flying. Lu Yao stood guard with her combat knife, putting a clean stab through the skull of any straggler that slipped through. Su Nuonyuo poked her head out of the car window. Boss. The others turned around, visibly relaxing when they saw me return. Boss. The regional channels saying some guy in a black cotton jacket jacked one of Zhang Hu's crates. I knew right away it had to be you. Lei Yong cracked a grin. Get in. We're out of here. I yanked the car door open. The 3 vehicles fired up. Lu Yao floored it, plowing through the debris blocking the road as we tore out of the old district. I slumped back against the rear seat. Zhang Hu had to be seething right about now. But hey, this haul was mine, fair and square. In just over an hour, I'd racked up nearly 20 resource crates. And more importantly, that crystal treasure chest. With a flick of thought, the crystal chest materialized in my hand. Heavy, its surface swirling with a mysterious sheen. I opened it without hesitation. Crystal resource chest opened successfully. Obtained. Rare grade item upgrade scroll ×1. Obtained. 10 cubic meter spatial necklace ×1. Rare. Ding. 10x critical hit triggered. Obtained. Rare grade item upgrade scroll ×10. Obtained. 10 cubic meter spatial necklace ×10. Rare. Holy shit. It slipped out before I could stop myself. At the wheel, Lu Yao shot me a sidelong glance. What's wrong? Nothing. I forced my hammering heart back down. This was a game changer. I pulled up the description on the upgrade scroll. Rare grade item upgrade scroll. Single-use upgrades any one rare grade item to perfect grade with a 100% success rate. The value of these things was off the charts. I could target specific gear to upgrade. Whatever perfect grade equipment I was missing, I could just make it. And I had 10 of them. I was rich. With this haul, I finally had a real foothold in this world. The 10 spatial necklaces were useless to me personally. I already had infinite storage, but I could hand them out to my crew or auction them off for a fortune. Might as well try upgrading one and see what happened. I've never been one to second-guess myself. I pulled out an upgrade scroll and slapped it onto a spatial necklace. Ding. Upgrade successful. Oasis chain, perfect. Storage capacity, 64 cubic meters. Bonus trait, portable cultivation space. Warning, space is unstable. Animals and survivors cannot enter. Forced entry will cause the space to collapse. Rating, a promising work in progress. Can absorb a ley line core to stabilize the space to 64 cubic meters. With cultivation capability, this was a jackpot. An endless food supply, right in my pocket. Ley line core, that rang a bell. I dug through the supply corner of my talent space and turned up the ley line source core. According to the description, it was a mutated version of a ley line core, the one I'd picked up from the shared farmland yesterday, still glowing faintly yellow. High-tier material detected, ley line source core. Fuse with the incomplete oasis chain to upgrade. I hit confirm. The stone dissolved into a yellow liquid. Necklace grooves drank in the light, and a green glow flared up. Ding. Fusion upgrade complete. Epic grade, Oasis necklace. Space size, 125 cubic meters, 5 by 5 by 5. Bonus attributes, supports farming and animal husbandry, triples plant and animal growth rate. 1% chance to trigger secondary plant evolution. Special attribute, safe haven. Survivors may temporarily enter the space. Restrictions, maximum 6 hours per entry, 24-hour cooldown. Advancement path, absorb 10 ley line cores to upgrade. Epic grade, and living people could actually go inside. Run into a higher tier mutant or a 100-strong convoy like Zhang Hu's, and I could just duck into the necklace. From the outside, they'd never find me. 6 hours was plenty of time for a monster wave to pass or an enemy to move on. I slipped the Oasis necklace around my neck. This was my ace in the hole. The other 9 rare-grade space necklaces, I wasn't planning to upgrade them. I pulled a Yonglue M249 light machine gun from my talent space. After the one I'd given Lei Yong, I still had 9. I fished out a rare-grade item upgrade scroll and slapped it onto the weapon. Ding! Upgrade successful. The temperature inside the truck shot up. The black gold frame started restructuring itself, dark red veins crawling along the barrel, firelight bleeding through from within. Heat rolled off it in waves. Yonglue M249 Magma, perfect grade. Attack, 240. Auto-reload. Automatically draws compatible ammunition from within 1 meter to reload. Magma crit. Triggers once every 50 rounds, firing a high-explosive magma round that inflicts 5 seconds of sustained burning within 5 meters of the target. Auto-reload plus magma crit. With the M249's rate of fire, that meant tossing out a mini incendiary every 3 or 4 seconds. Tier 4 mutants. The Fierce Tiger Convoy. Right. I grabbed the walkie-talkie. All units, listen up. Turn around. We're going back to finish them. A second of silence. Then Lei Yang's voice exploded through. Hell yeah? I've been itching to smoke those bastards for a while now. In the background, Chun Bo was yelping. Slow down, Brother Lei. I haven't got my seatbelt on yet. Ow, my head. Wang Chong laughed. Boss is gonna wrap him up like dumplings. I like it. In the other vehicle, so you didn't ask questions, just cut the wheel around. 3 vehicles fishtailed through the U-turn and tore back the way they'd come. We'll take the lead, I said. 2 kilometers outside the farmer's market, beneath an abandoned overpass. Zhang Hu's face was uglier than sin. Out of over 100 men, fewer than 50 were left. Half his ammo was gone, 5 vehicles wrecked, 4th brother dead, and the high-grade treasure chest had been snatched right out from under him by some guy in a black cotton coat. The taunts in the chat channel scraped at his nerves like a dull knife. Fuck, he kicked a tire. Nobody dared make a sound. If he didn't sacrifice that thieving son of a bitch too. The convoy was on the verge of falling apart. Zhang Hu had already issued a kill order back to base, and the remaining 500+ men were arming up and converging on this spot. Mid-roar, the street to the south suddenly erupted in a wall of dust, engines thundering hard enough to rattle the pavement. Dozens of modified off-roaders and heavy trucks came barreling in, and over 500 men poured out, weapons of every make in hand, sealing off the street. A burly man wearing an eye patch stepped up. Brother Hu, the boys are all here. The panic in Zhang Hu's chest melted away. 500 men, fully armed. In these ruins of South City, that made him the overlord. He hoisted his massive cleaver and leapt onto the roof of a pickup. From the sound of it, the other side's got 1 machine gun at best. 500 guns, 1 loogie each, and we'd drown the bastard. That son of a bitch in the black cotton jacket jacked our loot box and killed old 4. Whoever bags him today gets 10,000 highway coins. Kill, kill, kill. 500 men raised their guns and roared. All forces, move out. Grind them into the dirt. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, my 3 vehicles had already torn their way to the wet market. Before the car even came to a full stop, I popped the sunroof, snatched up the Everflow M249 Magma, planted a foot on the center console, and thrust more than half my body up through the roof. 100 meters ahead, a Tier 4 Titan infected nearly 4 meters tall was rampaging through a mob of over 1,000 mutated monsters. Bone spikes bristled from its body. One swing of its arm flipped a heavy truck clean over. I braced the gun on the roof and squeezed the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The dark red barrel spat flame, each round trailing a streak of red light through the air. The dozen or so mutated hounds charging out front were instantly shredded into mince. 50 rounds, gone in seconds. Magma crit triggered. Boom. A magma slug the size of a fist rocketed out and slammed into the Titan's chest. KRR boom. Everything within 5 meters melted into a sea of lava and fire. In a single second, a gaping hole was burned clean through the monster's upper body. Its massive frame crashed into the inferno and went still. Dozens of infected in the vicinity vaporized on the spot. Killed Tier 4 Titan infected. EXP plus 320. 10x critical triggered. Source crystals plus 44. Highway coins plus 160. EXP maxed. Level up to Tier 5. Constitution +5, Spirit +2. A warm current surged through my whole body. I kept the gun clamped down and swept it across the horde. Another magma crit round fired. The sea of fire spread wider, and the packed street had a clean corridor blasted right through it. The people in the two cars behind me were dumbstruck. Lei Yong was hanging halfway out the window, cradling the plain model M249 I'd handed him earlier. Just minutes ago, he'd been kissing the thing. Now, looking up at the lava-spewing beast on my roof, his jaw dropped. Holy shit. He slapped himself across the face. Chinbo, pinch me. Am I hallucinating? Brother Lei, put that squirt gun away already. Chinbo shouted. Su Nuonyuo was bouncing in the back seat of the third car. Boss is so badass. Boss is unstoppable. The formation of over 1,000 monsters completely collapsed. Not a single one made it within 50 meters. I let off the trigger. Lu Yao rolled right over them. The SUV crunched over the charred corpses. 2 minutes later, the two convoys met head-on down the main drag of the old city district, less than 200 meters apart. Zhang, who stood on top of a pickup. When he saw only 3 cars on the other side, he burst out laughing. That's it. You clowns came back to die. But the moment he made out that familiar SUV in the lead, and the man in the black cotton jacket standing on its roof, every old grudge and fresh score came surging back. Open fire, goddammit, he screamed hysterically. I stood in the sunroof, looking at the 500-plus muzzles ahead of me, and let my mind flicker. Activate energy shield. Shield activated. Power at 180%. Duration, 18 seconds. A layer of azure light instantly wrapped around the entire SUV. In the same instant, 500 guns opened up together. Rat-tat-tat. Dense bullets slammed into the light curtain, rippling it in waves, spent rounds clattering to the ground. Lei Yong and Suyu reacted lightning fast, slamming their cars to a stop right behind the SUV, every stray round caught by the shield up front. Not a scratch on me. I grinned. That's all you got. Next second, I locked down the trigger. The dark red barrel erupted with an ear-splitting roar. What came out wasn't bullets. It was Death's own summons. The few dozen guys charging up front didn't even get a scream out before they burst into red mist, body armor shredded to confetti. I panned the muzzle sideways, a whip of fire lashing across the street. Every man and vehicle in its path went flying. Zhang, who was completely dumbstruck. One shot from that machine gun could cut a man in half. Don't fall back. He's only got one gun. Hold the line. But his men had already had the fear of God put into them. They scrambled backward in a panic. Zhang, who pounded his chest, eyes bloodshot, and triggered his talent. Physique enhancement. Rip. His tactical vest split apart, muscles bulging up huge. His 5'11" frame stretched clean past 6.5 feet, a walking meat fortress. He grabbed a heavy riot shield, planted it in front of him, and charged forward on those tree trunk legs. I'm gonna skin you alive today, motherfucker. I raised an eyebrow and swung the muzzle around to him. Buddy, times have changed. Doesn't matter how big your muscles get. One shot puts you down. Rat-tat. 2 rounds hit the riot shield. Crack. The shield shattered on the spot. The third round drove straight through, punching a clean hole right through Zhang, whose forehead. The 6.5-foot slab of muscle toppled stiff as a board, crashing onto the pavement. The tyrant of South City, dead and packed off before he could so much as brush the hem of my jacket. Brother, who is down? Terrified screams erupted from the crowd. I didn't even glance at them. Another 50 rounds came ripping out. Empty. Lava crit triggered. Boom. The lava round slammed into the thickest cluster of vehicles. Kaboom. Everything within 5 meters turned into a sea of fire. 3 heavy pickups flipped, their fuel tanks setting off a chain of explosions. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk flames shot skyward. Dozens of men were blown into the air, hitting the ground as charred husks. A convoy of 500 plus, more than half wiped out in a dozen seconds. The remaining 200 completely lost it. Run? It's the living reaper. The stragglers dropped their gear and scrambled backward on hands and knees. Some tossed their guns just to run faster. Behind the SUV, Lei Yong slapped his thigh like a madman. Boss must have turned on infinite ammo cheats. He could walk into any corner of Southside like he owns the place. Wang Chong kept swallowing hard. Of all the people to piss off, they had to pick our boss. Guess they were tired of living. On the rooftops of a few high-rises in the distance, several solo players peeking through binoculars felt their legs go weak. One guy just took down one of the big four convoys. The regional channel exploded. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Somebody slapped me. I think I'm dreaming. I got it on video. Southside treasure bandits soloed the fierce tiger convoy. They call him Southside's living reaper. Zhang, who is dead, fierce tigers wiped out. Southside's about to change hands. The gunfire finally died down. I released the trigger. Wisps of blue smoke curled off the dark red barrel. The azure shield dissipated right on cue. 200 meters ahead lay a burning wasteland. Scorched wreckage everywhere. The air thick with the stench of burnt flesh and gunpowder. Fierce Tiger Convoy, one of Southside's big four factions, officially erased from the map. I topped off the vehicle's battery and rapped on the roof. Lu Yao, drive forward. Time to loot. The three cars pulled to a stop. Lu Yao stepped out with her AK ready and swept the perimeter. Clear. The other 8 got out one by one. I hopped down from the roof, stowed the lava M249, and 7 necklaces materialized in my palm. Rare-grade spatial necklaces, 10 cubic meters of storage. 1 each. I handed the first to Lei Yang. Lei Yang stared at the silver chain. Put one of these on the trade channel, and every faction boss would tear each other apart to grab it. And now everyone got one. Chen Bo squeezed in and kept running his fingers over his. Boss, you're my brother for life. No more hauling around giant packs when we go scavenging. Su Nuonyuo cradled hers with sparkling eyes. Suyu quietly put his on without a word. No point being stingy with your own people. The stronger the team, the faster we gather resources. Don't just stand there, get to work. The lava crit's heat burned up a lot of stuff, so dig through the rest and find the good gear. The 8 scattered to search. On the distant rooftops, the solo players eyed the guns and ammo scattered everywhere with obvious hunger, but no one dared move. The man in the black cotton jacket was still standing in the middle of that wasteland. Trying to sneak in for scraps now was a straight-up death wish. I swept crates of ammunition and intact firearms into my spatial storage. Obtained, fine-grade assault rifle X1. 9mm pistol rounds times 30. I walked over to where Zhang, who had been standing. I deliberately kept the lava strikes away from this spot. A black heavy-duty pickup sat by the curb, its body wrapped in thick armor plating. I laid a palm against it. Unclaimed vehicle, heavy armored pickup, Tier 4. Top speed, 200 kilometers per hour durability, 800/800. Skill turbo dash, plus 50% speed for 10 seconds, 3-minute cooldown. Modifications, engine rank E, blast-proof tires rank E, exterior armor rank D. Nice. Armor this thick could shrug off a rocket launcher. Every scrap of loot Zhang, who had scavenged, was piled onto this truck. I waved them over. Suyu, Nuonyuo, come here. This ride's yours from now on. Suyu froze. He hadn't expected the boss to hand him such a prime vehicle first. But Nuonyuo's treasure-hunting talent was the team's resource radar. Pairing her with a good vehicle was only natural. Suyu nodded. Got it. Meanwhile, 2 other parts of Nanchang were anything but quiet. At the entrance to the city hospital, Wang Songhai crouched behind a wrecked ambulance, wiping soot off his face. Hold the line. Suppressing fire. Several dozen men were spraying bullets at the infected pouring out, and after a whole morning, they hadn't even made it up the front steps. If he hadn't bought a batch of bulletproof helmets and firearms from me, they'd have been chewed to pieces by now. But the hospital's medicines and medical equipment were hard currency in the apocalypse. He had to take it. In the West District, at Wanda Plaza, dozens of infected were pierced through by streaks of electricity. A man in a black trench coat stood atop the heap of corpses. Lin Xiao, leader of the West District faction, S-rank talent, Thunder Dominion. Beside him, a young man in a windbreaker, Lin Fei, was watching the footage circulating in the channel. A man in a black cotton coat leveling a machine gun that spat lava, mowing down the fierce tigers. Cousin, I know this guy. Lin Fei stared at the blurry profile. His name's Lin Yi, college classmate of mine. Poor kid straight out of an orphanage. Back then he'd teamed up plenty of times to bully him. And now, just like that, the guy was a big shot. Lin Xiao shook out his hand, the crackling lightning fading. Know him? Greed flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He used to be a broke orphan. There's no way he wiped out the fierce tigers without that gun. If a weapon like that ended up in your hands, cousin, Who in Nanxing could still stand against you? Lin Xiao raised a hand. A bolt of lightning cracked down, reducing a tier, 3 infected, just staggering to its feet, to drifting ash. He straightened the collar of his coat, gazing at the charred remains scattered across the ground. The firepower isn't bad. Purple arcs skittered across his fingertips. But in this wasteland, at the end of the day, it's the strong talent holders who call the shots. He turned toward the shopping mall deeper in the plaza. Once I get what's inside, that weapon will be trash. Come on, we're going in. Back in the old district, I led the crew in gathering the spoils. 2 hours later, the whole area was picked clean. Firearms, ammo, food, body armor. If it worked, I packed it. I stood in front of a burnt-out heavy-duty truck. A flick of thought, and several tons of scrap vanished into thin air. Lei Yang gaped. Boss, that thing's melted to slag. What the hell do you want it for? Your space might be huge, but it ain't a landfill. I walked to the next totaled pickup and slapped the door to absorb it. Think bigger. Once we've got a base, we'll need to build, and raw metal is exactly what's hardest to find. Besides, piled up in a doorway, they'd beat sandbags any day. Looking at the space packed wall-to-wall with supplies and the spotless street behind me, I couldn't have been more satisfied. I've always been thorough. Not a feather ungathered, not a hide left behind. Even a stray dog trotting past was getting 2 slaps to check if it dropped coins. I stuffed the last junked car into my space and clapped the dust off my hands. The sky was darkening. At midnight, the white mist would burn off, and the black mist would come hunting again. Not much daylight left. Get in. I yanked open the SUV door. Nuonuo, radar wide open. We're pushing south. Su Yu and Su Nuonuo climbed into our newly acquired heavy armored pickup. Lei Yang, Chen Bo, Wang Chong, and Su Qing piled into the off-roader. 3 engines roared to life, and the convoy rolled south down the main drag. We scavenged the whole way. Stray infected didn't even get close before Lei Yang and Wang Chong picked them off. When we hit a cluster of a dozen or so tier 1 mutants, Su Yu just floored it and plowed straight through. Any mall or monster hotspot, I'd sprint in with my Diablo and crack open the loot chests. By 8 p.m. it was pitch dark. A frigid wind whipped shards of ice through the air, and the temperature plunged past 20 below. For hours to midnight, and the shrieks in the darkness were a reminder the swarm was coming. No telling which direction the black mist would roll in from, so we had to save our strength. The convoy pulled up at an abandoned logistics warehouse on the southern edge of the city. I hopped out and had everyone bolt the main doors shut, wedging junker trucks against any gaps. The warehouse was cavernous. It'd break the wind. Light a fire. We rest here. Wang Chong doused some wood in gasoline and got a blaze going. The 8 of us hunkered down around it. I walked to an open patch of floor and dumped every loot chest out of my space, piling them into a small mountain. Half a day's haul, over 50 in all, 23 bronze, 10 silver, and 1 gold. The cracker in Chun Bo's hand hit the floor. Holy mother of, boss, other people damn near die trying to grab a single chest, and you're pulling M wholesale. Su Nuonuo lifted her chin proudly. Obviously, with yours truly's talent pointing the way, plus boss's raw power, it's a dream team. I wasn't wasting breath. I sat down and started cracking. Open. Bronze resource chest opened. Vehicle enhancement blueprint ×1, mineral water ×5. 5x critical strike triggered. Vehicle enhancement blueprint ×5, mineral water ×25. Off to a hot start. Talent crit. Items went straight into my space. Only the basics stayed at the bottom of the crates. I sorted every box as I opened it. 5 minutes, and they were all cracked. Tally, 110 fine-grade enhancers, 25 vehicle blueprints, over 100 assorted rifles. The bullets ran into the tens of thousands, nearly 100,000 rounds of 5.56 alone, plus 12 gauge, 7.62, and 9 millimeters, all breaking 10,000 each. This batch of weapons was worth millions of road coins. There was also a mountain of food and drink, even watermelon, carrot, cabbage, and chili pepper seeds. Perfect, I could actually use those. Last was the gold chest. I slapped the lid. Ding. Obtained. Advanced Water Collector Blueprint ×1. Obtained. Rare Grade Heavy Sniper Rifle Barrett M82A1 ×1. Good stuff. My talent kicked in, 2 times crit, doubling the haul. Advanced Water Collector Blueprint. Once deployed, automatically absorbs and purifies atmospheric moisture. Produces 10 liters of pure water per hour. In the apocalypse, water was the most precious thing there was. The Shanghai convoy had risen to power by monopolizing the East District's water sources. Now a single machine of mine put out 240 liters a day. Run 2 at once, and I could shower daily without blinking. Next, the black sniper rifle. 1400 millimeters long, factory-mounted 8 times scope. Rare-grade Barrett M82A1 attack 160. Armor pierce, ignores 30% physical defense. Magazine, 10 rounds. Hit a body-enhanced type like Zhang Hu with this, and shield and man both came apart. But it still wasn't enough. I had 8 rare-grade upgrade scrolls stockpiled. No better place to spend them. Use upgrade scroll. Target, Barrett. White light wrapped the rifle. Dark red veins bled up through the black frame. The barrel thickened, and the scope upgraded into an infrared ranging module. Perfect grade heavy sniper rifle, Barrett Annihilation. Attack, 320. Armor pierce, ignores 50% of target's physical defense. Lethal mark, a hit forcibly inflicts grievous wound. Healing halved for 10 seconds. The next shot ignores all defense and deals double true damage. First shot slaps on the healing debuff. The second shot rips through with double true damage. Even a high-tier defensive mutant couldn't tank that. I stowed it in my space. Liu Yao crunched over the gravel and held out 4 silver chains. Boss, inventory's done. Basic materials, weapons and ammo, food and water, blueprints and enhancers, 1 chain each. Less than half an hour, and it was all squared away. I took them and reached my mental sense into the weapons chain. Over 100 guns, ammo by the crate. Wang Chong, get over here. I tossed him the weapons chain. List every spare gun and round on the trade channel. Road coins only, and clear it out fast. Liu Yao chimed in. I'll post the listings. Wang Chong works the hype. 2 hours, guaranteed sellout. I handed the blueprint chain to Lei Yong next. 140 enhancers. Pick a good M4 and slam it up to +10. And reinforce every last piece of body armor we've got. Minimum +7. I tossed the material chain and 25 vehicle blueprints to Chun Bo, retrofit 3 of the trucks. Over in the corner, Su Qing and Su Nuonyuo set up a pot and started stewing meat. Suyu stood watch, rifle in hand. I leaned against the side of the cargo truck and pinched the glowing pendant at my throat. The Oasis necklace. Epic tier. The highest grade item I owned. Time to test it. A brush of mental power, and I felt a pull. The scene shifted. I was standing inside a cube maybe 5 meters on a side. The soil beneath my feet was black and wet enough to squeeze water out of, and a wall of white energy sealed the space on every side. Completely cut off from the outside world, a safe haven. But there was an obvious problem. I'd left the necklace hanging from the handle of the cargo door before stepping in. My body was inside. The necklace was still out there. If I ever ducked in here to escape a life-or-death jam, all an enemy had to do was snatch the necklace or smash it, and I'd be a rat in a trap. Too risky. I needed to figure out how to hide the anchor itself. I pulled out my seeds. A sweep of mental power, and the black soil split open in neat, even furrows. On the left, I scattered lettuce seeds. Fast-growing, the quickest way to verify that triple growth rate boost. In the middle, I planted watermelon. In the apocalypse, nothing beat a bite of watermelon. The rest I filled with carrots. The Oasis necklace had a 1% chance of triggering a plant's secondary evolution. The bigger the base number, the better my odds of getting a mutated carrot. That was strategic grade material. Once I was done, I stepped out and returned to the warehouse. The smell of meat broth filled the air. I dug in while opening the regional channel. The place was already boiling over. Wang Chong had fired off 3 messages in a row, all in bold. South City blowout sale. Tiger Convoy's estate. In stock, ships now to. Good grade rifles. Market price 10,000, now 8,000. 9mm rounds. Buy 100, get 20 free. First come, first served. Highway coins only. Underneath, transaction links were flooding in. The channel was going nuts. 8 grand for a good grade rifle? Is this dude running a charity? I just paid 10 grand for one. I want to die. Gotta be that living Yama of South City clearing out his stash. Hundreds of Tiger Convoy guys, and one man wiped them all out. East District, Shanghai Convoy Camp. Wang Shanghai stood there holding a cup of hot water, watching the flood of listings. Beside him, Squad leader Ching Muyang swallowed hard. Boss, just how loaded is this Lin Yi? All these weapons and he's just dumping them. He doesn't need them. Wang Songhai pulled up his interface and swept 100 rifles into his inventory. He sells, we buy? With this haul, tonight'll be a little safer. Remember, from now on, anyone connected to Lin Yi, we treat well. West District, underground parking garage beneath Wanda Plaza. Lin Xiao sat sunk into a couch, watching the feed scroll past. Purple lightning crackled between his fingertips, scorching the armrest black. Lin Fei stood at his side. 8 grand a rifle, Lin Xiao scoffed. He's flexing at all of South City. He flicked the sparks off his fingers. Let him sell. All the highway coins in the world can't buy a high-tier talent. Once I fuse with that thing, South City's still. I call the shots. Inside the warehouse, a warning rang out in my head. Time until the white fog disperses and the black fog descends. 1 hour. Initial black fog advance speed, 30 kilometers per hour. All survivors, retreat toward the city centered. Liu Yao sent a trade request. Boss, cleaned everything out. 2.2 million total, they were fighting over it. I hit confirm and took it. Added to what I already had, my road coin total pushed past 3 million. I drew in a deep breath and dumped every last coin into my inventory space. A wave of heat surged through my body, more violent than any of the previous times and different in a way I couldn't describe. My bones cracked and popped. My muscles felt like they were being torn open and stitched back together. It hurt. I gritted my teeth, veins bulging, back drenched in sweat. A few seconds later, the pain receded, and I fully absorbed the power. My whole body was overflowing with strength. Name, Lin Yi. Talent, God of Wealth, SSS rank. Level, Tier 5, 1408/3200. HP, 3380. Constitution, 338, God of Wealth bonus, plus 300. Vehicle, Tier 4 SUV. 338 points of Constitution, over 30 times a normal person's. I rolled my neck. I hadn't bulked up, just tightened. Every muscle packed with explosive power. My skin had hardened too. An ordinary bullet would probably leave nothing more than a red mark. I walked toward the front gate. Those 2 junker trucks blocking the entrance, cargo included, had to weigh at least 2 tons apiece. I hooked both hands under the chassis frame and drove up from my hips. Up. The truck lifted off the ground. I carried it 3 steps, then flipped it aside. Bang. The truck slammed down belly up on the open lot, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nobody in the warehouse said a word. Shinbo dropped his chopsticks. Holy shit. Lei Ji, am I seeing things? Did the boss just chuck a truck across the yard? Lei Yang was equally dumbstruck. What are you all standing around for? Get in. The others snapped out of it and piled into the vehicles. 3 cars rolled out of the warehouse. It was cold outside. Frost flowers spread across the windows almost immediately. I cracked mine open and glanced back. Along the outskirts of South City, the white fog was being devoured by the black. 30 kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, it would swallow the entire city. Anyone who hadn't made it out on the fringes was consumed, their screams tangled with the sound of chewing. Full speed. Head for the city center. Dead center of South City, a curtain of white light shot skyward, forming a hemispherical dome that capped the core district like an overturned bowl. Shinbo's voice came through the radio. Boss, is that a safe zone? Doesn't matter. Punch through. The closer we got, the more crowded the roads became. Modded cars, motorcycles, people on foot, all of them pressing toward the light dome. Some waved their arms. Save me. Give me a ride. You can have all my supplies. Others were dragging junk into the road, trying to force cars to stop so they could hijack them. Ram straight through. Don't slow down. Bam. Suyu's pickup sent. The people blocking the road, I just plowed right through them. Didn't even slow down. Half an hour later, the convoy reached the edge of the light barrier. Up close, it was even more staggering. Ripples flowed across its surface like water, giving off heat, holding the bitter cold at bay. But a crowd had already gathered along the perimeter. Over 1,000 survivors, cars and bodies jammed into the street, horns blaring and curses flying in a chaotic mess. Not one of them was getting in. The entrance was sealed off by a dozen or so vehicles, machine guns mounted on the trucks and trained on the crowd. A dozen armed men and women stood in front of the vehicles. The weakest of them was a B-rank pure combat talent. Atop the center truck stood a man in a black trench coat, purple lightning crackling all over his body. Even his own men didn't dare get close. Lei Yang's voice came through the radio. "Boss, it's Lin Zhao's crew from the West District. They've locked down the entrance." At the front of the crowd, a few loners were shouting curses. "What gives you the right to keep us out? This road doesn't belong to you. The black fog's almost here. You're gonna get us all killed. Everybody rush him with me. What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Xiao lifted a hand. Crackle, 5 bolts of purple lightning shot out. Those men didn't even get a scream out before they collapsed as charred corpses. The crowd went dead silent and shrank back. Lin Xiao shook out his hand. "One in the safe zone. Hand over everything you've got. That's all." Nobody dared argue. The black fog was closing in, less than half an hour left. Get in or die? One man, despair written all over his face, handed over every last supply and every highway coin he had before he was grudgingly waved through. Lu Yao gripped the wheel tight. "Boss, what do we do?" I leaned back in the seat, watching that arrogant Lin Xiao, a cold smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. High voltage current like that, the armor on a tier for SUV wouldn't hold. One strike and everyone in the car would be charcoal. Retreating wasn't an option. The black fog was right behind us. Handing over supplies wasn't an option either. No telling what was on the other side of that barrier, and once we gave up our leverage, we'd be at their mercy. Only one choice left: kill every single one of them. I reached into my space and pulled out a Yonglu M249 lava, handing it to Lu Yao. "Take it." I keyed the radio. "The lightning guy's mine. The rest of these curbside mutts, kill them all. Not one gets to walk." "Copy that." In the SUV behind us, Chunbo racked the bolt on his rifle and chambered a round. In Suyu's pickup, a +10 M4 was already loaded and ready. I pushed the door open and stepped out onto the ice-slicked pavement. Outside the barrier, hundreds of vehicles were lined up 5, 6 columns deep. Some were handing over supplies. Some were on their knees kowtowing. I was the only one moving against the current, walking straight toward the trucks blocking the road. From up on the truck, Lin Fei spotted me at a distance and froze, then jumped down. "Lin Yi." He looked me up and down. "So it really is you. Where's your ride? Don't play dumb. I saw the video in the channel. You lucky little bastard, scavenged yourself one hell of a gun." He stuck out his right hand. "Hand over that flamethrower machine gun, and I'll put in a word, get your toll waived." I didn't stop walking. In my head, there wasn't. Never heard of him. Just a piece of trash riding someone else's coattails. Not worth my time. Lin Fei's face darkened. Being ignored by some broke nobody who used to not even dare meet his eyes. It was more than he could take. "You fucking deaf?" He yanked out his pistol. On top of the truck, the purple lightning crackling around Lin Xiao thickened. The man below in the black cotton jacket, unremarkable, unarmed, was setting off every alarm in his head. Someone who could actually threaten his life. Lin Xiao raised his hand. A pillar of purple lightning as thick as an arm shot straight at my face, faster than anyone around us could react. Lin Fei was still waving his gun and running his mouth, half his face lit purple by the flash. I pushed off my foot and slid left. The bolt skimmed past my shoulder and slammed into the ground. Boom. Chunks of asphalt and gravel sprayed everywhere. Where I'd been standing a second ago was now a crater 6 feet across. Lin Fei was thrown off his feet by the shockwave, tumbling 3 or 4 times. His pistol flung a good 30 feet away. He dodged it. He dodged Lin Zhao's lightning. That's an S-rank talent. In the western district of South City, Lin Zhao's lightning meant death, point, and kill. Nobody had ever dodged it. The lackeys in front of the truck froze too. They'd seen countless high-tier mutants reduced to ash, but this guy had actually slipped it. Lin Xiao stared at me, purple sparks dancing off his fingertips, the sense of danger growing sharper by the second. I stopped at the edge of the crater, not even the hem of my jacket singed, and looked up at him. 30 meters. At that range his lightning had total coverage. But for me, with a physique past 300, it was only a few strides. Lin Xiao raised both hands. The clouds churned. Thunder cracked across the sky. "Kill him." Before the words were out, an SUV 50 meters back popped its sunroof. Lu Yao rose halfway out, leveling the M249 magma at the crowd in front of the truck. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Lei Yang and Chunbo opened up at the same instant, a torrent of bullets. A fat guy running an A-rank shield didn't last a second before he was punched full of holes. Ambush. Take cover. Too late. The M249's barrel glowed dull red as its magma crit triggered, and a high explosive round dropped into the middle of the pack. In the blast, flunkies crouched behind a riot shield were swallowed by flame. The stragglers hit the dirt and stared at the sea of fire, dumbstruck. This was the firepower that wiped out the fierce tiger convoy. The two sides weren't even in the same league. Lin Fei was flat on his stomach less than 5 meters from the flames, a wet patch spreading across his crotch. His cousin's crew, the men he'd been so proud of, had lost half their number in a single exchange. Lin Zhao's expression changed.